Rapur welcomes you all in the International Conference on Advancement in Sustainable Materials for Energy and Environment 2023. Sir, we are very pleased to inform you that CIPET Rapur is established in the year 2016. Since then, we are pioneering in the field of star activities in the state. In line to this, CIPET Rapur is first time hosting an international conference. We again welcome you all in this inaugural function. जैसा कि हम सभी जानते हैं कि भारत बौद्धिक संपदा के मामले में विश्व की शक्ति था, है और हमेशा रहेगा, जिसका समय समय पर हम परिचय विश्व को कराते रहते हैं। वैश्विक स्तर पर G20 के माध्यम से भी हमारी विद्वता का लोहा विश्व ने माना है। ऐसी विद्वता हमें हमारे शक्तियों से, पारंपरिक सनातन धर्म की जो हमारी रीतियां उनसे प्राप्त होती है। माँ सरस्वती बुद्धि की दाता है। किसी भी कार्यक्रम को प्रारंभ करते हुए उनके चरणों में नमन कर कार्य का मंगल शुभारंभ करना हमारा सौभाग्य होता है। हम बहुत ही सौभाग्यशाली हैं कि हमारे बीच बौद्धिक जगत से ऐसी हस्तियां विराजमान हैं जिनके मार्गदर्शन में, जिनके प्रेरणा से हम पल्लवित हो रहे हैं, पुष्पित हो रहे हैं। मैं हमारे जितने विशिष्ट अतिथि पधारे हुए हैं, आदरणीय श्री बजाज साहब, आदरणीय श्री सिन्हा साहब, आदरणीय श्री राजीव प्रकाश साहब, आदरणीय श्री पंत साहब और सभी महानुभावों से अनुरोध करूंगा कि सबसे पहले मां सरस्वती के समक्ष दीप प्रज्वलन कर आज के कार्यक्रम का शुभारंभ करें। जोरदार करतल ध्वनियों से मैं आप सभी का सहयोग चाहूंगा। एस बजाज साहब, महानिदेशक छत्तीसगढ़ काउंसिल ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, आदरणीय श्री प्रोफेसर के पंत साहब, निदेशक IIT रुड़की, आदरणीय प्रोफेसर राजीव प्रकाश साहब, डायरेक्टर IIT भिलाई। मैं आप सभी से अनुरोध करूंगा कि मंच पर अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। सर प्लीज। आप ही सभी को अवार्ड देंगे। हाँ बोलिए। राव साहब तुझे है ना? हाँ। आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। हमारे बीच जब हमारी ऐसी विभूतियां उपस्थित होती हैं तो उनका सम्मान करके हम स्वयं को भी गौरवान्वित महसूस करते हैं। होस्ट होने के नाते, मेजबान होने के नाते मैं हमारे संस्थान के निदेशक आदरणीय डॉक्टर आलोक साहू साहब से अनुरोध करूंगा कि हमारे समस्त अतिथियों को छत्तीसगढ़ की संस्कृति की पहचान हमारा जो पारंपरिक गमछा है और आदिवासी संस्कृति शिल्प कला की पहचान हमारे जो हस्त निर्मित स्मृति चिन्ह है, ये हमारे सभी अतिथियों को प्रदान कर उनका अभिनंदन करें। सर सबसे पहले आदरणीय SS बजाज साहब को अभिनंदन करें। सर इसके बाद मैं अनुरोध करूंगा सर आदरणीय के पंत साहब, निदेशक IIT रुड़की को सीपेट परिवार के स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान कर उनका अभिनंदन करें। अब मैं अनुरोध करूंगा आदरणीय राजीव प्रकाश सर को स्मृति चिन्ह प्रदान कर उनका अभिनंदन सर करें। हमारे बीच सीपेट परिवार के अखिल भारतीय मुखिया, हम सभी के प्रेरणा स्रोत, हम सबके महानिदेशक आदरणीय डॉक्टर शिशिर सिन्हा सर उपस्थित है। मैं चाहूंगा कि डॉक्टर आलोक साहू साहब उनका अभिनंदन करें और स्मृति चिन्ह हम सभी की ओर से प्रदान करें। हमारे बीच एक और हस्ती उपस्थित हैं, प्रोफेसर एम डी राव साहब NIT रायपुर से। मैं डॉक्टर आलोक साहू साहब से अनुरोध करूंगा कि आप उनका भी अभिनंदन करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। कार्यक्रम को गति प्रदान करते हुए आज के इस कार्यक्रम में अभिनंदन अभिभाषण हेतु मैं आदरणीय डॉक्टर आलोक साहू साहब को आमंत्रित करता हूं कि वे आएं और अपने शब्दों के माध्यम से समस्त अतिथियों को और आगंतुकों का अभिनंदन करें, स्वागत करें। सर।
धन्यवाद नीतीश जी। सबसे पहले तो मैं आप सभी का पुनः स्वागत करता हूं और आज का एक ऐतिहासिक पल है सीपेट रायपुर के लिए कि सीपेट एक जो छोटा सा सेंटर है एक इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस आयोजित कर रहा है। इसके लिए मैं सबसे पहले तो हमारे जो मार्गदर्शक हैं प्रोफेसर शिशिर सिन्हा जी, उनको आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ और मैं डॉक्टर बजाज सर का यहाँ स्वागत करता हूँ। इनका भी कंटिन्यूस हमारे लिए मोटिवेशनल प्लस यहाँ पे जब हम आए हैं जब से तो जितनी भी अच्छी रिसर्च एक्टिविटीज़ है, डेवलपमेंटल वर्क होते हैं, बजाज सर के सहयोग से होते रहता है। और इस जो कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए भी उन्होंने छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार की ओर से सहयोग दिया है, तो मैं उनका स्वागत करता हूँ। और IIT भिलाई से राजीव प्रकाश सर के पास जब भी आते हैं तो वो भी हो जाएगा क्या चाहिए कैसे चाहिए, सर हमेशा ही तैयार रहते हैं। बोले मैं बिजी रहता हूँ, व्हाट्सएप कर दिया करो। और आज भी गलती हो गई, मैं सर का ये कहना भूल गया। सर मैं तो व्हाट्सएप करते हैं कि मैं आ गया और मैं बाकी लोग बोलते रहा कि सर आ रहे हैं करके मैं क्षमा चाहता हूँ सर ये कम्युनिकेशन गैप के लिए। और हम आपका नीचे वेट करते रहे और आप यहाँ रहे। और पन सर से मेरी मुलाकात करी हुई, बहुत ही अच्छा लगा। जब पन सर का जब इंजीनियरिंग वगैरह फाइनल हो रहा था तो उनसे बातचीत चल रही थी। उन्होंने इतने बिजी शेड्यूल में यहाँ पे आए, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ, मैं आभार प्रकट करता हूँ। NIT डायरेक्टर राव सर, उन्होंने ऐसे ही बोला कि सर कॉन्फ्रेंस में आप भी आइए, तो राव सर बोले कि और जो लोग पेपर पढ़ने नहीं दोगे क्या। मेरा आश्चर्य हुआ कि डायरेक्टर NIT रायपुर कॉन्फ्रेंस में पेपर पढ़ेंगे। बोले क्या यार, मैं रिसर्च करता हूँ और मैं कोई पेपर है तुमको अच्छा लगेगा तो पढ़ लेना। तो मेरी क्या औकात थी, मैंने अपनी टीम को बोला ये पेपर आ रहा है, चुपचाप उसको जहाँ पे जैसे है आप उसको एडजस्ट करिए। और आज सर का पेपर है, सेकंड पेपर सर पढ़ेंगे आज, तो आपका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। बाकी IIT रुड़की से जो आए हुए हैं नवामी साहब, आर्या साहब और प्रकाश विश्वास साहब, OP पांडे साहब, KN पांडे साहब और बाग साहब, गोयल साहब और सीपेट से जितने भी सेंटर हेड आए हुए हैं और SIPET से मैं उनका सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूँ। इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के बारे में मैं ज़्यादा नहीं बोलूँगा क्योंकि ये कॉन्फ्रेंस तो टेक्निकल कॉन्फ्रेंस है, हम ज़्यादा भाषणबाजी इसमें ना करें। मैं यही कहना चाहता हूँ कि मेरे को पानी चाहिए। सॉरी, सीपेट इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस 14 साल से करता आ रहा है। APM के नाम से, एडवांस पॉलीमेट्रिक मटेरियल के नाम से 14 साल से करते आ रहा है। लास्ट ईयर जो कॉन्फ्रेंस हुआ बेंगलोर में हुआ, उसमें मैं गया था, हमारे DG सर थे और JA सर थे। उस समय G20 का ये चल रहा था कि G20 में ऐसा है वैसा है करके, तो हमारे डीजी सर ने ही बोला हर बार यार आप लोग पॉलीमर पॉलीमर प्लास्टिक पे करते हो तो थोड़ा कुछ अलग हटके करो, बार बार क्यों एडवांस पॉलीमर ये सब चीज़ें, डू समथिंग न्यू। जय सर भी थे, तुरंत बोले नहीं नहीं आप करें, वी विल सपोर्ट यू करके। तो उस समय इसकी उत्पत्ति हुई थी और हमने देखा कि ये एनर्जी और इन्वायरमेंट, जैसे G20 का भी है एक परिवार, और हमारा जो सबसे आज थ्रेट है वो है पर्यावरण और एनर्जी एंड इन्वायरमेंट। तो इसी की थीम को लेके ही ये कॉन्फ्रेंस हमने डिज़ाइन किया। और हम लोग इस फील्ड में चूंकि नए थे, सेंटर बिल्कुल नया है, हालांकि टीम बिल्कुल यंग है, तो सर से सपोर्ट लेके, बाकी सेंटर से सपोर्ट लेके एक अच्छा सा हमने प्लानिंग किया। और मुझे बड़ी खुशी है कि हमने 24 इनवाइटेड स्पीकर्स को इनवाइट किया था और 24 में से 24 ने कंफर्म किया, और एक डॉक्टर कटियार सर की फ्लाइट कल छूट गई, वो नहीं आ पाए, और एक डॉक्टर रत्ना सर उनको अर्जेंटली मसूरी जाना पड़ा, ट्रेनिंग में नहीं आ पाए। तो 22 इनवाइटेड स्पीकर हमारे बीच हैं इस छोटे से 2 दिन के कॉन्फ्रेंस में। इसके अलावा हमारे पास 43 कंट्रीब्यूटरी पेपर्स हैं जो रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स, बाकी कॉलेजेस के जो इंस्टीट्यूट्स के और CSIR लैब्स के जो एम्प्लॉयज़ हैं उनके हैं, और इसके अलावा 19 पोस्टर हैं। तो मैं ऐसा करता हूँ कि जो 2 दिन का कॉन्फ्रेंस होगा वो सबके लिए बहुत ही अच्छा होगा। सबसे अच्छा हम लोग के लिए होगा क्योंकि हम लोग सबसे ज़्यादा सीखेंगे। CIPET रायपुर के लिए सबसे अच्छा होगा, हमारा पहला कॉन्फ्रेंस है, हम लोग इससे बहुत कुछ सीखेंगे ताकि जो नेक्स्ट कॉन्फ्रेंस हम आयोजित करें और अच्छे प्रोफेशनल वे से करें। बस एक ही और बात लास्ट में कहना चाहता हूँ कि चूँकि हम लोग नए हैं, छोटे हैं, तो कहीं कोई कमी पेशी हुई तो हमें माफ़ कीजिएगा। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। संबोधन की कड़ी को आगे बढ़ाते हुए मैं हमारे बीच उपस्थित प्रोफेसर राजीव प्रकाश साहब IIT भिलाई से अनुरोध करूंगा कि वे हम सभी को संबोधित करें और मार्गदर्शन प्रदान करें। सर।
मंच पे उपस्थित CIPET परिवार के प्रमुख सिन्हा जी, स्टेट काउंसिल साइंस ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी के प्रमुख श्री बजाज जी, हमारे IIT परिवार से IIT रुड़की के डायरेक्टर और हमारे प्रिय प्रोफेसर पंत जी, हमारे मित्र प्रोफेसर राव साहब NIT रायपुर के डायरेक्टर, आज के प्रोग्राम के शोमैन हमारे CIPET रायपुर के डायरेक्टर साहू जी, सभागार में उपस्थित विद्वज्जन, देश के जगह जगह कोनों से बाहर से भी आए हुए आप सभी विद्वान लोग, छात्र छात्राएं, CIPET रायपुर की स्टाफ, प्रेस एंड मीडिया, really I am feeling honored to be here today in this 2 days workshop. Friends, no doubt CIPET is going to discuss something which is really important. I congratulate again the director CIPET Bhilai, CIPET Raipur for this initiative, and as he said very well, don't worry, this is a start, and always a start is wonderful, and this is a scientific community. We are like a family. I always used to say, our Honorable Prime Minister is saying one word, one family. We always used to say, all scientific community, IIT, CIPET, NIT, all one word is one family. So nothing, if something happen here and there is nothing. Dear students, mainly because here my colleagues, and they are knowing much more than me, are sitting here, so I am not going to address here. I am more keen to address my young colleagues, young friends, students. You are future. I always used to tell this, you are future. So this topic what is chosen for this 2 days seminar is the topic which we should discuss, because this problem, environment problem, energy problem, is the real problem that we have to address. See, I will take it in two ways. There should be the two approaches. The one approach is developing a culture how you should or we should use these materials, these things which are damaging, creating pollution, which are damaging environment. And other way is this a scientific approach, a technology approach. So let me address first the first approach. See, few years back, I was given responsibility to write vision document for India, vision document 2035. There was a chapter of polymer. See, the polymer chapter, it was very difficult for me to write. Reason, plastic is dangerous. No use of plastics. See, then how I can write a vision chapter for this? But friends, you know, any material is dangerous. But we should learn how to use. We should develop a culture of use. You know, just I was talking, 20 years back, I was in Europe. There when we used to buy a cola bottle of 25 cents, we used to deposit 25 cents there. And whenever I am returning cola bottle, getting 25 cents back. The culture. But what happened here? We are not having this, developing this culture. So the first approach which I am saying is this, to develop culture, to save energy, to save resources. Let me share a few things what IIT Bhilai we initiated here when we came to Bhilai campus. See, our campus is net zero campus. We rejuvenate 2 natural water bodies. We created some man-made water bodies, and we said that we will keep all rain waters there only in the campus. We stop the nala that no water will go outside the campus. We will recycle, install WTP, recycling of water for agriculture and the horticulture purposes. So today I can say the water in IIT campus, IIT Bhilai campus, we are not allowing to go outside. We are recycling it, we are reusing it and storing it in the big reservoirs. So not limited to only campus. Then recently, might be you have got the news. So we started activity in nearby places. If we are in Bhilai, then why not to some other villages which are very close to us? So our faculty members, our students, they used to go there for cleaning, for rejuvenation their water bodies and telling them how you can carefully use this. So it's preservation, careful use, keeping these energy sources, water sources, environment sources is important. In energy, IIT Bhilai campus is going to produce, because you know that recently we have shifted, is going to produce nearly half of its electrical load through solar energy. Not only this, I didn't stop here. I said, let us explore other sources. Why not wind energy? So people said, no sir, in this zone the wind is not having the proper way that to develop the wind energy and all this thing. I said, let's us start. We discussed with a company, a startup company. We said, can we design some windmill which can be used here? So we calculated and we got not more than 60%. Oh, it's okay, 60% is okay. Let us start. So we will be the first. It is also going to install within a month or like this. We will be the first exploring the wind energy. You know the hydrogen energy mission. So when it came, our faculty members, fortunately the head of department is here, we said let's take initiative. And we are the first who are in the race to get this fund to develop a small test bed, a design, a prototype for our Bhilai steel plant. So I am thankful to Bhilai steel plant also, they accepted, they are participating in this project. So our here the objective is to design a small hydrogen energy plant within the campus of BSP so that they can directly use this hydrogen, and also it will be a test bed for researchers, those who want to do research in this area. So the two approaches, one create the awareness, try to prevent and try to miserly use these resources, and second, explore the new areas, new energy, new materials. So this conference again is on sustainable materials, the new materials, friendly materials, how you can develop some catalyst which can degrade polythene. Let us start this work. I'm asking our students. IIT Bhilai is here. Your director said that what will be the collaboration mode of IIT Bhilai and CIPET. So let us start such small projects. So can we develop some catalyst? Can we develop some bacterial degradation for plastics, polymers, PET bottles? Yes, you will find in literature. I am not going to deliver the scientific lecture, otherwise I can show you that we have started a few years back, though because of other engagements I am not giving much time there, but it is possible. So let us start this small project. Can we work on recycling of plastic materials? There are many ways to recycle and there are many applications for the recycling. Let's demonstrate one recycling and demonstrate that here you can use completely this material, this plastic waste as a recycling. Can we start generation of energy through the waste materials? So these are the topics, students, I am giving you, and through your directors and the presence of the CIPET head also, I am saying that IIT Bhilai is ready to collaborate with you and on this such a important issues. Dear students, you realize the importance of this problem, importance of this conference. These all eminent professors, academicians are sitting here. It's a rare. And so this is giving a message that we all are really concerned about it and we all are looking forward that you come. So with these words, I am once again congratulating to you and thankful to your family to inviting me, and professors and academicians here, as it was said that 24 speakers are here. So really it is a great time that 2 days you all are coming and discussing, and it's a brainstorming session and giving a lot of knowledge to your young generation, to our students. So thank you very much.
थैंक यू सो मच सर। आगे बढ़ते हुए मैं ऐसी शख्सियत से अनुरोध करना चाहूँगा संबोधन के लिए जिनका इस सीपेट संस्थान की रायपुर का जो हमारा सेंटर है, इसकी स्थापना में भागीरथी प्रयास रहा है। आपके अथक प्रयासों की वजह से सीपेट का जो प्रोजेक्ट था वो 1 साल के अंदर यहाँ पे मूर्त रूप ले पाया था। मैं आप सभी की जोरदार तालियों के बीच आदरणीय बजाज साहब से अनुरोध करूंगा कि वे हम सभी को संबोधित करें।
थैंक यू सो मच। सबसे पहले तो आप सभी को अभिवादन। मंच पर इस 2 दिवसीय इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस पे आईआईटी रुड़की के डायरेक्टर प्रोफेसर के पंत जी, आईआईटी भिलाई के डायरेक्टर राजू प्रकाश जी, सीपेट के डायरेक्टर जनरल श्री शिशिर सिन्हा जी, सीपेट रायपुर के श्री साहू जी, सीपेट रायपुर के अन्य हमारे साथी बंधु, डॉक्टर राव साहब एनआईटी रायपुर के डायरेक्टर, एवं मित्रों, मेरा सौभाग्य है कि मैं इस भवन में सीपेट के बीच में खड़ा हूं। जब मैं मुझे याद है जब मैं डायरेक्टर टेक्निकल एजुकेशन था और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट चाहती थी कि सीपेट जैसी संस्था रायपुर में रहे, कोरबा में इनकी एक यूनिट थी। हमने सीपेट से बात करी और कहा कि चूँकि उस समय जो स्किल डेवलपमेंट मिशन था उसका काफ़ी जोर था और हम चाहते थे कि जो छत्तीसगढ़ के बच्चे हैं वो उनका स्किल अपलिफ्टमेंट हो, उनका वो ऐसे स्किल में पारंगत हो जो उन्हें अच्छी नौकरी दिला सके, अच्छी जॉब दिला सके, उनकी लाइवलीहुड का कारण बन सके। तो सीपेट को हमने यहाँ इनवाइट किया। फॉर्चुनेटली ये बिल्डिंग जो पहले इंडस्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट की थी, इंडस्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट का कोई प्रोजेक्ट था जो चालू नहीं हो पाया, तो इंडस्ट्री डिपार्टमेंट से ये बिल्डिंग लेकर के सीपेट को दे करके, और सीपेट का काफ़ी सहयोग रहा कि उन्होंने बिल्कुल रिकॉर्ड टाइम में यहाँ ये इंस्टीट्यूट शुरू किया, और न केवल इंस्टीट्यूट शुरू किया बल्कि स्किल डेवलपमेंट के जो प्रोग्राम है, जो 6 मंथ्स के और 1 ईयर के प्रोग्राम है, वो शुरू किया। एंड आई एम वेरी हैप्पी टू से दैट जो हमारे बैचेस थे जो ट्रैवल एरिया से आए थे, बस्तर से, सरगुजा से, जो हमारे बच्चे थे, जो स्कूल के बच्चे थे, उनकी यहाँ पर ट्रेनिंग होने के बाद उसमें से कुछ लोग जो है इंटरनेशनल जॉब के लिए भी बाहर गए। तो ये बहुत ही अच्छी बात है कि सीपेट जैसी अच्छी प्रतिष्ठित संस्था से ये कार्यक्रम शुरू हुआ। जहाँ तक सीपेट से और जुड़ा की बात है, जब आपका AICT में इंजीनियरिंग के लिए कोर्सेज के लिए एक आपको सहमति मिली थी, तो उस समय मैं व्यापम में चेयरमैन था। तो जो हमारे PET के एग्ज़ाम होते थे, तो उसमें भी जो सीपेट को हमने जोड़ करके, और यहाँ के जो बच्चे हैं वो PET के माध्यम से यहाँ पर सिलेक्ट होकर के आए हैं, और मेरे ख्याल से अब तो काफ़ी स्ट्रेंथ हो गई होगी। तो ये भी एक संयोग रहा। तीसरा संयोग तब रहा जब मैं लघु वनोपज संघ में था, और हम छत्तीसगढ़ के जो ट्राइबल एरियाज़ हैं वहाँ पर जो सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स है वुमेंस के, वो हर्बल प्रोडक्ट्स बनाती थी, अभी भी बना रही हैं। तो उसमें हमने जब देखा कि मार्केट में कॉम्पीट करना है तो हमको क्वालिटी पैकेजिंग भी चाहिए, क्वालिटी मटेरियल भी चाहिए, न केवल क्वालिटी हर्बल प्रोडक्ट बल्कि उसकी पैकेजिंग अच्छी हो, लेबलिंग अच्छी हो। तो हमने फिर सीपेट से बात करी, और सीपेट ने एग्री किया कि भाई हम आपके डिज़ाइन, आप जैसा डिज़ाइन चाहते हैं आपके ब्रांड के हिसाब से, वो जो SDP के बॉक्सेस हैं, जो SDP के डब्बे हैं, वो बना देंगे। और आई एम हैप्पी टू शेयर दिस कि छत्तीसगढ़ हर्बल की अभी जो ब्रांड क्रिएट हुई है वो सीपेट ने जो बॉक्सेस बनाए उसके माध्यम से हुई है। तो दैट इज़ आल्सो अ ग्रेट अचीवमेंट बाय सीपेट। अब जो चौथा मेरा सहयोग रहा कि मैं साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी में जब मैंने चार्ज लिया, तो इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए साहू साहब मेरे पास आए थे। तो हम लोगों ने ये डिस्कस किया कि ये कॉन्फ्रेंस तो हम करेंगे सपोर्ट, बिकॉज दैट इज़ द मैंडेट ऑफ द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट। लेकिन एक और मैंडेट है जो आज का जो इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस है उसका भी बड़ा वैलिड टॉपिक है कि किस तरह से हम जो सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक्स है, जो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की पॉलिसी है कि इसको धीरे धीरे वी हैव टू डू अवे विथ। तो उसका ऑल्टरनेटिव जब तक हम नहीं खोजेंगे, जब तक उसके ऑल्टरनेटिव मटेरियल पे हम काम नहीं करेंगे, और वो भी ऐसा मटेरियल जो प्लास्टिक मटेरियल को कॉस्ट वाइज जो है चैलेंज करता हो, कॉस्ट वाइज जो है उसके इक्विवेलेंट हो। तो हमने कहा कि क्यों ना हम कुछ ऐसा जॉइंट रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट लें, और इसमें हम हमारा जो एक प्रोग्राम है मिनी रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट पे, हम उसे फंडिंग करने के लिए भी तैयार हैं, ताकि जो सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक है उसका ऑल्टरनेटिव हमको मिल सके, वो भी कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव वे में। तो सीपेट ने और NIT रायपुर ने मिलकर के एक अभी प्रोजेक्ट सबमिट किया है, रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट। तो वी आर गोइंग टू फंड इट, और हम चाहते हैं कि वो प्रोजेक्ट भी आज शायद इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में, 2 दिन के कॉन्फ्रेंस में, उसमें भी चर्चा हो कि किस तरह से हम क्या मटेरियल यूज कर सकते हैं। हमारे यहाँ पर बायोमास बहुत है, चाहे वो गन्ना की समझ लीजिए, या धान के पैरा बनता है, या हमारे फॉरेस्ट एरिया में लंटाना है जो एक वीट की तरह है। आपके उत्तराखंड में भी जो उत्तराखंड के जंगल है उसमें भी लंटाना काफ़ी होता है। तो आपका भी एक स्पेशलाइजेशन है उसमें, तो आप हमें ये सजेस्ट करेंगे किस तरह बायोमास का, इस तरह जो वेस्ट बायोमास है उसको यूज करके हम प्लास्टिक का अल्टरनेटिव तैयार कर सकें। और एक और जो मेरे दिमाग में काफ़ी समय से घूम रहा था, हमारे जो ट्राइबल एरिया में हम लोग दोना पत्तल बनाते हैं, जो पत्ते होते हैं, माहौल के पत्ते होते हैं, उससे पत्तल बनते हैं। और मंदिरों में या गाँव में जहाँ भी भंडारा लगता है या प्रसाद बँटता है तो वहाँ इन दोना पत्तल का काफ़ी उपयोग होता है। लेकिन चूंकि उसकी स्ट्रेंथ उतनी अच्छी नहीं होती और वो जो इम्परवियस लेयर नहीं होता है, तो हम बीच में एक प्लास्टिक सैंडविच करके जो गांव की महिलाएं हैं उसको सिलाई करके वो दोना पत्तल बनाती हैं। तो उसका भी कहीं कोई ऑल्टरनेटिव मिले, वो जो प्लेट है जो सैंडविच होता हो पत्ते के बीच में, ताकि उसकी स्टिफनेस रहे, स्ट्रेंथ अच्छी रहे और साथ में वो इम्परवियस भी हो सके, चाहे दाल या किस तरह की जो लिक्विड रेसिपी है, लिक्विड जो चीज़ें हैं वो नीचे ना आए। ये भी एक अच्छा विषय हो सकता है आप लोगों के बीच चर्चा में कि किस तरह से हम कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव वे में ऐसा मटेरियल प्रोड्यूस करें जो हम दोना पत्तल में जो हमारे जो ट्राइबल वुमेन बनाती हैं उसको सैंडविच करके हम उसको और अच्छी तरह से अच्छे मार्केटिंग कर सकें। और लास्टली जो हमारी साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी की एक स्कीम है जिसमें हम इनोवेशन पे जो IPR है, जो प्रॉपर्टी राइट है, उसको हम इनक्रेज करते हैं। और अगर आपने कोई इनोवेशन किया है किसी प्रोडक्ट में या किसी प्रोसेस में, आप ज़रूर उसको जो है उसका IPR करवाएं, उसका जो प्रॉपर्टी राइट आप उसका रजिस्टर कराएं और उसके लिए CG कॉस्ट जो है आपको सभी तरह से हेल्प करेगी। तो इन शब्दों के साथ कि ये जो 2 दिवसीय कार्यशाला है वो अपने उद्देश्यों की पूर्ति कर सके और पुनः CIPET को इस कार्यशाला आयोजित करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। संबोधन की कड़ी में अब समय आ गया है कि हम ऐसी शख्सियत को सुने जिनके मार्गदर्शन की वजह से, जिनके प्रदत्त आत्मविश्वास की वजह से ये कॉन्फ्रेंस एक आइडिया से मूर्त रूप में परिवर्तित हो पाई। हम सभी के आदरणीय, हम सभी के प्रिय, हम सभी के महानिदेशक प्रोफेसर शिशिर सिन्हा साहब को मैं जोरदार तालियों से आमंत्रित करता हूं कि वे आएं और हम सभी को संबोधित करें।
धन्यवाद जैन साहब एंड सुप्रभात आदरणीय प्रोफेसर के पंत, मेरे गुरुजी भी, हमारे अध्यापक भी रहे, प्रोफेसर राजीव प्रकाश जी, निदेशक IIT भिलाई, श्री बजाज जी, प्रोफेसर राव एंड बहुत सारे हमारे कलीग्स जो CIPET परिवार के हैं, आप सबका इस 2 दिवसीय कॉन्फ्रेंस में हार्दिक अभिनंदन। So basically the idea was rightly said by Dr. Sahu that this idea was conceived during the last APM, that why not we are organizing any conference, any international conference pertaining to the local issues of the different CIPET centers, those who can have an interface with the different local problem. And I am very much thankful to Dr. Sahu that he initiated this thing. Sir, we will organize. And at the moment, one thing Dr. Sahu missed, that our previous secretary was also there when we were discussing about this particular approach, that we should organize some conferences where the local emphasis should be there. So Mr. Arun Baroka, he was there at this, he was holding the portfolio of the secretary chemical and petrochemical. So he also emphasized that why don't you organize such kind of a thing. So based on that particular initiative, we discussed, and a series of talk between me and Sahu Sahab held. And fortunately, one more important thing is that basically it was mandated that we can organize this particular type of activity in association with the local or regional institution of national importance. So first of all, I must congratulate the team CIPET Rapur that they organized this particular conference as a whole. Now, second part of this particular address is especially for those who are present in this particular August gathering and those who are listening through this the video streaming to the other part. and that is especially for these burning issues. Now you see that in India, when we are discussing all different aspects pertaining to the policies, pertaining to the local issues, pertaining to the national issues, and pertaining to the international issues, like rightly said by Bajaj ji, that single-use plastic is a burning thing. But you see that when this is a problem, then there is a solution. So especially this address is attributed to the young bubbling mind, because when we see that single-use plastic is a threat, and sometimes when I used to go for any kind of a public gathering, people asking, sir, we are thinking we are in the era of no plastic, no plastic. Then rather than no plastic, we should know that add couple of sentences, KNOW plastic. And just think about that. Can we imagine our day-to-day life without plastic? Absolutely no. It's a boon to the society, it's a boon to the mankind. So when it is a boon to the mankind, then we must use some sort of an educated way through which we can address the issues which are attributed to the no plastic. Now when we say that almost 35 to 40% of the plastic being recycled, don't think that we must have an opportunity for remaining 65 to 60% of the plastic. This is the thing. See, whenever we talk about the substitute like sustainability, energy, environment, we always forget one another E, and that is economics. So I always used to say that there are a concept of RE. RE means recycle, reuse, refurbish, and above all rethink. Similarly, there are three different E's: energy, environment, whatever said in this one, but apart from this, economics. See, usually when we go for any scientific community, everywhere people posing that, sir, we are having the solution of plastic, we are having the solution of the waste plastic. But gentlemen, where is the economics? You are preparing some material which is absolutely not acceptable by the society because of its cost. So you must rethink that what is the solution, and think in terms of that 60%, if we are saying that 40% being recycled. I am giving this data based on you can say various studies. People are always claiming, different industrial associations, they are claiming that we are in the process of this 90% recycling. Trust me, technology is available for 100% recycling. But the question is the economics. So this is the problem rightly said by Professor Prakash, that there are enough opportunities. Now India is, you can say, transforming. There are two different benchmarks they are waiting. One is some X trillion economy, and second one is the net zero. Rightly said by Professor Prakash that by 2070 we need to approach for the net zero. Probably retire at the moment and probably will not be in this earth, but the thing is that opportunity will always be there. So especially those young minds, those who are sitting behind the table, behind this hall. Now the thing is that enough opportunities are there. Think in terms of a societal problem. One example is that I am just giving you another example in a very lighter note. I have twin daughters, 13 years of age. When almost for last 8 years we used to go abroad during the summer, because courtesy IIT used to give some funding for travel grant. So you see that when we used to go to say some any city in the Europe, if we purchase the chocolates and other things, there is packaging material, they take it away, snatch, and then they put the wrapper inside the pocket. There is no police wala, there is no, you see that regulatory body, and when this, they used to see that, okay, this is the dustbin, to put all those things. When they come out from the T3, and if some sort of the things are there, drop down the glass, throw it away. This is the thing. This we need to the thing, and that is the problem where the industry associations. There is a problem where the CIPET. There is a problem when Government of India is facing the mindset. Mindset is that we must have some regulators. Trust me, there is no freedom without any bandhan. Must have bandhan. That we need to deposit this type of thing inculcated. When we used to have a meeting with the different association, always talking about, sir, this is the EPR, this is the single-use plastic, there's blah blah. So many things. But the thing is that when we are not in a position to go for the source segregation, when we are not in a position to adopt the sustainable technology for the treatment of all kind of these waste who are threatening to the society, then if we are not having this type of a thing, trust me, this will not be sustained. There is no police wala. I told you that, I mean, recently, a couple of days back, I visited two beautiful cities of Europe, Stockholm and Amsterdam. And again, the similar type of a thing. And again, Papa, there is no dustbin. Where? Now you are educated. Please keep it, and when you go to the house, then you. So this kind of a mindset is quite essential. So the thing is that, especially for those students and especially for a young community, try to educate the society that we must go for this one. We are always there, as a CIPET, we are always there to provide you the sustainable solution for any kind of a thing. Recently, I mean, we are going to establish 4 plastic waste management centers in 4 different parts of the country, and one of my colleague from Ahmedabad is also there. He has also been instrumental for establishing of all these plastic waste management center. And one of the technology we are going to have from Professor Pant. So these centers will become a demonstration center. There we can educate, we will educate the people that, gentlemen, there is a possibility of 100% recycling, 100% refurbishing, and 100% the you can say the complete destroying of all these plastic material. So the solution is there. When there is a problem, there is a solution. Only thing is that we need to grab the opportunities. Don't think that the glass is half filled. You think that glass is half empty, and you think that glass is having the opportunity to fill more and more water. So the third aspect is very important rather than the different aspect. So not in negative term, in a positive term. So I'm not taking much time, and one of the 2 more important things which we are going to address in this particular conference, that is the industry, because industry meet. Because ultimately the industry is the key information, source of information, where we can have this type of a thing which you can say a source of information, because they are addressing the day-to-day problem. And second thing which is very important, like the startup and incubation. In Bhubaneswar we have got very good Innovex lab, and my colleague Dr. Smita Mohanty, I request her that during her address, if she has, then she will tell you about what brief they are doing. Yesterday we had a discussion with in the ministry, and they are always in a praising mode that CIPET is doing all those things, and Dr. Sahu is also doing something. So the startup, they are the industry platform, the academician platform, and for you can say almost last 2 hours Dr. Rao is there, Professor Rao is there, and Professor Pant. Both of us are discussing about that, how we can provide an interface, especially in this Rapur region, where we can treat the different industrial problem, different societal problem, in lighting with what Mr. Bajaj said. So I hope that this particular conference will provide an interface. This particular conference will provide a platform for sharing, disseminating the knowledge, so that we can imagine a better society over the period of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. for your guiding words. संबोधन की श्रृंखला में विराम लेते हुए कार्यक्रम के अगले चरण की ओर हम बढ़ते हैं। मैं मंचासीन समस्त अतिथियों से अनुरोध करूंगा कि इस 2 दिवसीय कार्यशाला में जो चर्चाएं होने वाली हैं उसके संबंध में जो एक सोवेनियर तैयार किया गया है उसका विमोचन मंच पे किया जाएगा। मैं समस्त अतिथियों से अनुरोध करूंगा कि विमोचन कर शुभारंभ करें सोवेनियर का। सभी अतिथियों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। इस उद्घाटन समारोह पर को यहीं पर विराम देते हुए मैं एक बार पुनः मंचासीन अतिथियों का अभिनंदन करते हुए अनुरोध करूंगा कि मंचासीन समस्त अतिथियों से अनुरोध करूंगा कि वे अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें और इसी के साथ इस उद्घाटन समारोह के पश्चात हम उस चरण की ओर बढ़ेंगे जहां से हमारी परिचर्चा प्रारंभ होगी। एक बार पुनः समस्त अतिथियों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन। सर 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 अरे वो वहां बैठ गए टीजी सर। हटाओ 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 हटाओ, तुरंत हटाओ, तुरंत हटाओ, लेके जाओ, हटाओ यार जहाँ से फटाफट। जल्दी जल्दी निरंतर बहेगी। इस श्रृंखला को आरंभ करते हुए हमारे बीच जो सबसे पहली शख्सियत हैं जो कीनोट स्पीकर के रूप में हम सभी के बीच हम सभी को संबोधित करेंगी, प्रोफेसर कमल किशोर पंत, निदेशक आईआईटी रुड़की हमारे बीच उपस्थित हैं। ये अपने कीनोट संबोधन के लिए हम सभी के बीच आए, उससे पूर्व मैं आप सभी के बीच आपका संक्षिप्त परिचय प्रस्तुत करता हूं। Professor K.K. Pant Saab has done his PhD from IIT Kanpur in 1997, chaired so many authorities and institutes He was the chairman of Gate and Gem, chairman library, having 30 years more experience in the field of academic and research. During this, he has published 230 plus journal articles, 13,954 citations with H index 60. Professor K.K. Pant is a recipient of many awards such as K.L. Chopra Applied Research Award by Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, Hardi Awards for Excellence in Basic Research in Chemical Engineering by Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, and Dr. A.V. Ramarao Award for Best PhD Supervised, Gandhian Young Technological Innovation Award. Professor Pant is also an honorary faculty at the University of Queensland, Australia, and has been visiting professor at Auburn University, USA, Tuskegee USA University, Aston University, UK, Australia, and many more. This is the small introduction of Professor K.K. Pant, who is going to address us and enlighten us with his rich experience and knowledge as a first keynote speaker. Welcome, sir. Sir, would you like to continue with this mic?
Thank you, Mr. Jain, and very good afternoon, good morning to all of you. And indeed, it's a pleasure. Yeah. Thank you. Indeed, it's a pleasure for me to be here. I thank the organizer for inviting me, Professor Shishina, the DG CIPET, Professor Sahu, the director of this institute, and all the organizing team members, those who have invited me for this. As the topic says, there is a lot of issues in terms of sustainability, and when we talk about the Honorable Modi ji just gave a nara which is called life, right? That is lifestyle for environment. So in the morning you must have, during the inaugural session you have heard several things, and that is very important, that how do you take care of your lifestyle, how much food you use, how much energy you consume, and how much water you waste. If you just analyze this is mainly for the students and young generation. If you analyze this, if you just find out the ways this can be recycled, reused, or wherever possible, give the knowledge to others also, then I think definitely all the issues will be resolved and the concept of sustainability will come true. So there are a lot of things to be done. So this is what a very short, I will give you the glimpse mainly what can be done. And when we talk about advancement in sustainable materials, then there are a lot of researches to be done, because many things are still, when you talk about known, and many things are yet to be analyzed based on the knowledge which is available. So when you talk about this, so you see that what is the meaning of sustainability, how do you just take care of the sustainability concept, what is the difference between the energy, because we talk the renewable energy, we talk about sustainable energy, there is a thin line between the two. So what the Professor Shishir, Professor Rajiv and Professor Bajaj was talking, that now the STEM is one thing, but it's called science, technology, engineering, mathematics, management, and management becomes everywhere very important, because it is to be routed through economic analysis, and the process may be technically feasible, but economically it may not be feasible. So again you have to go back in your computer loop. If you are writing a code, input and output, that is there, but inside the block box what is going on, that is to be reformed in a streamed alike manner, and that is where the science and technology plays a very important role. And this is where every scientist, every young researchers have to give a thought that how can, or in what way you can make the changes, and that is where you need to understand that all these things. We were talking about this, Yeah, this all points, I think this layer point will not work, but this is the point which is mentioned here, Already it has been discussed, net zero by 2020. There are some targets which are already being given by government of India also by 2030, So 1/3 of the carbon dioxide, 413 ppm of this carbon dioxide, which is going into the environment, and this is because mainly of the anthropogenic conditions or the industries which we are using the technologies, and those technologies earlier days were not routed through these kind of, where we talk about how much carbon is being emitted, and that is now the glacier melting, because global warming effect is there. You see that most of this cloud busting, you see that there are the land subsidence issues, and you see the drought and the floods. So all these things are because the earthquake systems which are coming up now, there's a lot of earthquakes are coming, and that is because of the ecological disbalance. So how to save the earth, how to make it more and more comfortable, and that is one thing is the lifestyle, and second thing is that development of the novel process, development of novel technologies which can help for the future, and that is the first target which you have to think. 1.58 tons of carbon dioxide, which is in the India is that one, that is the culprit producing that amount of carbon. But Europe, US, they are much above. They are producing a large amount of carbon dioxide into the environment, but we have to take care of all these things. So this, what we see, both are interconnected. We talk carbon dioxide, we have to talk green energy also. We talk because you are taking carbon dioxide, all these fossil derived feedstocks are being used, All the feedstock which have carbon and hydrogen, they are the culprit, unless and until you prove that through life cycle assessment there is no net carbon going out into the environment, and that is one of the ways is biomass. You have the biomass life cycle assessment, that how fast this biomass can be cultivated and how fast this can capture the carbon dioxide. That life cycle assessment is needed, and then how this biomass can be converted into biopolymer. A lot of R&D is being done, but the technology, when you talk about the startups, and then take it to the next level, the younger generation has to take a lead, and that's why I encourage every student to go for the startups, to think, critical thinking approach should be there, and that is very important for the future. So this is where you see that CO2 emissions, fertilizer industry, steel industry, cement industry, and there are the traditional processes by reforming method which is generally used for hydrogen production. Every system is giving the carbon dioxide, and these are what the things to be done, and that is where decarbonization of fossil energy. Either you use the fossil based feedstock, simultaneously you capture the carbon, otherwise you have to pay for the carbon tax, So $180 per ton is current cost of carbon dioxide capture. That is again a big challenge, because this is to be cut down to 1/3 of its original price. How to do that? Again, the technologies have to come forward, and for that lot of new things are to be done. This is one of the work which can be done, methane decomposition, biogas decomposition. You have the hydrogen and carbon nanotube. We work on these directions also, and this carbon nanotube can be used for cylinders, making cylinders. Hydrogen storage is another challenge. So these can be, that is where you talk about the complete a process intensified technology, and it should be in a closed loop. So that is the need of the hour, and that is the need where the industry, academia collaboration is required, and all the scientists, researchers, they have to work in order to achieve all these goals. So hydrogen, I am not talking because I told you that it is a connection between the CO2 capture and hydrogen, and CO2 can be converted into the chemicals if you have the hydrogen. So where from hydrogen will come, that is another matter of debate, but hydrogen is, everybody is talking green hydrogen because it is a substitute. You see that 7 to 8 kg of coal, large amount of 240 billion tons of coal is available in India. If you can convert coal to hydrogen and capture the carbon dioxide, that is also good technology, and that is the indigenous technology. So you convert coal into hydrogen, you convert coal into different chemicals or polymers, and that is, but with carbon capture, nobody is going to stop you. So this is one of the important thing, and that is where you need to understand that with the fuel cell or other different sources of energy, can it be used for the research. So this is already lot of policies have been made. MNRE is doing lot of work on this. Ministry of Coal is also working. But this is where you see the hydrogen demand and power which is continuously increasing exponentially because the fossil derived feedstocks are to be stopped. So how can you get these things done, That is where you talk about the ammonia, methanol, refining, all these things are from presently the fossil derived feedstock, but the future should be towards the carbon capture along with the process, and that is where the need of the hour, and this is where the 2020 to 2050 is looking forward for the production of green hydrogen. So this is where the National Green Hydrogen Mission, all of you must be aware about it, that the demand creation, we have to sensitize the entire society, we have to sensitize the entire industries, and that is where the different kind of R&D activities can be done, and policymakers have to take a lead role. So resources, R&D, ease of doing business, then all these things are to be studied properly when you talk about a advanced sustainable material development, because for production of hydrogen you need the different kind of process, right? You need the different kind of process, which everybody is talking now hydrogen from seawater. Seawater, when you talk about hydrogen, it is one of the best ways for getting the green hydrogen. But the cost wise, if you look at, the hydrogen cost is coming around 500 rupees per kg. The demand, you know that, right, the Reliance Industries, they have said that they will be able to produce hydrogen $1 per kg, which is quite optimistic. Our calculation says if you are able to get hydrogen 120 rupees per kg, that is good. But 500 rupees per kg hydrogen to brought down to a rate of 150 or even 200 rupees per kg is also a challenge. Presently, another issue is that for hydrogen from water electrolysis requires a kind of pure water. So seawater, if it can be converted into hydrogen, you need some kind of materials again which can remove all those kind of salts and whatever the impurities present in that. So cost is increasing. If you are able to do seawater for hydrogen production without any treatment, that is an asset. So a combination of seawater for carbon dioxide capture, convert it into carbonate, and then use the electrolysis for hydrogen, probably this would be the future. And already the R&D is being done in those directions, and all the youngsters have to define, to find out the research in the way what kind of materials would be good for converting this seawater into hydrogen, right? And that will be the future when you talk about a concept of green hydrogen. So this is where you see the shift in demand of green hydrogen, and India has made the target, right? So this is where you see 25 to 30 million metric tons of hydrogen demand by 2050, because everybody is using, the world is increasing at an exponential rate. The hydrogen, earlier it was used only for the refineries, petrochemicals. Now it is being used for the vehicular application. If you are using hydrogen for vehicular application, the transport sector will be a big sector, that is 22% of the hydrogen will be consumed by this kind of transport sector, whether it is a buses or lorries or maybe the aeroplane also in future. So that is where you need to understand that how the percentage share of green hydrogen is increasing. So where from this hydrogen will come, you need to again work in the case of, that is, development of the novel materials, and that is where the advancement is required. So I am talking more on carbon today because these two terms are interrelated. So you see that whenever you use any fossil derived feedstocks and use it for production of hydrogen, you need to work in terms of the carbon management system, right? And that is where, the concentration of carbon, which has gone now 417 ppm, that is an alarming issue with the high concentration, and that is where when we talk about how this concentration can be reduced, those carbon dioxide captured from the environment and convert it into some fuel, that is also a challenge for the future. And that is, when we talk about carbon dioxide, we don't have the several basalts. The most easy way to capture the carbon dioxide, you can put it under the sea rocks, right, or the basalts, and then you forget it. So over the year, these carbonates will convert, this carbon dioxide will convert to carbon dioxide. But the issue is that we have limited that kind of, here in India basalt. Most of the carbon dioxide, most of the industries, big industries, presently they are capturing and sending it to Norway, Greenstat or all these companies. They take it, they charge $180 per ton for for this, and they put it under the sea. So it means we are sending our lot of revenue, right, to other countries because we don't have any resources for converting the carbon dioxide. So now the government of India has made another vision or another mission. Instead of talking it CCUS, you have to talk only CCU. So carbon capture, utilization and storage. Now storage is no more important. You have to find the technology, carbon capture and utilization. So you convert the carbon dioxide into different chemicals or whatever the products. So that is now the future, and lot of things are to be done in terms of this kind of carbon management. So now we have to find out the devices that how this circular carbon neutral economy can be developed. And this is the future research, future R&D, and convert this carbon dioxide, whatever the technologies, whatever the ways, whatever the science you want to do, photochemical, electrochemical, thermochemical, convert it into chemicals, and this will be the future of petrorefineries. So carbon capture and convert it into any product which is again from the different kind of food stock, and that is a kind of, when you talk about hydrogen produced from these processes, it will not be a green hydrogen, it will be called either the pink hydrogen or a kind of blue hydrogen. So those concepts that hydrogen from the fossil derived feedstock, because these will continue remain because demand is increasing, but capture the carbon dioxide and make it blue hydrogen. Right? So it's a question of color coding, but from grey hydrogen to blue hydrogen, how to achieve that, there are a lot of, because you have to invest the money for that and you have to invest the energy also. So economically this is to be done, that is important, and that is where the research for the future is very important, and this is where, right, you have to capture the carbon dioxide from cement industry, steel industry, flue gases, and then find out the ways by which it can be converted. It can be converted to a variety of the products, right? Carbonates, you have the calcium carbonate, different type of fine chemicals, and these can be used. CO2 can be converted to methanol, ethanol, all this, that is C4, C5 hydrocarbons. So this is where you have to find out the linkage between the carbon dioxide capture and utilization and hydrogen production. So these are the different pathways where the lot of things are coming, right? Like renewable energy, all of you know, seawater, wastewater, you convert into deionized water and electrolyzer. So green hydrogen, which will be around 99% pure. So already this is at R&D level. Right? And this is where you need to scale up the processes, you need to develop the material, and this is the storage of hydrogen is a challenge. So people are working on converting into ammonia, and that ammonia can be used again, right, a source for hydrogen, and all these things, green ammonia applications, all of you know, right, green hydrogen application, all of you know. So a lot of things are to be done in these directions. The carbon, how it can be utilized, how it can be captured and converted, there are multiple routes, right? So conventional, what you see, coal based, lot of you know gasification process, you gasify the coal and you have the water gas shift reaction, you can have hydrogen, coal to hydrogen, you can convert syngas to methanol, dimethyl ether, that is our group is working on that with Thermex. We have a 1 ton per day plant in Pune with this high ash coal, which is 40% ash coal, and we convert it into methanol, and now with that the carbon dioxide of that is being converted to again methanol and dimethyl ether, and that is the first indigenous plant which has been developed and set up for 1 TPD, converted to now 1500 tons per day, and that is where we are working. So this is where the first session, the carbon avoidance. So you change this to reduce the fossil feedstock, and that is where the current, because indigenous, if you are talking make in India, you need to work in this direction. But there are a lot of R&D in this, right? Solar energy, photovoltaic, so different kind of materials to be developed. Because when you talk about photovoltaic cells, when you talk about photochemical reaction, when you talk about electrochemical reaction, this band gap is very important. So whether it is the traditional titanium based material, silicon based material, or some kind of new materials which is coming up nowadays in terms of R&D, we have to look at that. Because the efficiency of these kind of processes is poor. And now the important thing is that if you are able to increase the conversion or efficiency just by 1%, you are huge amount of revenue able to generate. And that is where the need for every industry looking at how the processes can be developed which can maximize. So So this is where you need to understand the A, B and C. So conventional is this and this is the alternative where we need to work, right? Same thing when you talk about the CO hydrogenation for methanol, already the conventional process is known. Shell has already the technology, UOP has already the technology, so this is the conventional, right? But the new technology is this one. This is the alternate. You capture the carbon dioxide, mix it again CO and then hydrogenate and then convert it into methanol. So that is where the carbon embedding, what you call CO2 utilization to reduce the fossil feedstock. And this is the C part which you see here, again the new trend, biomass based, right? So because the solar energy, it use photosynthesis reaction is there, you cultivate and then this biomass can be converted into, right, gasification, because coal biomass to biocoal, all these steel industries are nowadays using. You can torrefy the biomass, you can convert to coal and then coal plus biomass can be mixed. So 20% of this energy can be mixed and that is a green energy. Now the question is that how much biomass will be available? So remember, India has 240 billion ton of this biomass and every year around 230 million ton biomass is generated, which is presently being burned without any thought. So there is a concept of biorefinery and where all these petroleum or fossil-based refineries have to join the hands with the bio-based refinery. So every refinery will add this kind of biomass-based product. Now this will enhance the cultivation which are called energy crops, because life cycle is very important. So if you are able to produce the biomass by technology development in a small period of time, your product is called carbon negative, like algae biomass, microalgae biomass. These are the carbon negative crops. So that is where more R&D is to be done in this area, which is the C part and future, and that is where you say that carbon CO2 capture and permanently stored in the form of plant and fossil derived. That is against the fossil fuels, we are talking about biomass based raw material. This is the work which we are doing, and we are looking forward something like a biomass to hydrogen, because this is again a green process. And this is where I was talking about 1 kg of hydrogen can be produced by 12 to 15 kg of biomass. That's very, very good technology, and this can be, and this is the similar technology like coal gasification which we developed, because gasification of biomass and coal is similar. Only the problem is here when you talk about this tar formation, because this biomass will have a lot of tar, so you have to crack the tar or reform the tar and convert it again into hydrogen. So that is the entire flow sheet for this. I am not going in detail of this, but so there are several unit operations in between, and the efficiency of the entire process is very important, and one needs to check that how this, right, this tar can be converted into hydrogen or removed, because that is a challenge when you talk about biomass to hydrogen, and that is a lot of things are being done in this direction. And coal and biomass, you can have oxygen steam gasification of this and you can convert it into hydrogen easily in the process. So this is where I'm talking carbon capture and utilization, and this is the chain. You see here you have the different kind of source materials like burning of hydrocarbons, right, traditional steel industry process, cement industry process, and then you capture them. Capture can be pre-combustion, post-combustion. There are many methods which are already available. The need is to commercialize it. The need is to use the knowledge of science and technology and improve the efficiency of the existing processes. That is the challenge for the future. Then transportation, because this can be a kind of big refinery, so all this carbon dioxide is to be transported through the pipeline, right? So that is important. And then utilization. So it can be your EOR, right, that is whatever we say emission which is coming, or exhaust gas reduction. So these all carbon dioxide can be utilized, and there are many now. You see that the market dynamics key players, there are many already in the market who are working on this, and that is where the future or the a kind of revenue generation from this carbon dioxide utilization. But material will play very important, that is where the advanced materials. So we need to understand this complete utilization process to exhaust gas or whatever the traditional emissions which are coming from the refineries, and conversion into the chemicals and feedstock, and all those kind of processes can be used, how CO2 can be converted. So variety of the products can be obtained from carbon dioxide, and this is where the need of the hour if you are using the fossil derived feedstocks. So this is right one of the way, as I told you, that carbon dioxide can be captured. So I am not going in detail, but this is the post combustion, pre-combustion, and oxy-steam gasification. There are different methods by which the carbon dioxide can be captured. So there is just a simple right flow sheeting block diagram which can be used by the lab scale and can be extended. So you have the fuel, air, you have boiler, flue gas, capture the carbon dioxide and this carbon dioxide. So these technologies are known, well known. The simple example is biogas, right? Biogas, you know, 55% is methane and 45% is carbon dioxide. Use a simple process of adsorption, convert it into methane, carbon dioxide will go away. This carbon dioxide can be used, right, absorbed in the water and use it for irrigation purpose. That is very good, simple technique. And methane you can compress, make it CNG, bio-CNG, and mix it with the IGL or PNG gas, and that is where the need, or every government is working on this, state government or central government, they jointly they are working, and this biogas which can come from kitchen right waste, and that can be utilized as a source of energy, and that is the green energy. Solar energy can be used, part of that, for utilization of this, and methane can be converted into hydrogen, and that is a green hydrogen. So that is where you need to think that how the technology can be developed. The second is the pre-combustion. So this is what I am saying, post-combustion, pre-combustion and oxy-combustion. All these methods are being used for carbon dioxide capture or utilization of this. And this is where you need to understand that when you use this process, in between the energy will be generating, so you can run the power turbines, you can use it for the boilers, feed steams and all this. So you have to integrate the entire process in such a way that there is the overall efficiency as maximum as possible. So these are the different methods for the future, right? Already these methods are being used. So CO2, this is how the CO2 can be produced or whatever the existing technology. So these are the couple of methods. I am not going in detail of these processes. This is again when you talk about post-combustion technology. So after combustion the carbon dioxide can be captured, and this is the oxy-fuel combustion process. So all these methods are very well known, and all the refineries where they do coal gasification, so it is the oxy-steam gasification, it is the coal gasification directly in the presence of, that is the steam, or the coal gasification in the presence of oxygen plus steam, and the purpose is that how much energy, because the endothermicity of the reaction can be converted into partly exothermicity, and these kind of gasifiers are being used and designed for the process. So this is where the different methods for carbon capture, and then look at the materials. That is where we talk about the advanced materials, right? So this is where you see now series of these materials can be used, and simply the biomass you convert into char, make it into aerogel, and that aerogel can be used for carbon capture. This is where we need to understand the advancement of the material, and these are the new materials for the future. So CO2 capture, where I was talking about the pressure swing adsorption, temperature swing adsorption, or simple adsorption process, which are generally used for CO2 capture by using the adsorption based method, and these are the series of, because this requires a highly porous material and very high surface area material. So how to generate a high surface area material and highly porous, there are different methods, and based on this you see that there are the metal organic framework, chemical organic framework, or some kind of these materials like graphenes, carbon nanotube. All these can be derived from biomass based materials, and that is where the coal derived carbon you see that there are different modified approaches where the metal organic framework, which are nothing but the cross linked polymer rings, and these can be used for the carbon capture. So these are the research for the future. So when you talk about capture, conversion and utilization is very important. So that's why the chemical and biologically, the various methods where CO2 can be converted by using the kind of bacteria, and this can be converted into ethanol, butanol or petrol. So there is automatically the hydrogen which is coming in situ from the water itself, and these bacteria, they can convert this carbon dioxide into different kind of products, and that is where the biological, although the process is slow, kinetics is very slow, but that is where the modification is required for the future new bio-based material which can be used for this. There are the couple of applications when it is from the fermentation industry, that carbon dioxide is pure carbon dioxide. So these can be used by the food and carbonated drinks, right? This can be used for enhanced oil recovery. So these are the methods which can be used for converting the carbon dioxide into different products. So we have now designer fuel we call, like carbon dioxide can be converted to methanol, ethanol, formaldehyde, acetic acid, and series of the petrochemical. And this is where the utilization of carbon dioxide for petrochemical industry. And when this CIPET role, right, we talk, this becomes very important, right? The polymers which can be made, dimethyl carbonate, right, this can be made from this carbon dioxide. So carbon dioxide capture, and then this is, if it is a bio-based material, this is completely a green polymer, right? And all those kind of polymers which are generally, because this carbon dioxide can be converted to ethylene, propylene, butadiene, any kind of product. Little bit chemistry, little bit catalysis you have to do, and you can get these products. So that is where this a concept of this petro refineries which is nowadays coming, and the integrated petro refinery where refinery and petrochemicals have to come together, and that is where the whatever the product or waste which is coming from refinery should be transferred to the petrochemical industry, and petrochemical industry should use it as a raw material, and this is the process intensification and integrate the two, and that is the future refinery concept where you have to use it. So I am not going again detail, but these are the methods by which, right, lot of R&D is being done by different groups. So CO2 hydrogenation to methanol, formate, methane, light olefins, aromatics, gasoline, everything can be converted, CO2 can be converted into these chemicals. Thermal, right, there are different methods by syngas can be made from the carbon dioxide, which is reverse water gas shift reaction, already well known. Then fine chemicals can be produced from there, and similarly high temperature, when you talk electrolysis, people are doing lot of work on CO2 hydrogenation using the electrochemically, and low temperature, high temperature, photochemically and electrochemically, all these work is being done, that is the electrocatalysis and photoelectrocatalysis, and this is the, because the energy consumption in these processes is low, that's why these last two processes, electrocatalysis and photoelectrocatalysis, are being done at R&D level. Only thing that how to scale up and how to use it for a large scale, those things are yet to be addressed. So these are the future direction for this. So I am not going on the right hand side because that is a kind of thermodynamics. People are doing lot of DFT calculation. So without doing the experiment, if you know the computational methods, lot of molecular chemistry nowadays coming. This is especially for the researchers, right? Do the DFT calculation, do the molecular chemistry, and try to understand which material would be good for given conversion, right? So that is where the selection of the material, what the different products have been shown here. Formic acid, propanol, ethanol, acetaldehyde, ethylene, methanol, right, CO, everything can be made. But economy is very important, and that is where you need to understand here. Calculate the cost of this. One thing is clear, that based on the right hand side analysis, just as summary I want to tell, that if you are converting CO2 into C1 plus hydrocarbon, that is more economical compared to if you are converting it just to C, right? Second thing is that if it is more and more oxygenated compounds, then the conversion is easy compared to non-oxygenated compound. It means CO2 to ethylene would be difficult compared to CO2 to ethanol. So you have to do complete analysis and then find out the route through which it can be converted, and that is the research for the future, where how the catalyst can be selected for this process, and all the researchers should think in that direction. And this is not a domain of one branch of science and engineering. All branches of science and engineering have to come together and then work for these kind of, if you want to commercialize it. So a lot of opportunities in order to utilize this. So this is, you see that the different kind of materials which are coming for the future. When you talk about advancement of sustainable material, these will be the material where we talk just a simple example of high entropy alloy, right? So people talk high entropy alloy nowadays for development of these catalysts. People talk single atom catalyst, because what you see, smaller is always better, right? Smaller will have large surface area. Smaller will use less amount of size of the reactor. So miniaturization is also important. We don't want anything such a large refinery in petrochemical plant. We want this in a lorry. in a tabletop reactors we want. That's the need of the future. And that is where, which is practically possible, because I said that you have to develop the material in such a way, advanced. If you are replacing the traditional catalyst, the new catalyst should be highly active. If it is 1000 times active than the previous catalyst, it means size will be reduced by that number. That is where the need of the hour, right? And these kind of materials which you see here, right? All these are the cage, frame, all these are being tested nowadays, and these can be used for synthesis or for conversion of carbon dioxide into series of the products. Right? So science is very important, engineering is very important, and then just joining these two together is very important, and that is where you need to look at how these porous carbons, biomass based products, polymers, resins, ionic liquids, all these kind of materials can be used for this kind of applications. So this is where I am not going again on right hand side, because there is a lot of research on this, right? Lot of, as I said, now molecular chemistry works on this, lot of DFT calculations comes on this, and lot of researchers at IITs, all IITs, NITs, they are working in this direction. Important thing is here, thermochemical conversion. If you are looking, you have to understand how to optimize a catalyst for high conversion, selectivity, and durability. That's challenge for the future, right? All the catalysts, because when you talk about the concept of circular economy, most of these catalysts are being thrown away. And life is 3 years. Can you increase the life of the existing catalyst by 1 year? Can you increase the conversion by just say 5%, 10% or even 1%? Can you improve the selectivity to a level of 99%? Because more the unit operation for suppression of the products and the reactants and the byproducts, it is costing huge. So the future direction is that you develop or design the process in such a way, and that's why I am repeating the term process intensification. You have to do exergy analysis in every process now, not just like simple thermodynamic analysis or energy analysis. Wherever the losses in the each units, you have to find out the losses regions and then try to overcome with those losses. And that is the future research. That is the future energy utilization. Because saving the energy is important. At the same time, improvement in the process, existing process is important. And all these things are very important when you talk about reactor innovation. So existing reactors are there, but efficiency, just like simple example, photo, right, cells, all these photovoltaic cells, the efficiency is only 15%. If you are able to make the new cell, which has efficiency at 25%, 30%, it is saving the huge amount of energy. So new materials are to be developed for photovoltaic cells, solar-based photovoltaic, perovskite-based materials. So that is the future, right? And every process consumes the energy, and that is where your techno-economic viability of the process, all these things would be very important, and that is where you talk about the conferences like this. You have to debate on these, where to go, how to proceed. A brainstorming session is required, and that will give the solution for the future. So this is where I am not going in detail. That's some R&D which is being done at IIT Roorkee, or many IITs are doing. That is how this kind of, right, photocatalysis. Because in photocatalysis you say band gap is important, right? How to develop these kind of materials where the controlled band gap with several life cycles, these can be used. And that is where the key to success, and you have to understand all these parameters when you talk about, right, this chemistry, how to CO2 can be converted photochemically or photoelectrochemically into different products, and government is investing huge amount of money to support these kind of projects, right? And that is where CCU has come in the picture along with hydrogen, and convert, because hydrogen is required inside every process. So balance these two, and that is very important and key to success. So this is photochemical conversion. I am not going in detail, just a sensitivity here is that, right, catalyst conversion efficiency, right, only less than 2%. This is the existing science, right? So how to improve these things? Catalyst, new catalyst you develop, reactor configuration, right? People are using membrane kind of reactors, so CO2 adsorbs, right? And then it takes the water also from the material and converts into hydronium. So again it produces into hydronium, converts into hydrogen, and CO2 gets dissolved, and you are producing hydrogen. So capturing carbon dioxide, using it for hydrogen production, and then again use it for the conversion. So that is where the reactor configuration, lot of these kind of new challenges are for the future. So that is your electrochemical. So stability of catalyst, all the time we talk, because the catalyst durability is very important with the concept of when you talk about the circular economy, when you talk about the sustainability, when we talk about sustainable development goal, then all these factors are very important as far as the new generation is concerned. So you have to develop the product which is sustainable for a long period of time, which consumes less amount of energy, and which is eco-friendly or environment-friendly. Then only your product or your process will be acceptable, and that is where the need to develop the novel material or advanced materials and then work it in different directions. This is where the photo electrochemical reactions are nowadays very popular, but lot of materials are to be developed for this kind of reaction. So I am just stopping here just to talk circular, because these are the futures of the catalysis. You see, because I work in the area of catalysis, so I thought that let me give you a big glimpse about this. So these are the new features, because I told you nanoparticles are very important, right? They have very high surface area. They are good in terms of high dispersion. So instead of using 30% nickel as a catalyst, you can use 5% or 1% if you are able to make the stable nanoparticles of nickel. Stable what I am using, because as soon as you put in the reactor, these are highly unstable, they join together and make a bigger particle. So stable nanoparticles, and these are the key to success. You see that different names have been shown here, and this is where the future in terms of R&D for using a kind of different catalysts, and this is the advancement materials, and these are the advanced materials for CO2 conversion. People are working on core cell catalysts and different examples in terms of how to avoid sintering, how to convert, make the high efficiency and conversion. All these are important. Then this is another core cell catalyst. The details are given. I am not going in detail, but the CO2 reduction, when we talk, we convert CO2 into methanol, we convert CO2 into dimethyl ether, and that is, you can convert to formaldehyde, ethanol, and lot of. So CO2, if you are able to convert to larger carbon product, that is advantageous. But you have to use the the definition in terms of the economy and the process conversion, that is important. So development of material plays a very important role, and this understanding of the surface. So this is a kind of the mechanism of the reaction. So I am not going in detail, but this is the future research. So this is organic metal, organic framework which are generally used, and highly porous with high surface area. So you can control the pore size here, you can control the stability of the material, thermally, chemically, and this is where the lot of R&Ds are being done in this direction. This is a new area again, single atom catalyst. As I said, nanoparticle is still a cluster of the atoms, right? So if you are able to make a single atom of that, that is again, it means a small percent of the metal can be used, and this is highly efficient. So now lot of R&D is being done in these kind of surface metals. So material science will play a very important role for the future, soft materials, and then science, and then engineering. That is, lot of engineering will come into picture for development and then scale up of these kind of catalysts. You see that on the the properties are improving in terms of the size. I am talking of the order of angstrom for this. This is the material for the future. Right? And lot of already the people are working in these areas, because high atom utilization efficiency, sites when you talk about the reaction which is taking place. So how to utilize these kind of materials for the future in terms of CO2 capture, in terms of when you talk about a sustainable engineering, sustainable science, and sustainable energy production for these kind of hydrogen, CO2, or any type of chemicals which are producing. You need to change the material which is existing, and that is the key to the success for the future. So this is where high entropy materials, another area. So different combination of 4 or 5 metals can be taken, and this is an alloy type material. So entropy more means they are more and more stable, because lower the entropy it can be transformed. And all of you know thermodynamic delta G is equal to delta H minus TdS. So TdS number, when you do the reaction or when you talk about the reaction, you try to minimize that. And this is where when you make the material sustainable, you have to make the material high entropy. So 0.1, 0.1, 0.145 metals, and make the alloy and do the analysis, and all these things are a theoretical study. Just by DFT, molecular chemistry, you understand all these, and then whether it is ruthenium, gallium, gadolinium, or all those kind of nickel, cobalt, all these can be used here, and then these kind of this is where you call equimolar alloy of 5 or more element, and you will have high entropy material, and these kind of materials are very good for CO2 capture and conversion. So that is again important for future. So this is where the different high entropy aerogels are being made. Right, we are working in these directions. So these aerogels are very good for carbon dioxide capture. They are very good as a catalyst also for noble material. And this is a simple process. You see that the process is simple. You take palladium, copper, gold, silver, bismuth only at PPT level concentrations, and this material can be converted in that kind of what is shown in the right hand side. And these materials are very stable as a catalyst for different reactions. Not only for one reason, even biomass to biochemical, biopolymer, polylactic acid, all these can be done by this process. So that is where the biomass can be converted, or lignin, pulp and paper. Lignin, somebody was asking about the substitute. So biomass polymers, the lignin would be very good source, and lignin is coming from pulp and paper industry. And that lignin can be converted into BTX or all these kind of products, right, through these catalysts. And same biomass or carbon can be used to synthesize these catalysts as a support along with these metals. So this is the work which we are doing on plastic also, right? So plastic can be converted to hydrogen, plastic can be converted to chemicals, plastic can be converted to monomers also. So that is where you need to see that this is some work which has been done by our group, and you can get 1 ton of the plastic can give you around 800 kg of the fuel. Right, and that fuel can be just like a furnace oil. If you give some catalysis there, you can convert into petrol or diesel, and that can directly be blended also. Only thing that BIS norms are to be followed and approval is required. So these are the right areas where the future research can be done and extended. So this is where I am talking the opportunities, way forward. So lot of theoretical AI tools are available. So use of AI, machine learning, right, these can be used. How throughput DFT calculation can be done and understand, and you can have this kind of product. So with this, I stop here myself, and if you have any right question or any discussion required, you can contact me also, and if discussion required in person, I am available here. And thank you very much for your listening, but there is a need to make the awareness of the society, and this is where you need to look at in total how the process can be developed for the future. Thank you. So if you have any question, quick question, because time is short, I think I understand that. Yeah.
Sir, inspiring talk. Sir, regarding your aerogels which you showed last, so what are the pores? These are microporous or mesoporous?
See, when you talk about the aerogels, we talk in terms of micro and mesoporous, because these are 90% porous category, right? And surface area of the order of 1200 meters per gram. And these are very good in terms of absorption. These are very good for oil spillage, oil capture also, which is in the sea and all these things, and very spongy material. So the material, when you talk about, you need to tune it in terms of the, suppose I talk about oil spillage. So oil spillage is a carbon, right, where C5 to C10 range of hydrocarbon, or sometimes C20 also. So then you need to develop the mesoporous material. So, and when I talk about the gas purification, then I talk in terms of microporous material. So you have to tune this, and that can be done when you do the freeze drying. So during the freeze drying, this pores generate. And depending upon the stabilizer you add in that, your pore size can be controlled. So you have to tune it during the process for a selected process. If you are using for carbon dioxide capture, say CO2 and hydrogen separate. So hydrogen will pass, CO2 will capture. So kinetic diameters are to generate. If I am talking for oil spillage, you need not to worry about it. So a simple process will give you, and that because it will be basically mesoporous, and it is a kind of absorbing material. So oil will spill, yeah, and then if you heat it, these are resistant to 700 degrees. So oil will come out, and this will remain.
And sir, for CO2 capture, what are your expected surface area range of these materials?
See, the MOF which I said, right, metal organic frame or chemical organic. So 700 plus surface area is well. Because CO2 absorption will depend what is the capacity of CO2 absorbing, and for how much time you are able to store it. Because I need to dissolve it also. So all these pressure swing absorption where rate activated carbon materials are generally used, 5 minutes is average time. So in 5 minutes, your CO2 will absorb, and then second 5 minutes there will be vacuum or temperature, so CO2 will come out, and now this is ready for. So for that generally you need to use is something like zeolite based material, but with less, because CO2 is acidic, so you have to understand the acidity of this gas and acidity of the substance. So it will be a mild acidic adsorbent. So like carbon, you can develop mild acidity there. You can have zeolite structure, and you can have these kind of elements. So CO2 capture, most of the time it is activated charcoal material because it is cheaper material, and that's why it is. And
Okay.
carbon material can be used for that.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, from student side, if there is any question. So you can interact me at any time.
Thank you so much, sir, for entertaining us. Can you have you on a stage for a moment, sir, please? Pan, sir. Now I request Honorable DG, sir, to present the memento to our Pan, sir, as a first keynote speaker, sir. And I also request Honorable DG, sir, to say few words to us. Memento first, sir. Can we?
This dress is also made from waste cloth.
So thank you, Professor Pant, for this mesmerizing talk. And just I'd like to give you a brief insight about the CIPET that is a couple of years back we transformed our main domain from plastic to petrochemical. And recently, as per the mandate of Government of India and our ministry, that we are changing towards the downstream chemicals. So what you mentioned in your talk about the designer chemicals as well as the designer polymers, it's a very you can say good or insight and upcoming talk. And especially you see that we are having 3 good and well-equipped R&D center in the CIPET, and they are engaged in such kind of activity. And just to needless to mention to all the august audience that we have an MOU with IIT Roorkee, so that we can, in case if anybody finds any opportunity based on this particular talk, because Professor Pant is pioneer in the field of petrochemical in India. So they can interact and they can have a look at different kind of aspects, what are the futuristic approaches pertaining to the petrochemical, especially my colleagues from R&D. So we used to call the School of Advanced Research in Petrochemical. So we have got a very good facility, and one facility you have already seen at Chennai. So with these words, thank you, sir, for this kind of thing. Although some was a very you can say the in a lighter note, a very hardcore thing. But the downstream perspective related from the environmental issues to the economic aspect, that is very apt. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, we are taking a very short break of 10 minutes. Then we will continue with the second session of first half. Thank you so much for having your time here, sir, and for this inaugural ceremony. Thank you so much. Immediately after the short tea break, Industry Connect Meet will be there in hall number 4 at 2nd floor. I request you all to extend your support with the time limits, and please attend all the sessions. Thank you so much for this time. Thank you.
And in this session we have 4 speakers, but one speaker is absent. So usually 30 minutes is given for each, and we have already little delay. So I'll stick to, I request the speakers please complete the presentations within 20-25 minutes, followed by 5 minutes interactions, and I expect a very interactive session because through interactions we can learn many things. So I would like to invite the first speaker of this session, Dr. D.S. Bagh. In brief introduction of Dr. Bagh, Dr. Bagh is a scientist of polymer materials at Defense Materials and Store Research and Development Establishment, DRDO Kanpur, and having more than 25 years of experience in the field of polymer materials and technologies. At present, Dr. Bagh is an additional director and head, polymers and rubber divisions, project directors of 2 major projects, advanced polymer and their technologies, and polymers and nanomaterials for defense application. He has very long introductions, so I just want to mention few more things. He is author of an international book, Principles of Polymers, and advanced book. He is also edited of Journal of Polymer Materials and international journals. Dr. Bagh is also author of Bengali poem book. It's very interesting. Tomar Sathe Sabse, right? So the Sahobase, editors of Bengali magazines, Kalantre Kanpur. Okay, so with this I just want to invite Dr. Bagh, please come and deliver his talk.
Minutes before, okay, yes, so that I can finish. Thank you, Professor Prakash Vishwas, for your nice introduction to me, although I know I do not deserve that much of exaggeration, but I am indeed happy, and it is honor to me that I have been invited by Dr. Alok Sahu and came to CIPET to give some of my understanding in this field of sustainable material. I had also the similar problem like Dr. Ratno, Dr. Sahu, but luckily I have said, because the defense minister will be visiting soon, and that's why I excused that training and came here. So anyway, I am happy, and today my topic was mainly to cover this smart and self-healing materials, a kind of sustainable material solution, but it could not complete the total idea. That's why I will talk little bit about the sustainable material. Of course, I do believe in the first lecture, Professor Pant, in which way he covered everything, it is very, very easy for me to walk in that path. Of course, the area what he has covered, I won't cover that area because I do not have that type of exposure, but I will cover something of my understanding of sustainable materials and technology. I will give you examples, 3 examples in the perspective of sustainability, that is the evolution of the aerospace material, armor composite materials, smart and self-healing materials. Finally, I will come into the conclusion and concluding remark. Which side is it moving? The sustainability term I came to know since 1998 when I was in VIT. So sustainability, it is not a rigid term, it is a continuous and dynamic process. In today what is sustainable, it may not sustain tomorrow. In my own way to define, which one? Tell me. ये तो बता मैं ये होगा? Fight, win and sustain. Where to fight, where is our concern, but don't fight with your neighbors, you could not sustain. In that thing, I will tell you one example. In that case, you have to cope up to sustain. So our concern, and from the very beginning, that it is the energy is our concern, the environment where we live, that is our concern, and in concern are concerned by the cost and a competitive cost. And the second thing, how to fight. This is the main issue. How to fight for the sustainability? There are three things, because as per our demand or modern technological demand, if you want to make a component of a material of our need, we need to have some starting or raw material. You have to convert into by some of the process where it needs the energy. So to make a material sustainable, technology to sustainable, you need to have the materials. You take the sustainable material. These are natural materials, because these are plenty materials and it will not harm to the nature or environment. You take this natural material and you use renewable energy, not the non-renewable energy, because non-renewable energy, that reserve is going to be exhausted or depleted. One more thing, that is, it produces lot of carbon dioxide, and which will producing and polluting the environment. On the other hand, the solar energy, wind energy, biomass, hydropower, tidal energy, and all those energy, that if you take it for your process to make a material, these energy processes give you almost zero carbon footprint, or maybe little bit. Now you have to adapt the process by which you make a technology or a product. That process should be such that you have to have a green synthesis. In chemistry, green synthesis, there are so many parameters, it is again a big subject. Or otherwise, if you convert it in such a way that there will be zero waste. These are the three important parameters. One more thing I like to take, that achieving sustainably and environmentally sound practices, that is of minimizing and managing waste. Waste here there are two kind, either minimize your waste, or what Professor Pant deliberately discussed exhaustively, that how plastic could be converted into biofuel and all other things. So again, it will, when you will recycle it or you can convert into the fuel, you will add to the circular economy. So these are the things. I am not going into the details. That sustainability is the ability to continue over a long period of time, and time is not defined. That's why I told you that it is temporary, it is a dynamic. Today what is sustainable, it may not be sustainable tomorrow. Two aspects, that you preferably use the renewable energy. In each of the renewable energy, there are a lot of competition. What topic has been selected today in the of this conference, that sustainable materials for energy. In each of the energy sector, whether it is solar energy, biomass, whatever it may be, there is a lot of competition. Today, battery technology, lithium is dominating. But all the other end, there are some other way, there may have some other demerits, whether it is electrolyte and other things. So there is a competition among them also. The third thing, that sustainable material or technology such that you minimize and waste or utilize that waste. Now you see that when there is a energy materials, that's why I like to tell you something in that respect, that the sustainable energy material, renewable, are mainly the solar cell, fuel cell, batteries and supercapacitor. And even not only today, you have seen in my first slide also, there is a electric vehicle. Electric vehicle has come to the market because it will pollute less. And the thing is that battery technology is the cause of the e-mobility for electric bus, aviation, even aerospace they are thinking too. Although energy charge density is 160 watt hour per kilo, in order to achieve high energy density, it is not that how many hours a vehicle could run or aeroplane could run, simultaneously you need to have to reduce the weight. In submarine, you cannot use the non-renewable energy because inside the carbon dioxide whatever generated and all those things. So all the submarine is a lot of batteries and fuel cells are being used. Another issue is that how to absorb the carbon. Carbon converting on chemicals, that is also in one way of utilizing carbon dioxide. In other way, how to absorb for the time being when a submarine is going inside. So I wanted to tell you that not only for the battery technology, electric vehicles like the cars are available today, even also this is very, very important in a system or defense system too. Now two things I want to tell you regarding the materials. Today we were talking about the materials. Sustainability will come first, last. First the materials. If you see today the classical material to modern engineering materials, metal alloys, ceramics, polymers and plastics and composite. These are the three basic material: metals, ceramics and polymers, and combination of these, any of these things, what I use to give the term that the composite, whether it may be polymer matrix composite, metal matrix composite, ceramic matrix composite. The functional material, intelligent material, self-healing materials, nanomaterials, sustainable materials are not at all a material. It is the adjective what is given, that he is a good boy, but boy is the same whether you use the term this thing. So basic three materials including composite, it is four material, and polymer is the youngest member of the material family. It has just completed in 2020 that 100 years of its the synthetic polymer. Now there are so many applications in the CIPET audience. I need not to tell about the polymer, but two things I will repeat. It may be repeated to you also. I like to tell today most of the cases metals are replaced by composite or some other things in the engineering sector, that you know also, and polymer is used starting from the space to underground, you know, including inside our body because of its versatility and all those things. Now what are the key point in a polymeric material, that why it is so pronounced and able to sustain and able to get opportunity to grow and replacing the other material. Fourth thing, the polymer molecule, has average molecular weight and molecular weight distribution. They are chain, and since it is a long chain, they are entangled chain. You need to provide the force to pull together or tear it together, and that is one. Ethylene is a gas and polyethylene you are getting because of this entanglement, and a organic molecule gas has been converted into the polymer having a material. Another thing what I usually call it, that polymer's mother to care to all material. You cannot put polymer into the metal, but polymer is such a material, it can absorb or accommodate all other, whether fiber, whether fabric or the particulate fibers and all those things. So it has that capability, and that is because of the molecular weight distribution, where small molecules fundamentally are acting as a plasticizer to the long chain molecules. Then if you see, do you think in that way that today we are talking polyethylene is a very cars to all of us. It is not polyethylene. Polyethylene is not going to the garbage. It is misconception. It is we are throwing into the garbage. Now the whole gamut the polyethylene is considered to be the highest consuming polymeric material. ये सबसे सस्ता जिसको फेंक दे रहा है से शुरू करके सेम पॉलीमर a gas, it is being used in the form of fiber and fabric as a bulletproof jacket which can resist a AK-47. This beauty, a gas molecule by transformation of chemistry and technology would resist a bullet too. Now that you know, I do not want to tell this one. Sustainable perspective, I want to show you 3 examples where the base of my lecture is. You see the evolution of aerospace material. When Wright brothers discovered that first flight in 1903, that total was wood and fabric, aeroplane was wood and fabric. Next is that 1915 100% steel, then copper aluminum alloy, that is duralium, is 100% in 1917. Then aerospace industry came into the 1949 where 100% aluminum alloys. Composite started to come into the aerospace industry in 1972, only 4%. Then 87, only 15%. Now if you see today, 50% composite are used in aerostructure. So with the transformation in 2013, so by the transformation of only say 10 or 20 years, that so much of composite is being used. Why so? Because again it is the cost, it is the lightweight to save energy. Because flight, the aviation terminal fluid, 1 kilo if you can weight, if you reduce, you can save your energy lot. So not only that, it is not the end, it is predicted by 2030 at least 70 to 80% composite will be used in this the aerostructure. So but the why, I told you, I do not want to repeat it, just to increase the fuel efficiency, to improve the aerodynamic performance, and to move away using aluminum from airframes, designer flexibility and all those things, and up to 58% reduction over metals and metal alloys, and that's why composite is being used nowadays. So the sustainability perspective, you will see that how in the field of aerospace, polymer and composite is being piercing and getting a position to sustain. In our light combat aircraft Tejas, there is also 45% composite are inducted. Its weight is only 9 ton in compared to 19 ton of the similar type of fighter aircraft, and there are so many parts which are made up of composite. Now these are central fuselage, fin assembly, rudder assembly, undercarriage door, all these parts are made up of polymer composite. So Tejas airframe is having 45% composite by weight and 90% by the surface area. It is cost effective manufacturing process and cost saving too. Okay, so these are all, and these are the some of the contribution of the DMSRD in my group particularly. And you see that flight data recorder, how the system is changing. The weight of the black box was 8 kg to nowadays 1.4 kg, and the 64 GB is the memory rather than the 96 MB. So the future of the aerospace material is the stealth composite and thermoplastic composite, because the aerospace industry is demanding for recyclable aero, and that is being projected, and smart and self-healing. So these are the way you see the future flight path 2050, that 75% reduction in carbon dioxide emission and 90% reduction of this thing, and all air vehicles are designed and manufactured to be recyclable. So in that way a thermoplastic composite is coming a big way. Now in body armor, initially body armor started with the steel, now after that the Kevlar technology dominated up to 2000. 1980 to 2020 years. Now Kevlar technology has gone. Now people are using the ultra high molecular weight base composite. So the today what is sustainable may not sustain in the future also. This is this example, and it is the recent one. It is the DMSRD main contribution. Some of the project what is are going on, and such type of this thing riot protection suit are now going to inducted into the system. The smart and self-healing is material that the self-infection capability and adaptive ability is a smart material, and self-healing material, as the name indicate, it is the in 2000 the self-healing 2001 is the self-healing the concept came, although repairing and the welding, patching, fusion, that technology was long back, but the concept came where the healing efficiency 70% it is proved when it is published in Nature, then it has a tremendous impact to the so the field has come up with a very big way. We are also working some of the aspect, and finally that US Defense Department estimated that the global market of unmanned air vehicle will be worth of 55 billion by 2030. Now finally there are so many techno marvels are projected in the smart and self-healing, where we have to fly our aeroplane like a bird or a butterfly, and gun will fire when it will be only held by the hand of your owner. So there are so many technologies, so many work is being going on, but the self-healing material and sustainability, in 2 minutes I will finish. That material has the built-in capability to autonomically heal cracks, cater durability, and cover the safety aspect. These are the characteristics of the self-healing material. In all construction engineering, even building engineering, everywhere people are trying to buy material which will require minimum maintenance. So the self-healing material has a potential to reduce the resource consumption, extend the life of the products, nullify the replacement of the materials component, and reduce waste. So it is central component of the circular economy, and finally this class of material technology could be considered as a kind of sustainable solution. Finally, I must conclude and summarize in this way. If you look into very seriously that polymer, in which way it has entered into our society, it is the materials of the millennium. Now the concern is our energy, environment and cost. Environment is environment, it is we are polluting it, so we have to control it. It is nothing with the polymer. सस्ता वाला है तो फेंक दे रहा हूँ. What somebody that gave the one example that in foreign that they are toffee your pocket, but in India it is not there. Sustainability effort is to make ourselves comfortable to live in the society and environment. So we need to take care our earth and nature. Again, the possibilities are limited by virtue and guidance of the nature itself. Only because what I tell you, the self-healing, it is all a concept. It came from the nature. You cut it, automatically it is healed. So to protect our earth, take the concept again from the nature to it. It is finally, it is the Ganga Jale, Ganga Puja. Mane only thing we have to manipulate it, and it is the how to fight with sustainability. It all depends on us. With this, thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Bag, for a wonderful talk on smart and self-healing material, sustainable material solution. So I expect few questions from the audience.
Shall I ask one question?
Yes, sure.
There are many varieties of bulletproof material on which real team is working. So that you know that very well, that a big chunk part of the steel that has gone out, and polymeric based materials have come. But very recently I came to know that they are again working on metal materials, where they are making use of metallic material, because you know that whenever there is a bullet, okay, it has to penetrate to some extent inside inside the armor, so that it cannot be reflected back to human being. So
I got your point, sir. I tell you that the main aspect is that the Kevlar, till some of the established technology to cope up with the ultra-high polyethylene technology, they are using, in some cases they are using CR thickening fluid,
yes,
okay, or CR thickening gel. It is a combination of those two. Now in our case, the ultra-high molecular polyethylene we are using in DMSIT is known for bulletproof jacket. The main concern is that you have to reduce the weight. Now the solution is 9 kg. Still, if we can reduce, that is well and good. So they are demanding. So it is again a play around with this way. And another aspect I like to tell you, sir, in this upcoming project, that PNM project, it is the upcoming project where we are taking self thickening gel. Okay, so that is also one part. Simultaneously, for your information, sir, and I have started one project what you mentioned, that is the metamaterial, means negative poison ratio material, where if you pierce, if you hit, rather than it is squeeze, it will swell, or it will give you the bounce back effect. So that type of materials are very much necessary for the particularly the bulletproof jacket and all those things.
One more question, please. One more quick question. Anyone from back?
Everybody understood, or otherwise nobody has understood. If there is no question, meaning is like this.
So I have a quick question. Like you have shown some Tejas aircraft made by some composite material. So what actually the materials is used?
That fin and other thing, there is a bismaleimide, that co-curing technology. These are the main highlight of Tejas. But it was established long back.
And so what kind of composite materials? Is there any sustainable materials is used, or?
No, in which respect it is sustainable? It is used in Tejas, it is a sustainable material. But if you throw it into the environment, it is not a sustainable material, because it is a bismaleimide is a resin, better than the epoxy resin, and carbon composite. But it is a sustainable material in terms of its application in Tejas. Okay, and some other are also used. So many seals we have contributed. Say not only the polyether ether ketone of peak lightning insulator tube is also contributed from our laboratory for Tejas. Not only that, again 83 aircraft has been sanctioned, and Mark II has also been started.
Okay, thank you so much. If you have no questions, let's thank the speaker again.
मेरा thank you to the पीछे thank you.
Now the next speaker of this session is Dr. Sanjeev Banerjee. So Dr. Banerjee will talk about the functional porous polymers for CO2 capture application. So Dr. Banerjee is an associate professor and head of Department of Chemistry, IIT Bhilai. He is the author, co-authors of 62 peer-reviewed journal publications, 2 patents and 8 book chapters. He is recipient of numerous awards, including ACRB Early Career Research Award 2019, ACRB Ramanujan Fellowship 2016, RSC Molecular System Design and Engineering Outstanding Reviewers 2019, RSC Polymer Chemistry Engineering Investigators 2020, Wiley Next Generations of Polymer Researchers 2022, and Chemical Research Society of India Bronze Medal for the year 2024, among others. He is currently serving as an associate editor of Frontiers in Chemistry journals. His research group is currently working on innovative materials and key elements for healthcare, sustainability and energy applications. So with this introduction, I request Dr. Banerjee, please give a talk. Start your presentation.
Thank you, the chair, for the kind introduction. So I will be talking about functional porous materials for carbon dioxide capture applications. And in the morning, Professor Pant nicely lay out why carbon dioxide capture is important and why its utilization is important. So I will not go into the details of the introduction because that is done by Professor Pant nicely. So before I start, I will like to mention about IIT Bhilai. So this is a sketch of our newly built campus. We started in 2016. Currently we are around 1050 students and 77 faculty members. This is a workshop we are hosting in November, Indo-German workshop on green hydrogen and allied areas. As our director Professor Rajiv Prakash mentioned, we are working on it with Bhilai Steel Plants and other collaborators. So in my research group we are covering these areas, okay, but for this talk I will be covering only carbon dioxide capture applications. Let's see. So why we are required to reduce our carbon footprint? Because we need to reduce the global warming. This is alarming nowadays. And if we consider who are responsible for this increase of 1 degree temperature of seawater, it's we as human beings are responsible because of our various activities, including burning of fossil fuels, deforestation, industrial processes and all those things. So as we as human beings are responsible, we as human beings are responsible to get over it also and find a solution. And if we consider who are the major pollution emitters, there are a lot of people, lot of industry who are emitters, including steel industries. That's why we joined hands with Bhilai Steel Plants to find a solution of this thing. This is one of the process which they cover in the integrated steel mill, where the CO2 emission is very high. And the consequences of this global warming is huge. It can lead to health hazards, to drastic weather changes and to many other things. So I will be talking about functional mesoporous materials. So these are materials which have pore diameters between 2 to 50 nanometers, right? So the pore diameters are already defined. Their pore geometry is ordered. They can have cylindrical pores, randomly oriented pores or circular pores. And these materials have been used in multiple applications, including gas capture, drug delivery, wastewater treatment, biosensors and nanoreactors. Although we are working on few aspects of this, but for this talk I will be covering only the gas capture application. So we are a group of synthetic polymer chemists and our strength is polymer synthesis. So we thought, why not we utilize that expertise to make novel polymeric materials which can be useful for this CO2 capture applications. There are a plethora of materials for the CO2 capture applications depending on phase options. So we thought we will target chemistry option. So just for the students who are sitting in the audience, so we are doing controlled leaving radical polymerization. In brief, this is a technique which can produce polymers with narrow polydispersity index or well defined chain lengths, right? So you can, if you consider this trace on the left bottom corner, the blue one gives a narrow polydispersity which we are targeting. Why we are targeting this? Because then we can control the composition, topology and even the functionality of the material. Why this functionality is important? It will be revealed in the subsequent slides. This is a generic mechanism for this ATRP process. It involves a catalyst, a ligand, a solvent, a monomer and many other things. I will not go into the details of this mechanism. So this is our one of the synthetic scheme. We started with a surfactant CTAB. It forms cylindrical micelles, and using this cylindrical micelles as template, we generated mesoporous silica nanospheres, and these silica nanospheres were having a diameter surface area of around 1200 meter square per gram, right, and a well defined pore geometry of around 2 nanometer. So using this silica nanospheres as a template, we modified this material to introduce tertiary alkyl bromide functionality. So this is a little bit more chemistry. Tertiary alkyl bromide functionality is required because tertiary radicals are more stable than secondary radicals. So if we generate tertiary radicals, we can use these radicals to do polymerization and make well defined polymers. So we did the polymerization using a functional monomer 4-vinyl benzyl chloride bearing CH2Cl functionality as a co-monomer. After generating the polymer, we etched out the silica, right? So when we etch out the silica, we get a pure mesoporous polymer nanosphere which we functionalized and generate quaternary ammonium hydroxide functionalized material. Now from the silica polymer hybrid, when we etch out the silica layer, it is expected that the structure of the polymer will collapse, right? But for us, what we got, the structure remained, which I will show in the next slide. So we did all the characterizations using IR, TGA, XRD, and it shows the mesoporous signature in XRD. And then if you see the FESEM pattern starting from MSN BR, which was the inorganic template bearing tertiary alkyl bromide functionality, when we generated the silica polymer hybrid, expectedly it was spherical, but when we took out the silica layer, right, even after that it retained its shape. So we achieved complete shape replication along with the surface area. And then final material was, the fourth one was the quaternary ammonium hydroxide functionalized material, which is our target material. If we see the BET isotherms, so starting from a very high surface area of 1200 meter square per gram, surface area reduced when we introduce polymer inside the mesopore walls, and then when we take out the inorganic template, the surface area was around 550 or 600 in this region. We could not achieve 800 or around 900, which Professor Pant was mentioning. We are trying, one day hopefully we will achieve. And the pore size distribution plot suggested the pores are uniform, these are nicely defined mesopores, and expectedly silica polymer hybrid, the blue trace, it does not show any pores because pores were not accessible, it is filled up with polymers. The TM image shows the nicely ordered pores of this material. Then also we studied the how polymer is being grafted into the template. So whether we can control the grafting. Using our techniques, we could really control the grafting and control the molecular weight or the chain length of this polymer also, just by controlling the polymerization time or grafting density. Then we characterize this material using NMR, the pure polymeric material. And then we evaluated the performance of this material for CO2 capture, right? So our material is quaternary ammonium hydroxide functionalized, right? So we are focusing on chemisorption and expecting that our material will capture CO2 as quaternary as bicarbonate. So it will form a quaternary ammonium bicarbonate. So if that is happening, then with increase in functionality, the CO2 capture performance should increase. If you see the bottom left corner, CO2 capture percentage is increasing just by increasing the functionality. We studied control experiment just to ensure that we are achieving chemisorption. The control sample, had only doesn't have any quaternary ammonium hydroxide functionality, and under the conditions of our system, we eliminated the physisorption, so there is no chemisorption. To study the selectivity, we compare it with nitrogen, the CO2 capture with nitrogen capture. For nitrogen, again there is no chemical chemisorption or chemical capture, so we achieve CO2 capture only. Subsequently, we extended this methodology to generate nitrogen rich mesoporous carbon nanomaterials and investigated their property for CO2 capture performance. The goal was very simple. After making the silica polymer hybrid, we carbonized the material, we took out the inorganic template and expected that our carbon material will retain the spherical shape, or hopefully there will be shape replication. Whether we could achieve that will be revealed subsequently. These are the characterizations, and which I am not going into the detail. If you see the lower panel, the FSM image, the NMCN is nitrogen rich mesoporous carbon nanosphere, where even after removing the template, we could retain the spherical shape of the material. Then we studied the CO2 capture performance, and this showed nice performance. Alongside what we thought that we will use this material for dye encapsulation or dye removal study from wastewater, and this material shows some property, although not expectedly very high, it plateau around 80%. So this was our initial few results, and to achieve these results you need soldiers in the lab, right? So I am fortunate to have the soldiers. One of them is sitting in the audience, Vanendra. So they are working very hard day and night and establishing the lab and everything, and we received generous funding from ACRB, and recently we received funding from DSIR to set up a co-research and technology innovation hub to carry forward this technology, and support from IIT Village was also generous. These are my collaborators, and I thank you for your attention, and we look forward to a greener future.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Banerjee, for your wonderful talk. Now it's time for a few questions. Questions from the back. Please ask one or two questions, you know.
After carbonization, how stable are these materials? So under the pressure?
Yeah, these materials are stable
Okay.
under the condition of the capture, and we are studying the other stability studies also. These materials are highly stable because they are reached in acrylonitrile.
Okay, yeah, acrylonitrile. Yeah.
That's why they are showing the stability. With PMMA, there are some issues.
Right,
So
right.
it moved to a nitrogen-rich monomer.
Okay, yeah, that's correct. But before like carbonization again, what will be the thermal stabilities?
Before carbonization, it is basically the polymer. So
Polymer,
they
yeah.
start degrading. Some part of the material start degrading from around 180 degrees centigrade
Okay,
because of the degradation of the polymeric moiety.
okay. So as of now, you achieved the surface areas around 500 to 800.
500 to 600. We could not achieve 800. That is the goal we are trying.
Okay.
We are achieving around 500 to 600 or
Meter
620.
square foot. Yeah, okay. All the best, yeah.
Thank you.
One more question. Any questions from these sides? Yeah, one question from there, please.
So if we can capture the carbon dioxide, then why don't we use it in industries where their smoke is released, so that we can also get the carbon dioxide as well as reduce the pollution or emissions in the atmosphere? So is it economical thing or something else?
Yeah, that's a very good question. For that only DSIR funded this project and they gave us 5 crore to take it forward. So the end part, the CCU which Professor Pant mentioned, the utilization part we are working on, we are making biodegradable polymer out of this captured carbon dioxide, and there will be a setup where carbon dioxide will come, release and generate a biodegradable polymer which will be food grade.
Yes, sir. There can be so many applications once the carbon dioxide is captured, but the main thing is, as we all know, okay, major industries release carbon dioxide. So we can use these capturing materials so that we can reduce the emissions in the atmosphere and directly get our material as a source of carbon dioxide.
Yeah, that's what I am saying. So what we are trying to achieve in the second part is use this material to capture carbon dioxide, because they are captured as a bicarbonate, right? So you can just change the humidity and release it again. So we are releasing it and we are making a food grade polymer out of it, right? So that is the end part, but this will take some time. The CCU, the U part is very strong, the utilization part, as Professor Pant correctly mentioned, this is really tough and very steep. So we are trying. Hopefully in next 3 to 5 years we will be there.
Thank you.
Any questions from the audience?
We are working on it. To make it food grade, there are a lot of approvals are required. We have the polymer, we have sent it out for testing and all those things, and there are industry partners involved who are analyzing. But it will take again not before 3 to 5 years, it will take time. Because controlling the atom economy and all those things has to be maintained. Na? We cannot throw out the carbon dioxide. It has to be quantitative. It is little tricky.
Sir, it is a thermoplastic or thermosetting polymers?
We have not investigated that as of now.
Okay. That time you have not distinguished it is thermoplastic or thermosettings.
So okay, I'll tell you. So the process of this thing has been filed as a patent. So I will not be able to reveal entire thing.
Okay.
But we are making something out of it.
Okay.
Let's say 3 years back. After 3 years, I will come back.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions. The way you tested that CO2 capturing, you have shown that its capacity is 80 cc per gram, whatever you achieved. Did you check any, how you studied that high CO2 capture? Is atmospheric pressure you checked, or it's higher pressure? Did you see any pressure effect, or?
Yeah, agreed. So see, there are some materials which capture at high temperature. We are trying to capture at ambient temperature. So we have studied everything. For this talk, I have presented the ambient temperature data also only. But at higher pressure, for the carbon system, the capture is high because it is forcing it through.
So what is your target? Like, see, captured capacity, you said 80 cc per gram.
So 80 cc is not the optimum. There are systems
so that maximum you achieved till today.
Around 200 is also reported.
So you are targeting the steel industry. So steel industry emits CO2 is at a very higher flow rate.
High pressure capture.
Higher flow rate. And did you check that in the effect of flow rate as well for your how selective it is to get the CO2 absorptions from
for the carbon material? We are trying it out in the with BSP. So our end goal is not to beat the CO2 capture performance. Our end goal is to take it, make something out of it.
Have to capture from flue gases which contain not only CO2, it also contains some other gases as well.
So
how selective material you develop, like from a flue gas mixture, you are capturing CO2 selectively, how efficient your material is.
So as of now we are working on this, the selectivity and all those aspects. We studied few combinations and now the studies are on with Village Steel Plant.
Okay, good luck. So if there is no questions, then let's thank the speaker again. So the next speaker and final speaker of this session is Professor N.V. Ramana Rao. He is Director, National Institute of Technology, Rapur. He will talk about recent advance in concrete and sustainable materials for construction. Brief biodata of Dr. Rao. Dr. Rao is at present Director and Professor of Civil Engineering at NIT Rapur. He did his BE in Civil Engineering from Osmania, MTech from IIT Delhi, PhD from UK and postdoc from UK in Civil and Structural Engineering from University of Wales, UK. He has held several administrative posts as a registrar, JNTU Hyderabad and Hyderabad from this to this, and his principals of the college at Hyderabad and many more. He organized 12 conferences, workshop and delivered 15 invited lectures. He has guided more than 80 MTechs and 13 PhD and guiding at present several PhD students. So with this introduction, I request Dr. Rao, please start your talk.
So thank you. I think let me see. Can you fix that? Okay. Thank you very much. So I'll be talking in a totally different topic, but it is a topic which also is concerned with sustainability, and it is causing the maximum pollution. What we are talking about pollution through this polymeric material is very small, but major pollution today is happening because of concrete. Why? Let us see. So first of all, before I go into it, my definition, or when I say sustainability, I am talking about this point that it's a development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. So that is a definition which we all agree, and we have agreed. So we talk in terms of these things, and very interestingly, concrete, you might have heard, concrete is a material which is used in building construction almost so extensively that it is very difficult to find a replacement for concrete till today. Still, yes, we are doing it, but now recently with the advancements of polymeric technology, polymer is also getting replaced as a construction material, but still today worldwide concrete is the most used material. And the problem with concrete is it consumes a great amount of, for example, to make a concrete for construction, you require 60 to 20% cementitious material, 6 to 8% water, 60 to 70% aggregate, and 2 to 3% of admixture, that is the chemicals. So what is the problem? If you see now this equation, this is the only equation I have in my whole slide. See, limestone is the raw material that is used, and the state of Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh is one of the largest producer of cement. So I thought this is very much apt. You see, limestone, that is calcium carbonate, has to be heated to a temperature of 1000 degrees centigrade if you want to break into calcium oxide and carbon dioxide. So every ton of limestone when you break, it is generating almost 44% of carbon dioxide. So that is the amount of carbon dioxide that is being left into the atmosphere because of the cement industries. So it's a big challenge. For example, 1 ton of cement contains 620 kgs of calcium carbonate and 487 kgs of carbon dioxide. Not only that, carbon dioxide is also produced from fuel burning, because you know you will have to generate temperature up to 1000 degrees centigrade, so you require a lot of burning. So the amount of from 320 kgs, so totally you find that more than 800 kgs of carbon dioxide is generated for every 1000 for every 620 kgs or 1000 kgs of cement that you generate. So this is a problem which needs to be addressed by all of us. So you see, the mining, processing and transport of huge quantities of aggregate, in addition to the billions of tons of raw materials needed for cement manufacturing, utilizes considerable energy. That is a concern, and also it affects the ecology of virgin lands because large amount of carbon dioxide is produced. I just showed you the equation why large amount of this carbon dioxide. One is for the chemical reaction, other is for burning. Obviously, such a huge consumption of natural resources has a great impact on the environment, and if not well controlled, will definitely compromise the ability of future generation, and hence the sustainability issue. So you see here, so now the concern as an engineer or as a researcher is how to reduce gas emissions, especially carbon dioxide. That is a challenge that I have as an engineer. How to reduce energy consumption and how to reduce raw material consumption from natural resources, because you know when you are making concrete, a lot of natural resources are being utilized, especially. So let us see what we do. So we talk about 3 R's, you know, reduce, reuse and recycle. In fact, the key word here is recycling. That's why we actually reduce many things. So it should emphasize that as more and more concrete structures age, you know, many times what is happening is, I built a concrete structure say 50 years back, today it is getting deteriorated and it is not able to withstand. You see many collapses, especially in cities like Bombay, Delhi, you see many buildings collapsing. It has deteriorated, and you are generating a lot of debris, a lot of wastage material. What to do with this? So if it cannot be recycled and reused, the deposition of the construction waste will cause another environmental problem. So we should be aware that if you don't use this debris, you are causing another problem which we have to all face. But luckily, aggregates recycled from demolished concrete is now we are able to use it, but the problem is they are very porous and weak. Hence it is important to develop some technique to overcome the problem and ensure the quality of concrete made of recycled aggregate. So if you see here, so we what we call it construction and demolition waste management. We talk about reduce, reuse, recycle, recovery and landfill. You know, that is a many times these wastes are used for landfilling. For example, if you go to a steel industry, a lot of fly ash is generated. So this fly ash is being used for filling the lands. But that is also causing a lot of problems. So we are talking about construction waste, reuse. Let us see how to do it. So we are talking about construction waste which is coming from a demolished concrete, demolished building. So how do you reuse it? So what we do is we separate out. For example, if you just take any demolition or any renovation work going on anywhere, you will generate 40% waste. For demolition, you will generate 50% useful waste, and new construction also some 10% waste. You just observe, you will find these things. So what we need to do is, so we need to actually make use of this. If you don't use it, then you are creating a problem with the environment, which I think is a matter of concern for in this international conference. So construction and demolition waste means waste comprising of building materials, debris and rubble resulting from construction, remodeling, renovation, repair and demolition of any civil structure. So this is happening everywhere, whether you like it or not. This is a major activity in most of the metros and cities. So you see these are all structures, you know, which are built long back, they are unsafe. Even a small earthquake will create a lot of waste because of let us say, you know, because the lifetime of these structures are very less. Secondly, many of these unsafe constructions are happening. Secondly, waste is also created from non-engineered poor quality construction. You will see in villages and here and there. And then poor quality of construction maintenance is causing a lot of wastage, and because of this, it is creating an environmental concern. In fact, you know, the sand mining that is happening is a major concern in many of the states like Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, where I come from. This is a big issue, political issue. So all this needs to be addressed by engineers like us, and you will find that there has now been a necessity of reusing and recycling of construction waste. So India has now realized, and a lot of work has been going on. In fact, disposal also is a problem, especially in India. The tune of 23.75 million tons every year is being generated, yet no disposal method is being practiced in 70% of the industry because of easily available raw materials. Today you will not be able to do it, but tomorrow, we are taking about sustainability. Tomorrow raw material will be a shortage, so you need to understand how to dispose it properly. Similarly, due to unlimited use of aggregates, the extension of naturally occurring material will soon take place. Due to this, the application of reusing and recycling of waste material is favored. So in fact, many states are now following it. In fact, there is something I told you that why concrete, because concrete is used by man extensively, and aggregates are used in the concrete for very specific purposes. Especially they take about 60 to 75% of the volume, and then compared to other building materials, concrete is less costly to provide and therefore remains extremely affordable today. So if you see, this is a demolished concrete site, and you see the debris here and there, and it is very common type of waste, and you need to use it. You cannot just leave it like that. You have to either dispose it or dump it like that. But what to do as an engineer? Let us see. So if you see any demolition waste, you come out with these sort of materials: concrete, brick, timber, sanitaryware, glass, steel, and plastics. So how to reuse is the technology. Now see, what we do is, there is technology, where you actually collect these construction scrap, classify them according to their properties, send them to separation and treatment plant, and then differentiating the components, that is aggregates will be separated, and finally use it back, in fact, in the technology. So this is a important thing. Segregate, and then what do? You actually collect the waste from the site, transport to the recycle unit, then do crushing and sieving, and then final crushing, and then forward into construction unit. So you see, you require these sort of devices, separators, machines for actually screening, because you can't use the total waste directly, so you need to do some proper preparation. So you have bar screening, magnetic specification, air classifier, and this is a recycled sand. See, because river sand is very scarce now, you cannot go on so they are using recycling from the building or from the rocks, whatever is there, they are using it. This is how it looks. It is almost as good as the original sand and many of the property. So Indian Standard Code also has come out with this, and is being very much useful. So, and the particle size is satisfying the IS code of 2386, which is a must for construction. And today, recycled aggregate is being meets all the standard requirements of natural aggregate. The specific gravity and water absorption, which are the properties which we require for designing, for engineering purposes, is also matching with what the sand. So it's a very good advantage that we are having. Not only that, the chemical thing also has been doing, and many of the chemical properties are suitable for construction. And because of this, the other properties are also very good, like the modulus of velocity. If you have good modulus of velocity, then you can have good stiffness, good strength, less deflection, then greater compressive strength, so you can use it for high-rise buildings and all that. In fact, the new Parliament building in Delhi, many of the portions has been used by using this recycled aggregates, and it satisfies all the properties laid down by the IS codes of practice. It's very important, otherwise you are compromising on the safety, which we cannot do it. So in fact, the challenges in the Indian context is, for recycled aggregate to be used in greater quantities in a country like India, there are certain aspects that need to be taken care of initially. First of all, there should be a proper institutional mechanism for checks and balances, for collection of construction demolition waste, transportation and disposal. Secondly, outsourcing of such function to private enterprise is an idea that the concerned authority should give a thought to this day. In fact, these are several steps listed by us, and we got a research project, and we are doing. So what we are doing is, we are trying to concentrate on private construction waste, try to color these waste and do some chemical analysis and mechanical analysis. A lot of advantages and disadvantages are there, and you see the disadvantages are, many people today in India are not experienced with using these recycled aggregates, and water pollution is also happening because of this recycling. and still not feasible because you require heavy machinery. So these are some problems that individuals are facing. So reusing is a challenge, and in fact so when you demolish you have to be very careful. You should separate out the steel and then the aggregate, so you require planning, proper planning. Not only that, this is a recycle aggregate. We have now in many of the cities these recycle plants that have come and actually making use of these sustainable materials. In fact, waste glass is also being used as aggregate with different properties, and a lot of testing is being done at our laboratories to classify and to make it sure that it is working for construction purpose. Because if you want to use for construction purpose, you need to satisfy certain basic properties, the strength and the deflection, all that. In fact, the Government of India has also, the Pollution Control Board has come out with some guidelines for environmental management of construction demolition waste, and in Delhi it is very popular, and it is given a very good idea how to make use of this construction and demolition waste in construction and make it sustainable. And so one way for us to make is scientific utilization of more industry waste. In fact, not only the construction waste, even industry waste now being used, such as blast furnace slag, fly ash, limestone powders, and many of these things are now being used in construction. I'll show you some examples. For example, we have this cementitious material, SCM, which is the supplementary cementitious materials. They contain a silica, which is very good for concrete bonding and all that. And this is something which is being used extensively in civil engineering construction. Because the existing cement that is coming from the industry is not directly to be used, because the disadvantages are it is consuming a lot of energy. It is 1 ton of carbon dioxide is produced for every 1 ton of cement, and it is creating a lot of wastage of fossil fuels and all that. So it is a matter of concern for all of us. So we need to think of low energy and low carbon dioxide binders. So in fact, China is well advanced in this and has done a lot of things. So in India also we are doing a lot of research to arrive at this, and to see the amount of chemical things. Our task is to reduce the carbon dioxide emission to as least as possible by changing the slide composition. So what we do is we are talking about now today of geopolymer concrete. So this is a concrete, what it does is it utilizes the waste from industries like fly ash, silica, fume and all that, and then what it requires is it requires a chemical for bonding. So geopolymer concrete is innovative eco-friendly material. It is used as a replacement of cement concrete. In geopolymer concrete, cement is not used as a binding material, but we use fly ash, silica, fume or CGBS along with alkali solution users. So this is a replacement that is happening, and it has been proved to be very effective. But the only thing, the economy is what the question. Slowly, once it becomes usage more, economy will become solved. So this is the thing. You have fly ash, you have fine aggregate, coarse aggregate. Instead of cement, you have now a alkali activator to get this geopolymer concrete, and this is what is happening, and you get these constituents which I told you in the figure, and this is really helping us to arrive at a sustainable construction material. And you see the quality of these are the fly ash. It's a low calcium fly ash obtained from thermal power plants. Many of these thermal power plants are there in many of the states, and they generate a lot of fly ash waste. So that is being collected, and then we have coarse aggregate available from different sources. I told you, like recycle thing, and then we have fine aggregate either from broken sand or other things. And wall repair is a sodium hydroxide or sodium silicate, a compound to make concrete, and you come out with a very good concrete, and these properties are very good in terms of the strength and other things. So you test all the composition, you find that they are very suitable for construction, and these are the activators, and these are some of the pictures taken from our lab, what we do, and we find that why is it called geopolymer? Because we are not talking about polymer in that sense. It is geo means because the source materials are geological origin, which contains the silica and aluminium, and silica and aluminum can also be obtained from fly ash and GGB, which is a industrial waste. So we are using the industrial waste and protecting the environment. Secondly, why polymer? Because it makes a chain molecule with the silicon and aluminium, and the polymerization process happens. So many of the ideas from other disciplines like chemical engineering, from materials engineering, we are implementing into civil engineering technology. So we need to learn from other disciplines and see how best. So So this is how the matrix looks like. So these are cementitious materials that do not require the presence of OPC to harden or gain strength. They are formed by 3D network of silica and aluminium, and it's a very good positive ion must be provided to allow aluminium to become tetravalent. So these are chemical terms, I don't want to get involved. And this is what you require. You require an activator solution, you require some sort of a composition, and you end up with a very good concrete. And today, these are the processes that are involved in the polymerization. It's a very simple process. Anybody can do it. It's not a difficult thing. And because of that, we are trying to get very good polymers. And now, these plastics and also we are not. Is being used in roads, making roads. In fact, it's a major usage, and many of the highways, national highways, are being constructed by making use of this. So only some of the problems like mixing and all. But before we use, we need to test exhaustively in our laboratory, and you see these are some of the examples what we have done at our laboratories. And of course, you cannot directly use it without testing. So testing and characterization is a very important part, and you need to do that. And these are some of the tests that actually tells you how the compressive strength is varying compared to OPC. You see, it is much higher. So it is very good for even buildings, high-rise buildings and all that. And not only that, it satisfies the durability properties. Many times concrete gets deteriorated if it is an industrial area. If this is an industrial area, you find the concrete gets damaged very soon. But if you use this geopolymer concrete, it has been found to be durable and resistant, which is a very important characteristic. Not only that, we do some other tests like creep test, because long-term deflection should not be there, like if you are using it for bridges and all that. So these are tests that needs proper study, and these are some of the results we found in our laboratories. Not only that, we also study the shrinkage, because in summer it shrinks, and then in winter it shrinks, and summer so expands the temperature, things, all these things become very important. And these are some of the results that we got at our laboratory. And these are very interesting results, and you find that the compressive strength is very satisfactory compared to the regular cement that we are using. So if we can replace the regular cement with these things, you are saving the environment, you are making it more sustainable. In fact, we get higher strength, we also get higher properties, like with lower alkali and the compressive strength is increasing with age. It is helping. Many properties are very favorable to us, and the modulus of velocity and Poisson ratio also almost matchable with OPC, so you can use it for long span bridges and other things. Not only that, the other properties like workability, I'll finish in 5 minutes. Yeah, thank you. So these are some of the test results that we have done at our laboratory, and I wanted to share it. So it is a very promising material, and it is going to replace concrete. So you see the carbon dioxide that you emit, if you use a geopolymer, it is only up to 20%, whereas if you use a concrete with the regular thing, almost 100. So 0.8 times reduction is there. So that is the amount of saving in the carbon dioxide emission. And today this has become a worldwide issue, because if you don't do it, the cement production is going to be a big challenge, and you can't stop these industries. A lot of industries are happening, but now they are going into this geopolymer sort of things, and a lot of concern and awareness has been done, and we got a lot of projects in energy consumption also is being reduced, especially if you are using fly ash based geopolymers. The energy consumption is very less, because you don't burn the cement, you don't do it, everything is happening through chemically. Not only that, we are also concerned about the fly ash being produced because of cement thermal plants. So that is also an issue. Sustainability issues are there, challenges are there, which we need to address, especially America has flagged this thing, and now we are realized that, and a lot of risk of this fly ash storage. So why not use it in construction, make it a green concrete, and that is what is happening. Not only that, we are now trying to engineer the fly ash based concrete with a lot of testing, and we need to do testing and calibration, otherwise you can't use it. Not only that, these are some of the, if you see the particle morphology, how it looks after reactions, very helpful for construction purposes, and the bonding with the steel reinforcement is very good, which helps in large constructions. Not only that, its behavior at elevated temperature is very good, less cracks, which is very good for all of us in this area. And now lot of application in pavements are coming, and you find many of the highways they are using this. Last few slides. And then is used for water tanks, so there is a leak proof, permeability is very good. Not only that, it also used for making boats, ramps and all that. You are fabricating ferrocement and all that. So geopolymer is now going to be future. And then precast beams. Precast is a technology where you need to use for long spans, and that is very helpful, and geopolymer has been proved. So all these we tested in our laboratory, confirmed that yes, this is suitable for thing, and in future now it is being used for bridges and high-rise buildings, and also for paver blocks. These are the already implemented in laboratories and tested. So we use it in our campus for actually making these things to reduce the cost and improve the sustainability and all that. So this is how. So and you have fiber reinforced geopolymer concrete to further improve the flexibility and the other parameters. So these are some of the models that I wanted to share with you. So many advantages are there. You can just read out. I don't want to list. And then of course there are disadvantages also, because it requires special handling. It requires, but if you create awareness in the common thing, then sustainability and energy and environment will be definitely taken care for using this material. So I would like to conclude. So concrete can be made sustainable by using less energy in production and producing less carbon dioxide than normal concrete. So it create awareness. That is very, very important, and that is what we are doing. Usually carbon dioxide is present in the cement and aggregate, and suitable replacement can be found. Today cheaper and efficient and better performing are now available. I showed you how geopolymer and waste to wealth is being converted. Not only that, geopolymer is a promising construction material due to low carbon dioxide emission, because it has got very good properties like high early strength, low creep and shrinkage, acid resistance, fire resistance, which is bringing better usage. Fire resistance is also a very important concern now. And then widespread application for precast industries. We are talking about prefabricated buildings, precast construction. There also it has been very good, and still enhanced research is being happened to improve its acceptance. So final conclusion is, not only that, you should emphasize that as more and more concrete structure, more and more demolished concrete will be produced. If it cannot be recycled and reused, then so we need to find a solution, and this is happening here. Thank you very much. So if there are any questions, I will take.
Thank you, Professor Rao, for a very informative talk on the sustainable concrete material for constructions. Now this time for a few questions.
Yes.
Good afternoon to you, sir. Sir, as you have discussed the C&D waste, the construction and demolition waste, sir, can't we use it as a sub-base for like eco parks where plastics are dumped, and as a sub-base for pavements or for building construction, like we say Murum, sir? Cannot we use it as sub-base for that?
We need to use it, but the problem is, permeability issue, then the issue of compaction, making it more binding. It should not be sort of flexible, otherwise, it goes up and down the pavements if you are doing it. So you need to segregate it and make it proper use. So there is a procedure involved. Directly you cannot use it.
Directly I cannot use it.
That is a problem.
Sir, my second question is like, you have mentioned the recycled sand, sir.
Yeah.
You have mentioned the problem of like scarcity of sand in the future, sir. And you have told the story about Telangana, me myself from Bihar, sir.
Yeah.
So there is a saying also, sir, Bihar में कभी तीन चीज़ की कमी नहीं होती, आलू, लालू और बालू. तो sir, do you see that the recycled sand is going to replace the common sand that we are using?
It is already doing, in fact, we have plants, which generate what we call manufactured sand from the waste of area, and this is going to happen and going on happening, and this is everywhere you find shortage, because if we go on eroding take away the river sand, then it is going to be environmental catastrophe. So people have realized this, and a lot of research is going on, and please visit our laboratories at Rapur. We are doing some research at several places, and this is a big concern for all of us. In fact, governments are fighting. They are limiting a ration. You can't take so many sands, because you are going on eroding the bed of the rivers. You are creating flooding problems. So sand gets deposited over a period of time. It doesn't just generate one day.
Sedimented.
Yeah, so you cannot. So we need to think of alternatives.
Another quick questions.
I have another question, sir.
Yeah.
The geopolymer that you have mentioned, sir, like we can use it in the high-rise building. So can't we use it in the pavement? Like
yes, you can use it. In fact, it is being used. The pavement is not a big problem, because pavement doesn't fall.
Yeah,
if the building falls, people die. So
yes.
pavement has been already used and tested, but the question is, can we use it for long span bridges and high rise buildings? That is the challenge we have.
So sir, the geonets we are using in the concrete right now, would it be not the same as a geopolymer that we will use as cement, sir?
Yes, it is a replacement to cement now. It is doing very well, and it has been tested now. IS codes have come. Earlier, IS codes were not there. Today we have Indian Standards Codes of Practice, which actually says you allowed to use so much replacement, 35% fly ash. So they are specifying, please use it because it's environmental friendly. It is sustainable. It is saving energy. So these things.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the answer.
Another quick question. Please ask very short questions. If you need interactions, you can do at the lunch time.
Sir, plastics are generally used in concrete industry with mixing with aggregates. So, and it requires high temperatures. And at high temperature, plastics release some harmful gases. So, what is your view on it?
See, plastics as such directly you cannot use. You need to convert into some sort of a fiber sort of things. So it has to mix, and in fact, the high temperature mixing you cannot do it. Otherwise, it gets melted and all that. So you need to mix like aggregate in normal temperature.
Yes, sir. But
so you need to convert into some small fiber sort of thing. Then only it can be mixed. Otherwise, mixing also is a problem.
And what kind of or what type of plastics are used?
Most of the industrial, in fact, PET bottles. There a lot of research has happened where PET bottles are being used for payments.
Okay.
PET is the water bottles, but they are shredded into small fibers and then being reused.
Okay.
And their performance is very good because the impermeability is low, the creep is high, the flexibility, the elastic modulus is good, reduces the reflection. So anything has to be used only after proper testing. You cannot directly use it online.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. If anyone have any more questions, you can interact with Professor Rao outside in the lunch. So let's have a big round of applause for all three speakers for this session. So before concluding, I just want to share the chairman of the next session, session 2, Professor D.S. Arya. He want to say one or two few important points.
So, very good afternoon. No, it is not sounding good. Yeah, that's better. So, I hope you are enjoying the conference, and they have really designed a very good program for this conference. So friends, I am the chairperson of one of the session, and the theme is nanocomposite and smart materials. We have two very renowned keynote speaker, Kumar Pachigola, he is from UK, and Professor Nawani, who is from IIT Roorkee. They are very renowned in their own fields. And then we have 6 to 8 presentations in the same session starting at 2 p.m. I know after lunch it's difficult, and I am here just to invite you to my session at 2 o'clock, and sharp 2 we will be starting it here. So I invite you all to be here at 2, and sharp 2 we are going to start. I am very sure these two knowledgeful keynote speaker and my researchers, scientists who will be presenting technical data and findings will enlighten you with lots of knowledge. I again welcome you, invite you to my session, and I see you at 2 o'clock here. Okay, mine 2 o'clock in hall number 1. Okay.
Thank you, sir. So let's conclude this session. I am handing over this mic to the organizers.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Memories are created when we meet new people and new ideas. With this, I would like to request Dr. Prakash Viswas, sir, to hand over memento to our plenary lectures as a symbol of pride and honor. Please, sir, come to the stage. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request our invited talks to please come on the stage and allow us to serve you with our utmost hospitality. Please come on the stage, Dr. D.S. Bag, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. Sanjeev Banerjee, sir, to please come on the stage.
तीसरे फ्लोर पे आ जाओ, थर्ड फ्लोर पे, थर्ड फ्लोर
Thank you, sir. Now next I would like to invite Professor N.V. Ramana Rao sir on stage. Thank you, sir. Now at last, I would like to request our respected Dr. S.K. Samal, sir, Assistant Professor, CIPET Rapur, to please come on the stage and hand over memento to Dr. Prakash Biswas, sir, as an expression of our gratitude and inexplicable bond we have forged with him. Thank you so much, sir. With this, we have came to an end of this session and I hope we have made an important connection and gained valuable knowledge. Thank you everyone for your patience listening and presence. From 2 p.m. onwards, we have organized a poster session on Hall 2, so I request everyone to pay a visit. And I would like to take few more minutes to announce that there is a feedback form in your bag, so please fill it and submit it in the registration desk. Now I request everyone to have lunch arranged in second floor library area and also networking, and please assemble here by 2 p.m. Thank you.
global plastic production and accumulation, what it is happening and how it is doing. As the projections, it is clearly indicating that increasing our demand and where it is happening once that is used, it is clearly indicating that either incineration, discarded or recycled material. That is what the current scenario. So because of that, consumption is increasing. Obviously, you will end up with a lot of waste generation as well, increasing the plastic wastes. Currently, recycling efforts are not enough to solve all the waste problems. Because if you see that 1/3 of the pizza piece is doing the recycle, means still use and recycle, compared to the discarded one. 2/3 of is pretty much discarded, that is going into the landfill sites, and very tiny percentage is entering into incineration, means burning them and produce the energy into useful form. My question here is there anything we can do together? Before that, if you see on the right-hand side bottom, a single-use plastic against different countries. If you see that India is substantially low, understand, because plastics is reusing it at household domestic applications. But if you see in the developed countries like United Kingdom, we are in the 4th position, saying that we use a lot for the packaging purpose, like a food. Straight after that, we are dumping it. So that means that it is simply single uses. Ours will end up into recycled scenario. But when it comes to India, after multi-uses, the material is discarded and landing up into the landfill site. That is based on my assessment. But can that be used to incinerate, to produce some energy and useful? That is what we all need to do, that think about what we can do together to protect the environment, to make it cleaner and a greener future for our coming generation. If we won't act now, then we will end up with later on we can't address the issue. Based on this problem statement, what activities I have done and I'm doing, I'll give you a brief overview of the UK context, and then that can be easily reflected and transferred to the Indian context as well. So to start with, as I mentioned, energy from waste. Here in this particular project, it is UK arised municipal solid waste, where we have assessed waste arising in the UK in a different location, up north to down south, east and west, because the variation is different. There we have considered different plastics. That's where it shows the bottom picture, high carrier bags and milk cans and oil containers and other liquid heavy-density plastics. Once that is used, it is done. What we have done in this one is these types of waste arising in UK and evaluating these wastes for different thermal and biological conversions, means gasifiering them, produce the syngas and feed the syngas for the chemical production or produce the energy, and now we are talking about turning them into hydrogen. Identify, because these plastics do end up with some contaminants, some additional species, so gas cleanup is required, including the carbon capture. So as part of this project, we progressed through waste gasification demonstrator that I will tell you in a minute. Along with that, to protect the environment, these plastics and the gases, once it is gasified, you end up with as a process condensation and separating the BTX and naphtha and other products. We developed a car and particulate sampling unit to understand what chemicals we can produce it, how to handle it, all those things. And we put a filter to separate the particulate matter up to 2.5 microns in the protection of the environment point of view. And the samples we have collected as the part of the process on the top right hand side. If I'm correct, the first vessel, it shows the naphtha, and the left part one is the VTX mixture. And this probe is an isokinetic probe, and we used a BSI standard and connected the probe to one of the gasifier unit at the client place at the bottom right hand side. So these are type of environmental protection, quantifying the gases, separating the particles for the human health point of view, and at the same time separating these chemicals and turn them into useful form. In that, as we have enough experience, know-how and things, and I just want to show you a few examples what it is and those things. This is particularly we considered as a fuel paper card and high-density plastics, mixed them in a 50-50 proportion, because rather than individual form, mixed one might behave well based on their properties. We use this fuel in one of the gasifiers. Once we turn it, the liquids is separated. As you can see that one of the liquid ports, this is 75 kilowatt thermal capacity, firing of approximately 30 to 40 kilos per hour of this material. Ended up like a yellowish brown waxy material collected. This could be due to the plastic wrapping, because most of these plastics people do that putting their wrapping paper. Again, there is a plastic, but they use coloring and all those things that ended up into yellowish color. And however, we done that analysis as a part of post study. It clearly showed that because the sulfur as well, the sulfur content in our stream is very, very tiny percentage. What about the other fuel? What implications it will have? This is related to the bed residue. Right now, this fuel is low density plastics with textiles. As a part of the pyrolysis process, we end up with clogging the material within the reactor. Again, this is the one, as I mentioned, 75 kilowatt thermal capacity. We use it at pyrolysis, and after the end of the process, it's showed that the material is agglomerated because it's linked to the ash fusion temperatures. So as we characterize these ash fusion temperatures, it is around 1400 Fahrenheit, Kelvin. That is clearly indicating that our reaction process has been done. Above that, due to that region, it is agglomerated. So these are the interesting findings, lessons learned to avoid it. So importance of fuels handling. This test with wood and low density plastics, again another pyrolysis. We end up with yellow wax again. This is also linked to the plastics and the coloring one, but sulfur content in this fuel as well very low because of the wood and the plastics. In my understanding, sulfur is not used. Desulfurization is happening in most of the refinery process. This is another one, cardboard with high density plastics. How and what it happened. So these mixtures sometimes do thermally fuse, material fuse with a thermocouple. As you can see that on the left hand side picture, plastics with the cardboard is pretty much fused into the thermocouple probe. When you take it out, you can see that the wet residue, unburned fuel, because it is fused and connected to one of the core. So these are the difficulties and the problems to encounter for handling the plastics, turning them into useful form also. Then these lessons will help to design a demonstrator we used this information, lessons learned, including the gases coming out from this gasification process, and carbon deposit onto the gas engines, and the rust is generated in the spark plug and the piston scenario because of water stream and other chemicals there, and ending up with ICE engines issues. So these lessons we used to go into the next stage, developing the waste gasification demonstrator as part of the ETI project to design commercially viable gasification demonstration unit to build approximately 5 to 20 megawatt scale. And on the academic validation for designing and building this gasification plant for handling all sorts of the waste material, as I mentioned before. So this is another application. Right now we are heavily doing on one of our high visible jackets. What we are trying to do that is through a company called Rapur. When the customer buys it, after that laundry and things, it's the maximum life they will be used, but end of that life it is pretty much it goes into the landfill site or something. We are prioritizing, eliminate or repurpose it. If not, we can't eliminate and repurposing. We are prioritizing in a way that the recycling, what we are doing as a recycling is at the bottom side as an end of life high visible jackets. We are depolymerizing it in our reactor process and recovering these chemicals, and then the chemicals is repolymerizing and making the jacket again, like a kind of recycling and reutilizing it. And we are in a stage that manufacturing this one into tons of production in our capital this year. That is one project linked to the plastics. Then slightly I will move on to other topics, but I will tell you why it is. As we are all heavily using fossil fuel for the energy needs within our industrial sector, but to protect the global warming climate change issues, carbon capture is important. Once there is a capture, you need to transport it through the pipelines or shipping, the road and rail. Across this chain, and talking about different places, these carbon dioxides not behaving well with the polymeric materials because you need the seals. Each and every flanges require the seals, and the pumps require the seals, compressors require the seals. Currently in practice, polymeric seals is heavily used. So as part of that activity, we've done several research under different conditions, up to cryogenic conditions, near the triple point, minus 50 degrees around 70 bar, and the critical point above 90 bar and 25 degrees or so. So because of these conditions and pressure, it is not a high temperature, and polymeric seals are reasonably suitable to use it. What we have done on these polymeric seals, it is coming from the plastic industry. We designed a CO2 pipeline capability. I don't want to go too much detail here. It is mainly to understand the non-metallic materials as polymeric seals. We considered buna, neoprene at the bottom table test conditions. It's clearly indicating type of elastomers we have considered. Neoprene, fluorocarbon, ethylene, propylene. These 4 type of elastomers only we have considered because those materials are currently in practice for the CO2 environment under those cryogenic and ambient temperature conditions. What impact that will have even if we have some impurities like sulfur oxide, hydrogen sulfide and all those things. What we have done is different types of seals with different sizes, different configuration we have considered. shows on the top and bottom left and right there is a pictures of the seals we have considered. Exposed to this carbon dioxide environment under typical conditions with a number of hours, and how these polymeric materials are behaving under these conditions. It's just to see the qualification of these materials. How we have done the compression decompression is the bottom right hand side shows the profile temperature and pressure achieving in a task. Again, another know-how approach to these conditions, how polymeric materials are behaving. This is particularly the material exposed to carbon dioxide, and it ended up structural failure. As you can see in the picture, these polymeric seal O-rings is broken. This is particularly fluorocarbon. The system pretty much became quickly. That's a part of the safety reinforced. We normally use it under these typical conditions. So it might be internal failure as well, and we observed it. How we observed it, we break them into cross sections. That is what I'll show you in the next slide. Another failure. This is mainly, as you can see, the bottom picture on the left-hand side. We use a pipe from bottled cylinder to transport carbon dioxide to our capability. This pipe is PTFE hose with the smooth bore with the stainless steel fiber one with the silicone cover. What happened it is in this one particularly when we are charging the rate system from the 57 bar pressure, this flexible host failed and it is bulged. You can see that on the right hand side figure, the silicone cover is bulged. That means carbon dioxide inside is diffused out into the atmosphere. So that clearly indicates that this silicone cover under this typical condition is not at all suitable. So along with that, how the accidental leakage in terms of the seals point of view, we designed and built the capability which was here on the P&I diagram with the real representation of the capability. There what we try to do that is a test vessel pressurized, and in the end on purpose we put a seal and we create an accident leakage and pass it through that leakage, how the gas is diffused out and how the polymeric seal is behaving under those conditions. That goes in a bit more detailed one. You see that we use a copper pot and incorporated several types of seals compressed between plate to plate, and between the plates these seals are located and put it inside this copper pot and sealed it and passed this carbon dioxide with impurities under exposed under these typical conditions like up to 60 bar and around the cryogenic conditions. Then it is charged and discharged several cycles. We have considered how these polymeric seals is behaved under those conditions. Once that is exposed, we cut them into halves. That is where you can see the cross-sectional surface of here it is EPDM O-rings. The first picture is 20 cycles, and as you progress 100 cycles, how these seals are behaving under these conditions. It is indirectly we are doing the qualification tests of these materials under these typical conditions. And along with that, as I mentioned, leakage scenario, how the leakage is progressing, and dry ice formation, which because we are talking about minus 30, minus 40 degrees centigrade here. So obviously it will form dry ice when it is exposed the liquid expanded into the gas. This is like a lab scale demonstration, and we consider this lab scale demonstration into pilot scale activity, utilized the data we generated and the qualifications we have done. One of these cells we incorporated in one of the...
we have 5 more minutes.
Yeah, no problem. It's pretty much done. Incorporating this carbon dioxide cells in a loading and unloading of the shipping container. Usually what happens is in this loading scenario, when the ship, when the ship arrives to the shore, this loading arm will come and connect it to the ship. In between that loading arm and ship, there will be a polymeric cell. What polymeric cell need to be used to transfer the fluid, in this case is carbon dioxide, to behave properly. One of the cells we tested in the lab scale, we put it into forward and done the studies at Ministry of Environment of Japan, one of the Boiki engineering technology, incorporated that and performed several studies. So as this particular slide gives you the key results of when it is leakage is happening, how the seals are going to behave under these conditions, and then see the gas leaking out into the atmosphere, the approach, it is following the diffusion mechanisms and things we consider, along with understanding the polymeric seals behavior point of view. The last one, this is one mainly everyone is interested as well. EV batteries, lithium-ion batteries, end of the life, what you will do that has a substantial plastic is there as well, because outside casing is a plastic. Is there any mechanism we can reutilize it? We are doing a novel approach as a cost-effective solution. End-of-life lithium-ion batteries, we are designing a mechanical mill, putting that battery into that, and it will turn into the black mass. So that black mass consists of the plastic material turned into carbon and lithium as well. So what we are trying to do that is separating the lithium and this carbon can be this carbon stroke plastic can be gone into remanufacturing the plastic materials again. That is one application we just started. It is very, very early stages. And on the right hand side, another approach, but that's not linked to the plastics, but linked to the lithium point of view. Recovering the lithium from different wastewater streams, particularly the seawater. We are designing a sequential crystallizer to recover the lithium from the seawater and feed it into lithium battery context. So that is what I'm doing in relation to the lithium one in the global context point of view as well. With that, I'll leave this end slide open for the question. If you won't handle properly, the plastic will end up into landfill site, and one of these application is not application. We see that this whole stroke is pretty much covered with the plastic. If I'm correct, it is in scale. It's clearly indicating that we need to handle the plastic properly. Thank you very much. Happy to take any questions and answer.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pachiguru. So now we can have one or two quick questions, or if there is any clarification required by audience. So over to you. Any question? More details? Okay, Dr. Pachiguru, we do not have right now more questions. So what I expect, like we are sharing the proceeding and which have details. So I'll request audience, if you have any question, please do write to him. His email address must be there in the proceeding. So please do write to him, and he will, clarify or send more details to you on one-to-one basis. Thank you very much, Dr. Pachiguru, and have a nice day.
Thank you guys. Good luck with your conference. See you then.
I'll request my team to set the stage accordingly now. Okay. The next speaker we have, it is Professor Naveen Kumar Nawani. Professor Naveen Kumar Nawani is professor in the Department of Biosciences and Bioengineering at IIT Roorkee. I thought of introducing him, but he requested me to say only in 30 seconds about him. What I can say about
the reason is I want to praise myself on my own.
See, the only one thing I'll say, because he is a very close friend of mine also, and we are together in the institute, and he is currently the Associate Dean of Academic Affairs also. He loves science, he does science, he can make engineers to understand the biology, because he taught me also in a trip from Hyderabad to Reddy's lab, and he told me what is DNA, RNA. So he is such an eloquent speaker, because he said no to me all his credentials, so I'll not speak. I'll request him to introduce his important credentials. So see, Dr. Nawani, it is important because they should know what kind of science you exercise.
30 seconds are over. Alright, okay.
Okay,
thank you.
Over to you.
That was within 30 seconds, that was really loaded for me. I guess put a lot of pressure on me by saying I can make engineers understand about biology. Well, that is the challenge. I am at IIT Roorkee. So I guess this is not working, is it? No, no. Sarji? Okay. Yeah, I can speak louder. इसीलिए मैं कह रहा था पीछे वाले लोगों को कि आगे आ जाओ. Come on. देखो मैं फर्स्ट ईयर बेटे को पढ़ाता हूँ. Can you hear me now? Okay. So I just want to start on a lighter note. The last slide that the previous speakers showed, that bird covered with the plastic, I think वो tanning से बच रहा. It was no pollution, no pollution. So ये सब exaggeration. Okay. So I am at IIT Roorkee in Bioscience Bioengineering department, and the big challenge that we face in IIT is the student who qualifies JEE has never dreamt कि उसको biology पढ़नी पड़ेगी, right? So the first class that I take is microbiology to the students, and I ask them, how many of you hate biology? 99.9.
We hate biology. So मेरा challenge ये रहता है कि how do I make them understand about biology and then integrate the principles of engineering so that they can do something significant rather than only doing AI, ML and जो भी आजकल चल रहा है, right? So my master's is from NDRI, and I know there is one alum of NDRI already here. Then I did PhD from a CSIR lab in Chandigarh, and then postdoc from McMaster University in Canada, where I worked on synthetic biology. And while working on synthetic biology, I realized that I think we can have some ideas together with engineers, chemical engineers or electronic engineers, where we can work together. And sometimes when you think a lot about things, एक saying भी है ना, you become what you think. So that actually happened with me, and I got an offer from IIT Roorkee to become an assistant professor, and I grabbed it.
Okay.
Have gates, still you could make it to IIT Roorkee. So we have special programs. So I request you and spread the word also about IIT Roorkee. So I'll start now.
फर्स्ट स्लाइड किधर गया मेरा? Okay, somehow. So the title is very long. I am going to summarize it for you. Lot of xenobiotics are there, and plastics are also coming in the category of xenobiotics. But then there is another health concerning xenobiotic which is looming in the environment, which we have flooded in our environment during the COVID. And what was that? Students में से कोई बताएगा? COVID में the maximum things that we have used, we have become crazy about it. What was that? Mask and sanitizers, है ना? Right? So sanitizers have what? What do they have? Alcohol. What does it do? It inactivates pathogens, है ना? So antimicrobials we have used. Astronomical amount of antimicrobials we have deposited in the environment now. Okay, I am sure it is competing with plastic right now. So much so that. And what does it do in the environment? बहुत सारे अगर antimicrobials आ गए तो क्या होगा? हाँ, किसने बोल दिया? All right, great. Antibiotic resistance हो जाएगा. Can you explain to them what is antibiotic resistance? ये क्लास होने वाली है आप लोगों की. And I am sorry to seniors, please put up with it because my focus is more on kids, students. हाँ जी.
Basically when
हाँ, इनका भी वीडियो बनाइए आप.
it's okay, you don't have to.
No.
Alright, so antibiotic resistance is basically when the antibiotic doesn't work on the microorganism anymore, because we are so much, like if you take antibiotic very much, after some time the same antibiotic stops working on you. So that is a basic overview of antibiotic resistance. It's a very vast thing.
Thank you, Dr. Richa. I realized she's a PhD. That's why she's answering so well. So yeah, so whenever we get sick and if doctor is sure that ये bacterial infection है, वो आपको antibiotics दे देते हैं. Okay, what do? First day fever है, गला खराब है, doses खाली दो religiously because Second day what happens? We feel a little better. Fever थोड़ा कम हो गया. Third day fever चला गया. And I say hell with the rest of the big tablets. क्या करना है? छोड़ दो उसको. Now what are we doing then? एक इंग्लिश का गाना है, What doesn't kill me make me stronger. सुना है? नहीं सुना है? सुनना है आपको. मैं लिंक भेजूंगा कहीं पे सर को, जो डायरेक्टर सर है सीपेट के हमारे यहाँ, साहू सर. Okay? See that. What doesn't kill me make me stronger. What happens is if there are 10,000 bacteria and I am taking dose, 1 dose, 2 dose, doctors have defined it 5 days of antibiotic, the infection will be gone. So what is happening is first day of dose I'm taking it, I'm killing 100 or 200. Next day of dose maybe 400 or 600 or 800. But then I'm feeling well already. Okay, fever is gone. So some of them have survived. Why have they survived? Because bacteria keep on changing themselves. They keep on mutating their DNA. They keep on changing their DNA. So those we have done this. Okay, then it's fine. I get okay, but those bacteria are still in my system. Now I go to इधर पे चाट पकौड़ी की शॉप कहाँ पे है? इधर है रायपुर में. हाँ, जहाँ पे अभी प्रोफेसर आर्य ने बोला. I go there and the guy over there has not kept good hygiene. और मेरे को दोबारा से फिर से infection. Okay? Now the bacteria which were already there, they are dividing. है ना? And you know that 3 दिन का antibiotic is not working on them. Now I start taking it. This time 5 days dose. I am not still well. So what have I done? By misusing antibiotic, I have caused what Dr. Saab had said, antibiotic resistance in my system. Okay, so this is not happening only in our system, it is also happening in the environment. Bacteria talk to themselves. एक दूसरे से बात करते हैं वो. Okay, जैसे हम बचपन में कार्ड शेयर करते थे, वैसे ही वो एंटीबायोटिक रेजिस्टेंस के जीन्स भी शेयर करते हैं. अच्छा तेरे पास नहीं है, एंटीबायोटिक आती रहती है, ये ले. एंड इट्स नॉट लाइक कि लड़की लड़की से ही शेयर कर रही है, बॉय बॉय से करे, मतलब एक तरह का बैक्टीरिया दूसरे तरह के बैक्टीरिया से भी शेयर करते हैं. So there is a technical term, but I am not using it. Now, huh? Yeah, true. Yeah. See? So they keep on talking to each other. They keep on exchanging things with themselves to make them stronger. So that's why that song, What doesn't kill me, makes me stronger. Okay? ये बैक्टीरिया के लिए बहुत फेमस है. ठीक? Now, so what we have done in this, now coming to the story, because मुझे 25 मिनट में खत्म भी करना है. Coming to the story, so ये सब स्लाइड्स में अब ओवरशूट कर रहा हूँ. Okay, because I have explained to you. Now, this, हाँ बैक जाने को कैसे है? Okay, हाँ जी ठीक है. My bad. Now see, left side में there is a plate. और उस प्लेट के बीच में डॉट्स पड़े हैं और डॉट्स के बाहर कुछ हेलो दिख रहा है, क्लियर क्लियर. सो दैट इज बिकॉज वो प्लेट जो डॉट है उसमें एंटीबायोटिक है. आज से 20 साल पहले दिस वाज द सिचुएशन. यू पुट एन एंटीबायोटिक ऑन एनी बैक्टीरियम, द बैक्टीरियम विल बी किल्ड. 20 साल के बाद सिचुएशन राइट साइड की प्लेट की है. यू सी दे आर ग्रोइंग, देयर इज नो हेलो अराउंड इट, व्हिच मींस एंटीबायोटिक्स आर नॉट वर्किंग. So this is the situation. This is a really scary situation. Now what we have done here is, in this case, now it is important to detect that environment में antibiotic है. Okay? It is important to remove the antibiotic from the environment. It is also important. अभी आप ये नहीं कर सकते ना, गंदगी एक जगह से उठाया, concentrate किया और पड़ोसी के उसमें डाल दिया. No. What we have done is we have developed a system where you degrade the antibiotic also. And now ये आपको समरी में बता रहा हूँ. नाउ व्हाट वी आर ट्राइंग टू डू इज, जो प्लास्टिक पोल्यूशन है, माइक्रोप्लास्टिक पोल्यूशन, कैन वी आल्सो डिग्रेड दैट माइक्रोप्लास्टिक यूजिंग द सिमिलर स्ट्रेटजी. वी हैव नॉट स्टार्टेड ऑन इट, वी जस्ट conceived the idea few weeks ago, especially when I was talking to our director Professor Pant, and he said, like, Naveen, this strategy works well, why don't you try it on microplastics. So motivated by our director, now we are getting into this thing also. Let me show you some of the data. So what we have done here is we have detected antibiotics. So detection के लिए सबसे important क्या है? To develop some sensor so that we can detect it. So we developed some really cool biosensors using genetic engineering. उसको मैं ज़्यादा explain नहीं करूँगा, but I'll show you some results. And then we have devised a strategy for जो antibiotic resistance environment में already आ चुका है. How can we control them? वो भी हम लोगों ने develop किया. Okay? So this is what is the summary of this. Solution 1 is detection and mitigation of antibiotics. Detect कैसे करें और उसको degrade, concentrate कैसे करना है, remove from the environment, and then how do we degrade it. So ये summary है, but I'll explain it to you later. So this is what is the overall summary of the work here. You can see there are antibiotics in the environment, and we could not target all the antibiotics. We just chose two, tetracycline and erythromycin. These are the most used and abused antibiotics in the environment, in the health sector. Tetracycline is also used a lot in poultry sector. You will be surprised to know 70% of the antibiotics produced in the world are used on animals, not on human beings. 70%. Left and right they give it to the animals so that animals stay healthy. And especially in case of poultry. Poultry mein you have seen the poultry farm, how closely the birds are kept. They develop high chance of developing antibiotic resistance, the infections. So what farmers do is they keep on adding little bit of tetracycline in water. Us water ko those birds drink and then they stay away from infection. But that also ends up in the environment, and that's how we are getting into antibiotic resistance problem. One more thing that I need, very important for you guys to understand, is those are not from core biology, is infections can travel from animals to humans also. And these infections, if you read newspaper a lot, sometimes you find about zoonotic infection. These are called as zoonotic infections. Okay? Like bat से हमारे को लगता है कोरोना आ गया हमारे पास. Again, zoonotic infection का example है. Salmonella typhoid जो है बहुत टाइम पे वो पोल्ट्री बर्ड से हमारे पे आता है, या तो एग से आता है contaminated or through not properly cooked meats. So what we have done here is we have developed the system. It's a carbon nanotube based system. This carbon nanotube system was made magnetic, so that we just don't put it inside and then forget about it. We can now bind these xenobiotics and remove them using magnets and then degrade them using some specific processes that I'm going to show you here. Now for the detection part at the bottom, if you can see, let me go over there.
I think it has a laser,
but laser won't show up here. Screen पे नहीं. So at the bottom part are those genetically engineered biosensors here. Now you can see here, this circle is faint. These bacterial cells that you see, they are grey in color. The moment these bacterial cells sense the antibiotic in that aquatic system, they become fluorescent, green color की हो जाती है. So this way we can actually not only detect the presence of antibiotics, जो degradation system that we develop, actually we can monitor the degradation also. We have done some very specific studies to show that these biosensors are as sensitive as your HPLC assays. So we don't need analytical system right now, and if we can put these kind of biosensors somewhere in the environment, we can even remotely monitor it. Okay, so that was there, and then we developed this. Now you can see here this stuff. So these CNTs are over here, and then using a magnet we can separate these CNTs.
So this was the mechanism, Fenton's catalysis reaction. So this reaction actually produces free radicals, and those free radicals are responsible for degradation of these aromatic molecules present over there. So we did some assays to show that these kind of degradation system can be developed. Now once we have detected these, the question will come, okay, there are not only one or two antibiotics in the environment, there may be multiple antibiotics in the environment, so how do we deal with them? Uska answer, Robert Zien, एक Nobel laureate थे, at the bottom you can see those colorful tubes are there. So these colorful tubes show that we have got reporter proteins that we can use for detection of different categories of xenobiotics, including microplastics even. All we need is to do research to find that genetic element which can indicate the presence of antibiotic or any xenobiotic for that matter, including microplastics. Okay, so that we have done, and this is those of you who are interested in whole cell biosensors can contact me separately. I can explain it later. Okay, now so this was the genetically engineered thing, and I have already shown you that this is more clearer because it is more bigger. So you can see the detection, it makes the cells fluorescent, and these fluorescents can be easily scored using simple fluorimeters. Okay, I have already told you that macrolides and tetracyclines are most abused, overused antibiotics, and then tetracycline का ही आप देखिए कोविड के टाइम पे सेल has jumped manifold during the COVID era. So this is a live picture. That was the cartoon, but at the bottom if you see, this is a live picture where if antibiotic is present, you do not see much of fluorescence, very little, something over here if you can see. I can see, I don't know whether you can or not, but if the antibiotic is present, the cells start glowing. In a simple microscope, my students can see this and tell that, okay, sir, this is working. So that is one. We made different variants of these biosensors by changing the bacterial cells, because we are expressing these plasmids, these DNA molecules, biosensors in a bacterium. So we also changed the bacterial cells, which were, some of the genes were taken away from them. So we call them knockouts. So we use a lot of different knockouts to find which is the best and most sensitive antibiotic biosensor, and we did some studies which are required for proving that this biosensor is good. It has linear response, with concentration the response increases. So those kind of things we have shown with this biosensor. So the next one is the other macrolide biosensor, which was also working same way. I'm not going to put in more time in it because you have understood the concept. So now detection is done. Okay, detection is done, and then we'll move on to proving that there is degradation occurring. We have to do several different experiments to prove that degradation of a particular compound is going on. So small molecules mostly are detected using mass spectrometry. So we also used the similar techniques, MALDI-TOF or LCMS techniques, to know exactly what kind of products are there. Why do we do it? इसका एक reason है. Sometimes we say the product has degraded or product has been changed. It has happened in past that sometimes it happened in case of pesticides. Pesticides are harmful, but then people showed that they are degrading. The degraded product was even more harmful than the pesticide. So we also have to show that the degraded products either are changing into carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, whatever it is made up of, or if there is a product, it is not toxic to the cell. So we have done some tissue culture assays, human cells, to show that they are not toxic. Okay. So this is another different kind of experiment to show that these biosensors are working, fluorescent flow cytometry data. And then another thing, for any sensor or biosensor, it has to be specific. If this is a biosensor for tetracycline, chloramphenicol से तो नहीं वो दे रहा है, signal दे रहा है, और waste water के अंदर other molecules are there. Are they also inducing it? Are they also giving false signal? So we have done this data to show that they are highly specific. Any biosensor or any sensor that you want to work on, you have to make sure that it is specific for the molecule that you are saying it is biosensing or sensing. Okay, so we have shown that data, and you can see here metals like lead, copper, SDS detergent, SDBS detergent, triton, small molecules like caffeic acid, other drugs, they do not give any signal. Only these two antibiotics, their sensors, they give signal only for them. So specificity is another important point. Okay. Now nanotechnology, so when moving on to how we can degrade them, so carbon nanotubes we have used. Okay. Now carbon nanotubes can be either bought or they can be made. You have seen some data in the morning. Professor Pant has shown that his group can make nanotubes very well. Okay. So these nanotubes that we chose were single walled nanotubes, and then single walled nanotubes, then we decorated them with magnetic nanoparticles. So this is a cartoon, and actually that is a electron microscope picture. You can see those nanoparticles, dark colored nanoparticles on these threads. So these are CNTs, and the nanoparticles are now decorated on those CNTs. So next thing that my student Shubham Jain has done all this work, it's his PhD work mostly. So he showed that absorption of antibiotic is very efficient on these carbon nanotubes, okay, magnetic carbon nanotubes. So this data I'm not explaining it here, because if I explain it will take 10-15 minutes for me to explain, but then he optimized what pH is required for optimum activity, how much time it has to stay in contact with the water. So all those kind of things he has taken up for both the antibiotics, and that is the data, it's over there. And he has found out that there are, like, binding methods, what kind of isotherms they are following. So Friedrich isotherm for tetracycline and Langmuir isotherm was found for erythromycin. So they have different binding kinetics. Now catalysis. So Fenton-like catalysis, I hope some of you who are good in chemistry have heard about it. That Fenton chemistry, in presence of some metals like iron, free radicals are given in the presence of hydrogen peroxide, and those free radicals, they can cause a lot of collateral damage to the xenobiotics. So we showed that. So what is heterogeneous Fenton-like reaction? Fenton-like reaction is in solution. Now if you are immobilizing iron on a surface and the Fenton reaction occurs, it is called as heterogeneous Fenton reaction. So in our case, because the iron nanoparticles were immobilized on the nanotubes, so we call it heterogeneous Fenton reaction. And these free radicals, as you can see over here, they are created, and these free radicals then they attack the antibiotics or any xenobiotics probably around them, and they can degrade them very successfully. So Shubham also optimized how much of catalyst is required, how much of antibiotic it can bind to, because it is also important. Like if there is a lot of antibiotic in the environment and we are adding little bit of this catalyst, it's not going to make any sense. So he titrated for how much of antibiotic, how much of nanocatalyst has to be there. Now let's go back a bit towards the biosensor side. Biosensors can quantitate how much of antibiotic is there. Now if you use biosensor and you see how much of fluorescence is there, we can tell per microliter of this water this much of antibiotic is there, and accordingly now we can add, because we have titrated it already. Okay, are you with me for this much? Yeah, अभी WhatsApp चल रहा है दोस्तों को. Okay, so going on next, so we proved using some specific probes what free radicals are there. Free radicals are of different type: hydroxyl radicals, oxygen super radicals. So using specific probes, then we proved which free radicals are generated by them, and then you can see here that hydroxy peroxide and hydroxyl radicals were mostly produced in our case. So having done that and proven using some EPR studies, very sophisticated instrument, we did not have that instrument even at IIT Roorkee. So my student went to IIT Delhi to do this experiment, and then we got this data from there. Now, so economics, very important. So if you develop a system which is very costly and then you add it and forget it, it may not be that economical. So Shubham took the next challenge to show how many times this degradation system can be recycled. So the data over here left on the top A panel here shows that as of now we can use this system 10 times. So bind the antibiotic or xenobiotic, take it out, degrade it, and then use it again. So 10 times we have shown. So now we know that 30 times if we use it, the efficiency is up to 85% of degradation of antibiotic when we make it fresh. So give and take, maybe 20 times we can use it at least. So which is not bad actually. Okay. So these are electron microscopy pictures to show you that this is what is going on over here, how the nanotubes and nanoparticles look like. So the next thing was, all this was done in buffer system or water system and all those things. The next challenge is it practical? ऐसे तो नहीं है कि मैं लेक का वाटर लूँ या सीवेज वाटर लूँ and there this system is put, doesn't work. Then the practicability is not there. So Shubham took actually different samples, like DNS water he started initially, he took tap water, he took river water, he took sewage water. IIT Roorkee में एक STP है, उसका जो treated water है, we took that out and then we tested the efficiency of biosensor, mitigation system, degradation system. Okay, so all these things we tested and we found that it works really well in all situations. Now comes the second part, which I was discussing with you guys earlier. We have used antibiotics a lot. Now maybe we will be more sensitive. आप लोग at least जाओगे अपने घर में बताओगे कि antibiotic है तो भैया please पूरा कोर्स करना है. आप ठीक हो गए even then. Okay, but what about antibiotic resistance which is already in the environment? पहले से ही है. It is ending up in our food system. It is making us sick. गोलगप्पों के पानी में and you know चाट वाट की दही में सब बैक्टीरिया ही आ जाते हैं, right? So how do we, so the next story that I am going to show you 4-5 slides. कितना टाइम है सर? 6 मिनट, 7 मिनट ना? Alright. So this is what is going on over here in the environment. We take antibiotic, bacteria change themselves. पहले blue वाले बैक्टीरिया थे, अच्छे थे, मर जाते थे antibiotic से. Change themselves, they turned red. Now they are in the environment. Now what do? पहले antibiotic से बैक्टीरिया डरता था और अब देखो how they are ruling the antibiotics. Okay. And I was telling you that they talk to each other, they exchange things. So on the right side there is vertical transmission. मतलब मैं अपने बच्चों को दे रहा हूँ DNA. Okay. So horizontal transmission is also there. E. coli bacterium is given to Bacillus. So unknown. आपस में भी exchange चल रहा है उनका. So these kind of things are also going on and which is making things very scary now. So what we did was we developed a 2-edge system. We had a food peptide which is antibacterial but targeting only one type of bacteria. Do you know what are gram-positive bacteria? मालूम है? नहीं मालूम. Okay, छोड़ दो. कुछ बैक्टीरिया ऐसे हैं जो जीन्स पहन के रखते हैं. Okay? Blue denim. कुछ बैक्टीरिया ऐसे हैं जो पिंक कलर के लोअर पहन के रखते हैं. Alright? The bacteria which are of pink color, which we call them gram-negative, they are very hard to kill because they have got like 2 jackets around them. 2 jackets हैं उनके पास. ठीक है? So जो ये हमारे पास पेप्टाइड था, एक छोटा सा प्रोटीन है which kills the bacteria. It was only killing the denim ones. Blue denim जिनके पास है, उनको gram positive बोलते हैं. Okay? Now the problem is ये पेप्टाइड बहुत stable है. You heat it, it is still okay. You put it in a serum, it is okay. So I am a fan of that peptide. Now we were thinking, okay, how to kill the pink wale, bad guys also with this peptide. So we came up with a solution that silver का सबको पता है ना, silver. हाँ, सिल्वर इज एंटीमाइक्रोबियल, है ना? हमारे जो शास्त्रों में बोलते हैं च्यवनप्राश में सिल्वर होता है ना, एंटीमाइक्रोबियल. जो काजू कतली है उसके ऊपर, हाँ, मुंह में पानी तो नहीं आया. ओके, कूल. So silver is known to be antimicrobial. It is also known that silver turned into nanoform is even more antimicrobial. But then we can use silver nanoparticle to kill bacteria, isn't it? The problem is silver can affect our DNA also, our genes also. हमारे mitochondria को भी affect करता है. So in other words, it is little toxic to us. Okay? So what we did was we decorated this peptide on silver because peptide is good. Peptide में कोई toxicity नहीं है. We found that वो सुना आपने 1 और 1 11, एक गाना भी था ना 1 और 1 11 टाइप्स कुछ. 1 और 1 11 का क्या मतलब है? When I am alone, I am affecting 1. When the other guy is alone, मेरा दोस्त जो है, या सोच लो मैं हूँ और आर्या जी हैं, एक को हैंडल कर सकते हैं, बट हम दोनों मिल गए तो 11 को हैंडल कर सकते हैं. So what this is what we found actually, that when you decorate this peptide on silver, the antibacterial property of this nano composite enhances manifold. So yeah, so this is what. Okay. So this is the story of that. So फटाफट स्लाइड निकालता हूँ, इससे पहले आर्या जी रोके. Now this is a healthy bacterium. This is with only silver nanoparticle and this is with decorated nanoparticle. देखो जरा क्या बुरा हाल कर दिया. Collateral damage to the bacterial pathogens occurred. और नीचे वाला transmission electron microscopy का picture है. This is another staining way, telling the same thing by staining methods that this is very effective. Now story should not be there that you have taken this system and it takes 5 days to kill the bacteria. It should be quick also. So we call it kill kinetics. So with calculated kill kinetics we found that within 30 to 40 minutes ये बैक्टीरिया की हालत खराब कर देते हैं. Okay, so we were very happy. Now toxicity तो नहीं है. We tested that in mice. We gave these nanoparticles to mice and we checked the organs of mice. Okay, of course we had to do a bad thing. We had to kill those mice. But for doing experiments we have to do these kind of things, right? So we found that there is no toxicity in liver or other vital tissues. There was nothing like that. Then we infected mice with a bacterium which is pathogenic, and then we gave these nanoparticles to them. We found that it cleared the pathogen also. So it is working even inside the system. Now because this system is, this is the mechanism we proposed actually. Okay, इसकी भी एक स्टोरी फटाफट बनाए और फिर खत्म करते हैं. ठीक है सर? So एनी टाइम जब कोई खतरा होता है, जैसे आप 8-10 फ्रेंड्स हैं आपस में और कुछ खतरा होता है तो आप में से एक चिल्ला देते हैं ना, कुछ हो रहा है, गड़बड़ हो रही है, भागो, टाइप समथिंग. Bacteria also has the same system. That system actually warns bacterium and prepares the bacterium to surmount resistance against either antibiotic or other things. Okay, all right. So हमारा ये सिस्टम था. We found that ये वो जो एक फ्रेंड होता है ना जो शोर मचाता है, उसको पहले गला दबा देता है. So this is called as Trojan horse strategy. Trojan horse वाली स्टोरी पता है ना, वो छुप के चला गया अंदर, and then you know. So the same strategy this system also applies. And then bacteria is caught unaware. They are caught unaware, and then they can kill the bacteria very efficiently. Okay. So what we have done now here is like to show some application, industrial application. हमने nanofibers बनाए nanoparticles से और उनकी एक food wrapping type किया, क्योंकि aluminium foil पे we can deposit this PLA based, which is again biodegradable plastic. So we deposited in them, and we showed that yes, the shelf life of a product enhances at least by 3 to 4 days using this at room temperature. और अगर आप refrigerate कर देते हैं तो shelf life enhances by 7 days, which is a huge number when you compare. You ask the food industry experts, shelf life बढ़ाने के लिए इतना दिन कितना, you can save a lot of money because lot of products get recalled. आपको पता है ये बात, right? All right, sir. Thank you. So in summary I don't need to tell that we have found a system whereby we can bind to antibiotics, so remove them from the environment, degrade them efficiently, और जो already resistant bacteria हैं उनको मारने का एक बड़ा अच्छा तरीका हम लोगों ने find किया. ठीक है? So I am going to spend 30 seconds on this. So the guy second to the left is Shubham, वो जो दाढ़ी वाले भैया है. Shubham is my PhD student. He is graduating soon. He has done this major work of degradation. Then that pink नहीं, ये कौन सा कलर है? मैं कलर ब्लाइंड सा टाइप हूँ थोड़ा. वो जो लॉन्ग कॉर्ड वो है, वो कौन सा कलर है? अच्छा, पीच कलर विद पिंक शूज. अंकिता ने वो नॉकआउट्स बनाए, वो बायोसेंसर बनाए थे. शुभम ने बाकी पूरा सिस्टम को लीड किया. सो दीज टू हीरोज आर देयर इन द स्टोरी. रेस्ट ऑफ देम आर माय पोस्टडॉक्स, सम ऑफ देम आर माय पीएचडी स्टूडेंट्स. एंड आगे जो डिग्रेडेशन का काम है वो शुभम and Vishakha, my postdoc, they are taking it further, microplastic degradation with this system. Okay, so we were able to publish in good journals. Chemical engineering journal में एक publish किया है, एक applied matter में. And I'm also thankful to all these funding agencies who have been really generous with our group for providing us a lot of funding to do exploratory research. Lot of these ideas did not start as the title of the project, let me tell you. They were offshoot of things, but we got interested, we invested money in them, and we found that yes, we can do really good things with that. So with that I am finishing it off, and questions अगर अभी नहीं पूछने हैं तो we can talk later. Thank you sir.
अब आप मुझे एक बात बताइए, यदि हमने डॉक्टर नवानी को इस साल का आउटस्टैंडिंग टीचर का यूरोपियन with less than 10% blends, could you please, so in order to improve the impact characteristics also. Okay, so मैं ये कह रहा था कि अगर हमने डॉक्टर नवानी को इस साल का आउटस्टैंडिंग टीचर अवार्ड दिया है 23 का, तो क्या गलत किया? I told him to write a book on biology for buffers. For people like me who are civil engineers do not understand, actually left biology somewhere in class 8th because वो इतने लंबे नाम होते हैं, पता लगता है पूरा, कई बार तो A to Z सब कुछ होता है उसके नाम में, तो वो नहीं करते हैं. दूसरी चीज़, मैं कहीं भी किसी भी कॉन्फ्रेंस में होता हूँ और डॉक्टर नवानी होते हैं तो आई यूज माई स्पेशल पावर्स टू ब्रिंग हिम इन माई ग्रुप. नंबर 1, स्पेशली इन आफ्टरनून सेशन आई ऑलवेज पुट हिम इन. because he is the one who can make you awake and will not let you sleep. So one more round of applause for him. And third and last, before I give you an opportunity to interact more with him, it is not एक और 11, it is एक और एक, यानी कि 3 एक के साथ 111. And actually it is Professor Sushil Sinha, Dr. Nawani and myself. So we three are very close friends, and together we have solved many administrative issues of IIT Roorkee. So as you very correctly said, it is 111 and 1 is 111. So friends, quickly, because we are already running late, I will allow 1 or 2 questions to interact right now. Otherwise, then we can take during the tea break. So 1 or 2 quick questions if you have. I know Dr. Nawani teaches so well that everyone understands and has many questions. I see many hands going up. So 1 or 2 quick questions. One from senior side, one from the back side, so that I know that they were not sleeping.
Sir, you have taken the carbon nanotubes. Why you have taken only carbon nanotube? Why you have taken the other nanoparticles like nanographites, graphenes, like this?
Okay, great. This is a good question, and there is an academic answer first. I'll give you, because some people had already taken.
Dr. Nawani, I request you to take the mic from there. It is over there only.
Okay. So answer to this is, when I have a PhD student working with me, you're not going to like the answer, but I'll still give it. I have to make sure that he gets a good publication also. Okay. So and people had already tried some other kind of systems with nanoparticles. We also have nanoparticles, you have seen, isn't it? We used CNTs just to keep them immobilized on a surface. Now this is one answer. The second is, we also realize, and again I have to thank Professor Pant for that we need to make it economic. And Professor Shishir also in the morning session said, like, if it is not economical, it's not going to work. So now the next challenge that we took was how to make it economical. Now we have been successful in doing same thing with biochar also. CNTs are costly. Your question is really, really great. We also thought about it. So now we can show that using biochar also you can do the same thing. Okay, we can modify biochar, we can make it magnetic, we can remove it, and then or maybe make some sort of floating balls. You might have seen some videos कि उनसे अंदर गया, degrade किया, and then all those things happened. So that's the answer, that we are going in that direction. Okay, yeah, good. What's your name?
Dr. S.K.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. So my question is that, as it is said that nanoparticles are hazardous for human body, so how can you answer for that?
All right. So everything that is toxic, there is a limit. Okay. Fine. So for silver, we know what concentration affects the cellular metabolism. And I told you like 1 or 11 wala story. So when we found that similar kind of killing is being given by 1000 times less silver required to kill. So when this is like 2 log scale less as compared to the toxic levels, then we are happy, because it is not doing anything. Because I gave you the example, silver हम लोग च्यवनप्राश में और या काजू कतली में we have been eating, so it's not that bad, but in low concentration. When it goes beyond a limit, then only it is toxic.
Sir, but as these nanoparticles are already present in the environment also, so they will definitely enter our human body also. So how?
So they are already doing it, right?
Yeah.
We just don't want to make it worse. है ना? So with using and another thing is there, we are not using it all the time. I'm not saying कि रोज अपनी दाल में इनको डाल के खाना है, right? या दही में डाल के खाना है. It is only when a person is sick or when we want to extend the shelf life of products. Now shelf life of product, you know it, right? They are in the wrapping things, and it is not getting into the food product. So I don't see that is a huge issue. And toxicity, already we have seen that it doesn't show toxicity. Does it?
Okay. Yes, thank you.
So this is where I would like to close this session. I'm very sure Dr. Nawani is available here, and you can ask question on one-to-one basis also. So we would like to now start the technical session. नहीं, ये सेशन तो कंक्लूड नहीं हुआ, हम बाद में दे देंगे ना सबको इकट्ठा, या चलो दे देते हैं. इन द मीन टाइम द नेक्स्ट प्रेजेंटर is Pranali Nikam, and she is from College of Dairy Science and Food Technology, Rapur. I'll request her to please make ready. The rule is now we will have 8-minute presentation and 2 minutes for question and answer session. 1 minute before I'll just ring the bell and you have to wind up as we are really running short of time. So I'll request you to adjust your presentation. I know as a presenter I have seen it many times. It's very difficult. We want to tell many things, but let some things be there so that people are more curious to learn about it. Okay, it is not only for you but all the 8 presenters that I am having here. So I request Pranali to be ready, and to the organizers, yeah, so we can just complete that. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to request Dr. D.S. Arya, sir, to hand over memento to our plenary speaker, Dr. Naveen Navani, sir, as a symbol of pride and honor. I request sir to please come on the stage. Thank you so much, sir. Now at last, I would like to request our respected Nitish sir, CIPET Rapur, to please come on the stage. Thank you so much. Now my co-host Astha will be continuing the session. Good noon everyone, I am Astha Patel, your host for today. I'm Astha Patel, your host for contributory lectures. We believe that this international conference will not only broaden our knowledge, but also leave us inspired, motivated, and to contribute to a brighter future. With this, we will now begin our contributory lectures with the theme Material from Renewable Feedstocks. Before proceeding, I would like to make everyone familiar with the guidelines. Every invitee will be allotted 10 minutes, in which 8 minutes will be allotted for explaining their topics and 2 minutes for questionnaire. So to begin with, I would like to invite Pranali Nikam ma'am, Professor at College of Dairy Science and Food Technology, DSV CKV Rapur, with her topic Gold Nanoparticle Based Sensing System for Colorimetry Detection of Mercuric Ion in Water and Milk Samples. Pranali Nikam ma'am. Hello. गुड आफ्टरनून टू एवरीवन. क्या बात है, एनर्जी लॉस हो गया लड़की को ही देखकर? ऐसा तो नहीं होना चाहिए. मुझे लगता है मॉर्निंग से पहले लड़की बात कर रही है. चलो ओके. गुड आफ्टरनून टू एवरीवन. वांट वर्क. गुड आफ्टरनून टू एवरीवन. Okay, thank you so much, sir. I would like to give special thanks to Dr. Navani sir because उन्होंने सब participants को जगा के रखा. उसके बाद मुझे मौका मिला. I will try to don't make you sleep. So बायोटेक्नोलॉजी तो बहुत हो गई. आइए आपको लेकर चलते हैं थोड़ा सा केमिस्ट्री की तरफ. Although my topic is quite different from the present conference topic. So I am assistant professor working at College of Dairy Science and Food Technology, Rapur. So my area of specialization is dairy chemistry. So I am working on the dairy in food sector. So basically my topic is utilization of nanoparticles, basically gold nanoparticle. In short, I have created a colorimetric method for detection of mercury in pure system, that is water, as well as in milk matrix. So we try to develop a very simple technique. We can use wherever there is no such type of analytical advanced instruments is there. So we can use such type of method in day by day use. So
तो सर ने पहले ही डरा के रखा है मुझे कि जो टॉपिक है पहले ही ख़त्म करना है जल्दी, सो आई एम रनिंग फास्ट. So mercury, everyone knows about mercury. It is a liquid silver. In Latin it is called as a hydrogen. So according to some agency, that is US agency for toxic substances and disease registry, they declared mercury and its products basically methyl mercury or ethyl mercury, they are most toxic for the human beings because they shows the adverse health effect on our body when we ingested food. According to International Agency for Research on Cancer, that is IARC, they classified mercury and its compound under a group 2B. It is a kind of carcinogen compound, so they are possibly carcinogen, not exactly causing cancer. So some news are there about the contamination of mercury in milk in India, as well as some disaster also happened in last century, that is in Iraq and in Japan. So these are some milk pollution sites in India. There are some cities, so through the literature we can see there are some contamination of mercury in water as well as in milk. So this data shows India is the second most largest country which shows higher mercury pollution after the China. So whenever we eat the contaminated food containing mercury, whatever it is a milk or whatever it is a water, so it can deposit it in our vital organs, so it cause some health defect, so it damage our neurological defects, it affects on kidneys, brain, it also gives some allergic reaction. So known diseases, that is a mini-nata disease, you might be know about that. So how do contaminate milk through the mercury? So it comes through the consumption of the contaminated water or contaminated feed consumed by the milking animals, or it may be due to the addition of water as a contaminated feed water. So milk may be sometimes adulterated with water, so it will be mercury will be there. So various regulatory bodies, international and national bodies, they have formulated standards. So here in India we are following the FSSAI standards, so they have given certain limit, maximum residual limit for the mercury in milk. Basically it is 1 ppm. So these are some survey reports. They are saying some samples, milk samples, food products, they are contaminated with mercury. So basic idea behind the development of this method by using gold nanoparticle. So we are basically using conventional methods. They are very
please keep silence. Please maintain the silence. I request.
So these techniques are very advanced techniques. It will take so much time for making sample preparation. It uses so much toxic chemicals, so much dangerous chemicals like acids. So these are very cumbersome methods actually. So we try to develop a simple method. So here there is one need to develop simple method which is rapid, simple, it is cost effective, as well as it should be a sensitive method. So my approach for working is I use gold nanoparticles for the detection of colorimetric sensor, for the detection of mercury in pure water and milk system. So it develops some colorimetric reaction in the presence of mercury, and that colorimetric reaction we can be detected by using the spectrophotometer. So spectrophotometer, it is available in every lab rather than the advanced instrument. So I also try to develop method for detection of mercury by using triangular silver nanoplates as well as silver nanoparticles. So this is the method for the synthesis of gold nanoparticle in the lab. So we use citrate reduction method for the synthesis of gold nanoparticle. So this is the in figure you can see this is the gold nanoparticles which are basically ruby red color, and it has a specific peak at 520 nanometer wavelength when we characterize it. I also characterized the size of this prepared synthesized gold nanoparticle by using DLS zeta sizer, and the average size was 18.70 nanometer. Further size confirmation I have done by using TAME. So this is the protocol. I just want to say the sensing mechanism. Here in this figure, first it is a citrate cap gold nanoparticles, which gold nanoparticles actually it contains citrate ions over the surface, and when there is a mercury in the environment, so it will get absorbed and replace the citrate ions from the gold nanoparticles. And when I use lysine as a detective agent, it will create a color difference, means in presence of lysine and mercury the gold nanoparticles they becomes aggregated, so it changes color from red to blue color. So this is the TAME images for if first A it is a bare gold nanoparticle, second it is a gold nanoparticles plus mercury, third one is a gold nanoparticle plus lysine, and last one it is the aggregated gold nanoparticles plus mercury and lysine. So I am just coming to my last slide. So this method can sense about 5.49 ppb of mercury in pure system. So for mix analysis I have developed some extraction method. First it need to extract mercury from the milk system, because milk it is a very complex substance, it contains proteins and fats, so we need to digest it first. This method also helpful for detection of mercury in milk matrix system, so it detect about 9.20 ppb level within 15 minutes. Okay sir, thank you.
Thank you, Palani. So I can take one or two quick questions if there are any questions. One please.
Yes.
Madam, you have prepared the gold nanoparticles.
Yes.
Then what is the particle size of the gold nanoparticles?
18.70 by using DLS, and further I have confirmed through the TAME. So size was 14 around. And same synthesis.
And you have prepared the gold nanoparticles. So what is the cost for the preparation of the gold nanoparticles?
Actually, we prepared 1 liter of gold nanoparticles. Cost of actually gold chloride, we synthesize from the gold chloride, it is 10,000. But when we prepare gold nanoparticle, it is around 50-70 rupees.
Then how you confirm that your prepared particle is the nano?
Through characterization, it should have sharp peak. Through spectrophotometer, it should have very.
You have taken the XRD?
No, sir.
Okay.
It won't required, I think so.
Okay.
Okay. I think we have to close it now. Thank you very much, Dr. Pramila, and thanks for the question. Our next speaker is Dr. Bhavna Jain, and she is from Siddhachalam Laboratories, Rapur. And I request Dr. Bhavna Jain. Okay, let's not wait. If she comes, we can accommodate her later. So I invite if Dr. Sharda Bharti is ready. Yeah, are you ready? Okay, so I request Dr. Sharda Bharti to come and present her work. She is from NIT Rapur, and her title is Synthesis and Characterization of Biometallic Copper and Zinc. And then there are many things, I will not go over to that. Dr. Sharda, please make sure that your presentation is uploaded from here before we move on to the stage.
ASMEE करके
So please welcome Dr. Sarda Bharti, and over to you, please.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Sharda Bharti, currently working as Assistant Professor in the Department of Biotechnology at NIT Rapur. So today my topic is synthesis and characterization of bimetallic copper silver chitosan nanocomposite for enhanced antimicrobial activity. So coming to background and motivation, as we all know that water is one of the most essential part of life for the survival. And we also know that population is continuously increasing, and for that, to fulfill the need of the growing population, industrialization, urbanization is increasing, and that is leading to significant water scarcity and water pollution issues. As we can see in the figure that more than 50% of India is facing water scarcity from high to extremely high water stress, and for that government is working hard, and there are so many goals set, and still even after that more than 2 billion people are still using the water which is contaminated, and because of this so many mortality rate is seen nowadays also. So major health issue which is due to this contaminated water is diarrheal issue, among which is second topmost reason for top 10 causes of death, and this is mainly because of the contaminated water consumption, and more than 8,42,000 people are estimated to die each year just from diarrhea. So this is one of the issue which is to be taken into consideration, and for that there are various strategy which is conventionally utilized, which includes chlorination at wide scale. But the major problem with these type of techniques includes like formation of disinfection byproducts, and some of the method which is very costly also and not easy to handle. And because of increasing problem of health issues, doctors are prescribing increased use of antibiotics. As Dr. Nawani sir has already discussed so many things, because of increased application of antibiotics, which is direct use, overuse and misuse, and they are causing antibiotic resistance in microorganisms, and for against which our normal antibiotics are not very effective. And for that, to combat this type of problem, we can use those nanoparticles which is having those antimicrobial properties. And for this, we know this, before that we should know the antibiotic resistance mechanism, because these antibiotic resistance microorganism can stop this can create this resistance mechanism because of various pathway. That means they can stop their entry into the cell, or they can change their target cells, or they can inhibit or develop some mechanism which can skip their degradation. So this way we can face various issues because of use of antibiotics. So to solve this, nanoparticle can be a solution, potential solution, and among various nanoparticles we have seen that silver, copper, zinc oxide, titanium dioxide, various metallic oxide nanoparticles are also being used as innovative material for controlling such problem. Among these, nowadays because of increased use, and as we have seen that if we will use alone, the requirement can be in higher concentration. So if we can use a combination of nanomaterial like silver and copper, because both are known to be antimicrobial in nature, so if we will use combination of them, there may be requirement of less concentration of nanomaterial to serve the same purpose. So in that case, my focus is on development of AgCu nanomaterial. So this nanomaterial is called as bimetallic nanoparticle, because we are using a combination of two different metal having the similar properties, and it is important because here it is versatile and it is tunable. That means we can modify their surface properties, shape, size and various composition, and that will enhance significantly their overall effectiveness in whatever way we are using it. Another important reason is that they are oligodynamic in action. That means even with the use of very small concentration, we can achieve very high efficacy. Multiple mode of action of these nanomaterial make them very difficult to develop resistance. Broad spectrum means it can be widely useful for a range of microorganisms, whether it is bacteria, fungi or viruses. There is no chance of disinfection byproduct formation, and it is having minimum toxicity to mammalian cells at the concentration required, because there is a limit for each of the nanomaterial for showing toxicity. So if we are using it at lower concentration, it may not be toxic. Another important thing is that if we are using it in their immobilized form, it already reducing the chance of leaching into the treated system. So based on that, we have developed this green synthesis of AgCu biometallic nanomaterial using Tamarindus indicus leaf extract. So this is one of the leaf extract of Tamarindus indica, which is explored here for synthesis of nanoparticle, because these are known to have various phenolics, flavonoids, which are polyphenols, and they are well known for the reducing properties. So this is the method where we have collected the leaf, prepared the leaf extract using these leaves, and then we used it for preparation or synthesis of silver copper bimetallic nanoparticle, where pH was adjusted at 7 and various other parameter was set, but pH 7 and 80 degree was found to be optimum for the synthesis, and subsequently it was purified and used for the application part. So these are some of the method which we have used. UV spectroscopy gave the preliminary information about the size and shape of the nanomaterial based on the characteristic SPR peak. FEG-SEM shows the shape and morphology. XRD was done to finalize to determine the crystal structure, and FTIR shows the chemical composition in terms of the functional group which is present in the leaf extract, which may have contributed in the reducing of the metal salts. So this is the nanoparticle synthesized, and this presence of this peak at around 420 to 500 nanometer exhibited confirmed the synthesis of bimetallic copper nanoparticle. And this spectra is showing XRD spectra, where we have seen various peaks for silver as well as copper, which corresponded to FCC crystal structure as decided from this software. Subsequently, FTIR spectra was also run, and we have found that various groups were present, like carboxylic acid, carbon dioxide, thiocyanate, alkyne, etc., which may have played significant role in reduction and stabilization of these nanomaterial. And finally, it was used for antimicrobial activity, where the initial activity was checked for one of the bacteria, which is E. coli, and another one is gram-positive B. subtilis. And we have seen that in our case, E. coli was found more sensitive, as the zone of inhibition was higher in case of this bacteria, and it was found to be around 16 for E. coli and 12 for B. subtilis. Similarly, we have conducted just 1 minute. MIC, minimum inhibitory concentration, where we have seen that E. coli was found here also more sensitive as compared to B. subtilis. And finally, we have conducted this immobilized nanoparticle, and we have conducted in 100 ml contaminated water for disinfection using 10 to the power 3 CFU per ml of each bacteria, and we found that around 70 to 80 minutes we can remove all the bacteria. That means 3 log inactivation was found, and this was possible because of multiple mode of mechanism of action. As we have discussed, it can enter into the cells, the ions can be formed, they can interact directly with the biomolecules, they can form ROS, and they can work directly on various enzymes in the system. And with this, that's how it shows very good antimicrobial activity against these 2 bacteria. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. 1 or 2 quick questions. Okay, so no questions. So thank you very much. Now I invite next speaker. It is Dr. Shashikant Tiwari. So I request Dr. Shashikant Tiwari, who is from Indira Gandhi Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, Rapur, to come and present his work. Please. Make sure your presentation is loaded. I request my team to please upload the presentation. So, okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, all of you. Myself, Dr. Shashikant Tiwari, Assistant Professor, Faculty of Agriculture Engineering, Indira Gandhi Krishi Vidyalaya, Rapur. Here I am presenting just bound rubber property of the collobutyl elastomers nanocomposites, effect of carbon nanographites, loadings and storage times. Here introduction, material experiment, result discussion and summary and conclusions. You know everyone what is the importance of the polymers. Already at mornings some speakers have already explained about the importance of the polymers. Therefore here new generation fillers like nanographites, carbon nanotubes are challenging the hegemony of the traditional fillers like carbon blacks, nanoclay and silica in the recent times. Therefore, especially very little scientific information is available about the effect of the carbon nanotubes, nanographites on the relaxations occurring in the isobutyl based elastomers. Therefore, I have taken the carbon nanotubes and nanographites, and here only explained about the bound over properties of the collobutyl elastomers nanocomposites. This is the nanographites. We have taken the nanographites. This is the structure of the nanographites and scope and objective of the present works. In this present work, the variation of the bound over contents of the nanographite reinforced collobutyl elastomers nanocomposites with the storage times, as well as we have taken the three different type of the solvents like benzene, trichloroethylenes and chloroforms. And this is the materials. I have taken the collobutyl elastomers nanocomposites and fillers, that is the nanographites, and other ingredients like zinc oxides, stearic acids and TMTD, that is the tetramethyl thyron disulfides. It acts as the curing agents, vulcanizing agents and the accelerators. And we have taken the three different type of the solvent like benzene, trichloroethylenes and chloroforms. We have prepared all 5 type of the samples. First, that is the collobutyl with the without the nanographites 0%, that 2%, 4%, 6% and 8%. And we have taken the zinc oxides 5%, stearic acid 2%, TMTD 1% and sulfur is the 1.5%. Then experimentally it is very simple. At first we prepared the nanocomposites. After preparations we take the molding, and after moldings we characterize. And what is the bound rubber properties? Bound rubber properties we defined, that is the how much rubber is bounded with the fillers, and this is the important property of the fillers for the surface activities. And this is the simple formula for calculation of the BDRs here mentioned. We have also studied the swelling. This is a morphological study of the CIR nanocomposites. First figure, that is the this is the 2 PHR, 4 PHR, 6 PHR and 8 PHRs. If you see the study of ASMEE analysis, then we find the good mixing of the nanographites in the collobutyls, and we also see that if the concentration of the filler is increases, then agglomeration takes place, that is at 6 PHR and 8 PHR. And we have studied the bound rubber properties of the from the in different three solvents like trichloroethylenes, chlorophor and benzene. Then we find that if the concentrations of the filler is increases, then the BDR content increases from 2 PHR, 4 PHR, 6 PHR and 8 PHR in all the three solvents. And we also study, if we compare the BDR in all three different type of the solvent, then we find that the trichloroethylene BDR is small as compared to the chloroform and as compared to the benzene. And in case of benzene, we find the high BDR bound rubber properties. Why? Because this depends on the nature of the solvent. Because in case of trichloroethylenes, it is a good solubles with the BDR as compared to the chloroform. And this is a study, the BDR is the different storage time. We have a study after 8 day, after 15 day, after 13 day. Then we find that from 0 to 15 day the BDR increases, but after 15 day it increases slowly. In all, this is the bound rubber property from the three different type of the solvent. First from the trichloroethylene, second with the chloroform, and second with the benzene. And this is the effect of, if compare the three different type of the solvents like trichloroethylene, chloroform, then benzene, then it find that in case of benzene we found the high VDR as compared to the chloroform, and in case of chloroform it is a higher VDR as compared to the trichloroethylene. So this is the effect of nanographenite loading on degree of swellings. Conclusions: morphology, so good distribution of the nanographite in chlorobutyl matrix. The variation in the VDR content with the storage time in chloro nanocomposites filled with the different concentration of nanographite was studied in 3 different solvents, and regardless of the solvent used in the VDR increases with increasing concentration of the nanographite in the order 8 pHr, 6 pHr, 4 pHr, 2 pHr as compared to the 0 pHr. Solvent with the more interaction with the polymer tend to show the lower VDR value. The initial increase in the VDR value in first 15 days of the storage was remarkable, after which after 15 days it was increases slowly. And very high value of the bound rubber is due to high reinforcements obtained due to the high structure and high surface area of the nanographites. This is the some references. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shashikant Tiwari. So one or two quick questions if you have any. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Now I request Dr. Richa Sahu. Dr. Richa Sahu is from MIT Institute of Biotechnology, MIT University, Chhattisgarh, and I request her to please present her work. Yeah.
Very good afternoon everyone. I am Dr. Richa Sahu, working as an assistant professor at MIT University, Chhattisgarh. So the work that I will be presenting is entitled Fabrication of Keratin Zinc Oxide Nanoparticle Nanogel as a Sustainable Wound Dressing Material. So before starting, let's talk a little bit about wound या चोट जिसको हम कहते हैं. There are different types of wound known as amputation, avulsion, crush injury, puncture, abrasion, laceration. Basically the blood should come out. There are few more wounds where there is concussions and hematoma जहाँ पे the wound is not open. So we are not dealing with that kind of wounds. So talking about wound healing, that the topic is about, the wound healing has basically 3 stages. The first is homeostasis, where you can see the platelets, red blood cells, and all the blood cells come to the area of injury, and basically a clot is formed so that the bleeding is stopped. The next phase is inflammation, where the macrophages, neutrophils come and they try bacterial infection where any microbial infection should not happen. The next is proliferation, where these fibroblasts, microfibroblasts cells around the wound area, they proliferate so that the wound healing can start, and angiogenesis, basically the formation of blood cell, can happen, and finally the collagen fiber on the surface of the wound so that just the scar is there, after some time the scar also vanishes. So talking about the rationale of the study, we talked about different types of wound. The work is basically for the 2 categories of wound, basically wound, acute wound and chronic wound. If the wound is not healing in around 1 month or so, it is known as acute wounds, because the blood vessels are not properly forming and the fibroblast proliferation is not proper, or the neutrophils are not getting, homeostasis is not there. And another category is chronic wound. First, the acute wound is actually converted into chronic wound when the wound is not healed in more than 4 months. That comes the category of burn wounds, diabetic wounds. So what happens exactly? There is a limited reepithelialization, the oxygen content is very less, there is a lot of ROS, reactive oxygen species, there is no angiogenesis. Because of these, the wound is not healed. So the work rationally is basically developing a smart wound healing material which can deal with the rationale, that is, it should help in angiogenesis, it should be antimicrobial, it should be able to keep the wound dry, because in chronic wound and and in acute wound lot of pus and fluid is formed, which results in using a lot of dressing. The frequency of dressing is very high, that ultimately results in the usage of very high amount of medical waste. So we are developing a nanogel which is made up of waste material, that is keratin, and the keratin is from the chicken feather or the poultry waste. So basically nanogels are the three-dimensional hydrogel materials of the nano size ring, the pore size in the nano range, where it is cross-linked with the help of another swellable copolymer if you can use, and it has a high capacity of holding water without actually getting dissolved in the fluid on the aqueous medium. So nanogels can be composed of the variety of naturally occurring polymers like synthetic polymer or natural polymers. Why is it advantageous as a dressing material? It has a high water content or swelling capacity. It keeps the wound dry. It has biocompatibility, biodegradability, enhanced drug delivery, and antimicrobial property. These all things are checked whether it be come up as a wound dressing material or not. So we started with keratin extraction from a natural source. We took poultry waste or chicken waste as a keratin source. Then we prepared the nanogel, and we incorporated the green synthesized zinc oxide nanoparticle, which is already being known as antimicrobial agent in that nanogel, and we use that nanogel as a dressing material. So the first is the usage of chicken feather for the nanogel or the preparation. We extracted keratin using this particular method. We used different this particular thing, and we prepared a purified keratin via dialysis, and then we freeze dried it. After that, we prepared zinc oxide nanoparticles using green synthesis method using munga leaves or moringa oleifera leaves, and this is the nanoparticle that we have. We characterized the nanoparticle. Later we'll see about that. So what we took is, we took the keratin solution that we have made. We used three different copolymers, alginate, guargum, and gelatin, using a cross linker, and we made we added zinc oxide nanoparticle that we have synthesized, and we prepared a zinc oxide keratin nanogel. This is the nanogel after drying. This is the characterization of zinc oxide nanoparticle. It has a peak XRD result, which is confirming the presence of zinc oxide nanoparticle. These are the SEM results and the FTIR results. This is for the characterization of nanogel. This is the SEM image of the nanogel that we have prepared. This is the FTIR results of zinc oxide nanoparticle and keratin based nanogel. Starting with the characteristic that can be used for the dressing material. The first we checked was the antimicrobial property against S. aureus. Why S. aureus? Because this is one particular organism which is present at the wound. It infects the wound. So we took different small discs of this nanogel. The three, you can see four different discs. Three is for the naked nanogel, and the another one is with zinc oxide based nanogel. This is the plate you can see. The important thing to note here is the nanogel disappears after 72 hours. It degrades itself and retains the antimicrobial property. Here you can see the same result. One more experiment we did was we injected fungi, Aspergillus niger, in this nanogel before drying. It dried, it developed the fungi, mycelia, as you can see here. In less than after 5 days, the fungi was disappeared. We kept it in the incubator, we let it dry, and because the nanogel method synthesis is self-assembly as well, it takes time. As the nanogel dry, the fibers are in the nanoform and it disappears or it kills the fungi. Next is the antioxidant activity. Is very important because it should kill the reactive oxygen species that is developed in the wound, so that inflammation should not occur. So we did the DPPH assay for that, and we get a very good result in a very low quantity of nanogel that we use. It was showing a very high antioxidant property. Next is swelling capacity, because we need to keep the wound dry, as well as there should be some moisture on the wound as well. It should not be dry, but at the same time it should not be very wet, as in the case of burn wounds and diabetes wound. So we check the swelling capacity. This is swelling capacity result. We did this experiment 3 different pH. One is the neutral pH of the skin, another is the normal skin pH, and the wound pH. Wound pH is around 8. So the swelling capacity was not getting affected in the wound pH, so it proves that it can be used on the wound surface as well. Next is the very important angiogenesis, because if the wound has to heal, there should be angiogenesis, that means the formation of new blood vessels. So we did this experiment with the help of our collaborator at D.Y. Patil University. So what they did was they took an eggshell, they did the CAM assay, chorioallantoin membrane assay. This is extra embryonic membrane on the egg, which is highly vascular. So what they did was they took fertilized the egg, and they took a part of the eggshell and they put the graft. The graft here is the nanogel, and they see whether the angiogenesis is happening or not. This is the result. The control has no nanogel. After 24 hours and 48 hours, the result can be seen that angiogenesis is high in case of nanogel usage. The similar results were obtained in total number of junction, as well. The total number of junction means the number of vessels that has been formed on the surface, and the vessel percentage area, that means how much area is covered using the vessels. So it was high in case of our samples. So the proposed material can be said, it keeps the wound dry, it absorbs pus fluid, the frequency of dressing would be less, so the medical waste would be less, and the healing process in case of wounds like diabetes. And yes sir, these are the references. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and if there is any question, we can take.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Richa. So next speaker is Sarvari Bano. So I invite her, and she is from Manipur College of Engineering and Technology, Bhilai. So हम लोगों को क्वेश्चन You can take this one, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Sarvari Bano, research scholar from Binta College. I am doing PhD under the supervision of Dr. Manisha Anwar. My research topic is environmental and medicinal application of organically synthesized copper and copper oxide nanoparticle. These are the contents. So basically, the several methods are used for the preparation of the nanoparticle, just like a chemical method and physical method and the biological method. We know that the chemical method and physical methods are too costly and hazardous. So we are going to move on to next method for the biological method. I am doing PhD for the working on the preparation of the nanoparticle by the phytochemically synthesized nanoparticle. So because of the reason for the preparation, the several characterizations and characteristic features are available in the nanoparticle. So I am doing the preparation of the nanoparticle by the approach of the two different things. One is we know very well the top-down method, and another is a bottom-up method. So they are the literature survey. After the literature survey, I found that the phytochemicals, various phytochemicals are available, just like flavonoids, alkaloids and terpenoids. So I am working on the terpenoids for the preparation of the nanoparticle. So firstly, we take the plant. This is the flow chart for the preparation of the nanoparticle. So first of all, we take the plant, the nearest available plant. I am using the first plant for the preparation of the phytochemicals. So firstly, we prepare the phytochemicals by the extraction portion. After the extraction portion, we use the metal salts, just like copper sulfate salts and copper acetate salts. These copper acetate salts are using as a reducing agent for the plants are using as a reducing agent, and after that the nanoparticles are formed. After the formation of the nanoparticle, the isolation process are done. So So we give the characterization of the nanoparticle. Right now I am preparing I am doing the after the preparation of the nanoparticle, and with the help of the characterization I am using these characterization techniques UV, XRD, SAM and FTIR, and these are the results of the prepared nanoparticles. First one is the SAM structure, and the probability, second structure is the probability of the found nanoparticles. I found 62 nanoparticles of the copper nanoparticle, and last one is the XRD sample, XRD result, and after the characterization I am doing the environmental application. But right now I am completed the preparation of the nanoparticle. These are the references. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So far you have not
No.
you have not applied.
Initially I started.
So you have just started it.
This is my first year.
Okay. Thank you very much. Some questions from audience side. Good. Thank you. So now, yeah, we move to the last presentation of this session, and it is Akansha Singhvi. And Akansha is from MIT University, and again she'll be talking about wound healing etc. So over to you, Akansha.
May I start? Very good afternoon to each and everyone present over here. My name is Akansha Singhvi. I am a PhD scholar in MIT University, Rapur. I am working under the guidance of Dr. Richa Sahu. This is the overview of my today's presentation, and as my guide has already briefed you about the wound healing, it is having different stages such as hemostasis, proliferation, remodeling. You can see the different various extraction sources of keratin and how the nanogel in the wound healing functions. When we talk about the objective, these are the objectives of my today's presentation. This is the methodology which I am going to follow. So when we talk about the particular polymers such as keratin, so the properties, basically when we talk about nanogels, they are having a size and distribution ratio. They are very good in release control. We will be seeing all this in detail. So when we talk about preparation of nanogel, in my case I have taken wool because it is a very good source of alpha and beta protein. And over here, while preparing the nanogel, which is extracted from wool, so I have taken cleaned wool in which I have done this degradation process. It took 5 to 7 hours, and after that, after putting different chemicals in it, such as I have used SDS, urea, and beta-mercaptophenol. After that, after the overnight incubation and magnetron stirring, I got this keratin solution which you can see over there in the second picture, and then I have added copolymer in it, and I have worked with different copolymers such as guar gum, alginate, gelatin, and then after adding copolymer, I have added cross-linker in it, and the cross-linker which I have used over here is butyraldehyde, and after maintaining the alkaline pH, we got this kind of nanogel. So these are the different various characterization method through which we can get the characterization of a particular nanogel or nanomaterial, such as by TEM, SEM, XRD, FTIR, and we can also check the water swelling capacity. So this is how the nanogel, this is the SEM image of my nanogel, keratin nanogel, and this is the FTIR result. This is how I have performed the antimicrobial susceptibility test, in which you can see I have taken a wool keratin which was 7%, and then the copolymer was guar gum in my case. So over here you can see the clear zone of inhibition, and you can see in the second column there is a diameter of 1.6 centimeter, and in the third one I have used wool keratin along with the copolymer of gelatin, and you can see the clear zone of 1.4 centimeter. And then in the next one I have used whole keratin along with the copolymer of alginate, in which the diameter is 2.6 centimeters. So this is the result of swelling capacity analysis, in which I have used different pH. I have checked whether the normal pH, that means the neutral pH also, I have checked the swelling capacity of my nanogel, and then I have changed the pH according to the wound of the wounded skin and normal skin, and you can see the result. So the nanogel was 300 times better, it was swelling. So when we talk about the keratin nanogel, basically, as I have already told, that I have taken it from the source was wool, and in this case we have also got the collaboration with New York City, Dubai, and over there we are going to perform our further test. And basically this when we talk about nanogel from the keratin, it is having it can provide moist wood environment. It can also provide high water content ratio. It can be very much biocompatible, and it can reduce scarring, and even it shows the antimicrobial property. So the basic rationale behind my particular research is so that I can produce economic, biocompatible, even biodegradable nanogel, which will be sustainable for the environment, and it will be very much cost effective also. Thank you.
Thank you, Akanksha. Anyone is interested in interacting with Akanksha? No. Thank you. We really look forward to the outcomes of your project sometime in some other conference. All the best. In this second session, there were two keynote addresses, two invited talks. Sapna Jain is not here, I am told. She is not here. Sapna Jain, is she available here? No. She is not here. Okay, so in this session we had two invited talks, and then there were 6 presentations, very nice presentations, and some of them very seasoned experts, professors, and some of them were very the researchers who were just beginning. So I am very sure for some of them there will be some leads to carry on their own researches. So before I close this session, maybe I have some remark from my colleague Dr. Nawani. Would you like to add anything to this session, or should we close it right now?
Just 30 seconds.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so I listened to most of the talks, and probably one talk I missed, and I'm sorry for that. I had to go out to make some phone calls, urgent phone calls. I'm really happy to see the work which all of you have presented. I really want to congratulate the first year students. It's amazing to see your confidence. Keep it up. I'm sure you have great mentors, and all the best to you. All right. Thank you so much. I enjoyed it.
And finally, thank you very much, my dear audience who are all here. Post-lunch sessions are really very heavy. It goes very heavy. And I requested Naveen to make it very interactive, and I am very thankful to Naveen also, who really made his best efforts as usual, as he does. And thank you, Naveen.
Not a request, it was an order actually.
So thank you very much, and now it is over to the organizers for the further proceedings. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you so much, sir. Now at last I would like to request Mr. P.K. Sami sir, Head and Director, CIPET IPT Bhubaneswar, to please come on the stage and hand over memento to Dr. D.S. Arya sir as an expression of our gratitude on inexplicable bond we have made with them. Please come on the stage, sir. Thank you so much, sir. So thank you everyone. We have come to an end of this session, and I hope that every one of us have made a good connection and have gained a valuable knowledge. Thank you everyone for your patience listening and your presence.
Now we will have a 15 minutes tea break, so you all can have enjoy the refreshments, and then we'll get back here to continue our next session. Thank you everyone.
Engineering, CIPET Rapur, where brilliant minds from around the world have gathered to exchange ideas, inspire each other and shape the future. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce our session chairperson, Dr. Bhojo Gaudi, Senior Principal, Scientist and Professor CSIR NIST, Trivandrum, and Mr. Sumit Kumar, Head BIS Rapur, on the stage. Please join us in welcoming them for that. For that, I would request our Director Sir, Dr. Alok Sahu Sir, to please present a traditional cloth of Chhattisgarh to our chairpersons. Please give a round of applause for Sir. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. We are privileged to have such esteemed personalities among us who have significantly contributed to their respective fields and continue to inspire countless individuals worldwide. Now let's move forward with the brief introduction of our chairpersons. Dr. E. Bhojo Gaudi Sir is the Senior Principal Scientist and Professor at CSIR, National Institute for Interdisciplinary Science and Technology, CSIR NIST, Trivandrum. Sir has received IUSSTF Research Fellowship by Indo-US Science Technology Forum in 2014, Raman Research Fellowship by CSIR Government of India in 2018, Chemical Research Society of India CSRI Bronze Medal in 2023, and many more. Sir has completed MSc Technology in Polymer Science and Technology from Sri Krishna Dev Raya University, Anantapur, Andhra Pradesh, and his PhD from the University of Pune. He has published more than 85 publications in peer-reviewed journals, edited a book, and contributed to 4 chapters. His research interests include polymer self-assembly, nanostructural materials, polymer crystal engineering, polymer gels and aerogels, polymer/inorganic hybrid nanocomposites, and biodegradable polymers. Our next chairperson, Shri Sumit Kumar, Sir is the head in Rapur branch at Bureau of Indian Standard BIS Rapur. Shri Sumit Kumar completed M.Tech in Mechanical Engineering from IIT Dhanbad with distinction, completed and gold medal. He also holds Master of Science in Quality Management and Master of Arts in Public Administration. He has more than 17 years of experience in several activities of Bureau of Indian Standards BIS, including National Standards Formulation, Conformity Assessment, Laboratory and Administration. He is presently heading the Rapur branch office of Bureau of Indian Standards since May 2022 and is responsible for conformity assessment, standards promotion, education outreach, enforcement and consumer protection activities of BIS in Chhattisgarh. He also has interest in energy science and engineering and currently pursuing doctorate in above field from IIT Delhi. He has also authored several research papers on solar thermal energy utilization and energy conservation. Now I request our session chairperson, Dr. Bhojo Gaudi Sir, to begin the contributory talks by inviting them on the stage.
Yeah, very good evening. Welcome back to the last technical session of this day. So we have one invited speaker in this session, that is Dr. Rajiv Kumar Dwivedi. He is the director of TTRC Lehra Corporation. So he has done his BE and MTech degree from NIT Bhopal with 33 years of experience in academics, and he also has worked for 22 years in CIPET, and last 11 years he is working as a leading technical training and research center of globally renowned industrial group in machinery group sector. And he was awarded a UNIDO fellowship in 1997 for advanced training in the plastic processing in Canada. He has traveled across the world. He has traveled to several countries, and he is also involved in the technical committees to make policies on BIS for standard development of plastic products, qualified lead auditor for the ISO QMS, and also contributed an important resource person for various technical assignments, consultancy projects related to plastic sectors in India and of course other lot of Asian countries like Sri Lanka, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, etc. So he also coordinated national studies on behalf of Government of India, on topics such as environmental impact on biodegradable plastics, human resource requirement in plastics petrochemical industries, promotion of recycling technology for plastic waste, assessment and quantification of plastic waste in 60 Indian cities. Recently was nominated by BIS as a project leader for developing a new ISO standard for plastics waste recycling through mechanical route, particularly for polyethylene and polypropylene. So actively participating in ISO technical committee on environmental issues for standardization activities, specifically on plastics and environmental issues. He has delivered several invited talks, particularly on plastics and waste recycling. So with a special invited lecture at University of Toronto. So with this brief introduction, I invite you.
Thank you, distinguished Chairman, Dr. Bhuj. And I think this is not needed. I will be using this. Yeah. Okay, no problem. Okay, sir. My slides are. So, first of all, I am not a researcher, so this would be totally a different kind of session. As distinguished chairman and chairperson Sumit Kumarji from BIS, so I am involved in those kind of activity more, and I will be talking practically in this session because since morning I have been hearing lot of different papers, and that was okay. We are from core plastics, so I will be talking more related to plastics, not about other kind of chemical or petrochemical, because we are in a downstream side. We are not in a upstream. My expertise is on more on downstream side, that is related to plastics. So as you see, and it is very good that this particular session, our chairperson is from BIS, so this is good that this was good that you have invited. And all have, I think this is again, though it is not a post-lunch session, now you have had all tea also, and I think some of CIPET student, because I am now currently for last 12-13 I am working in a industry, and we keep interviewing lot of trainees for our either GET position, MTech position. So we always ask one basic question. Now we are seeing this conference which, and let me thank Alok Sahu sir, because they are all my old colleagues, and they invited me, because after 12-13 years leaving CIPET, nobody cares that whether this guy has left already, but still they care and they call me, so I am thankful to CIPET always. So now I just want to, because whenever I think some trainees are, this is all other colleagues, I should not talk much, because they have been listening to me for many years, and we informally also we talk. But for trainees like sustainability, because there is a topic given is sustainability. So whether have you, because nowadays in any industry, any corporate world, when these trainees are going and they are giving interview, first question is that whether you know about SDG goals, why we are doing all. I think for last so many years, whether it is university, institution, everywhere, there is a trend to have a seminar, to conferences talking about sustainability development goals, SDG. So what are those SDG? Why all this work started across the globe? And we are talking, my topic is standardization related to plastic waste recycling. So ultimately when you get any kind of career, when you start in the field of plastic, now everybody is talking, whether you go to any packaging company, you go to any plastic product company, when you start your career, they first ask whether you are aware. And this I have been asking, because that's why for some of BTech and MTech, when they come and I ask whether have you heard about that, how it is related to plastic. And one question is that sometimes normal people think that plastic is bad. But plastic is our bread, and we have been earning whatever we are doing it, that is our bread and butter, plastics, because we are in carrier of plastics. But scientifically also, it is not a bread and butter. Scientifically, for all of you, you know, if you just now also you go and you see the national policy on petrochemical, a gazette was notified in 2007, there that plastic is never classified as a harmful material. Even that notification say plastic per se is a harmless material. Only thing is that it's waste management. How to environmentally sound management you have to manage. So that's what it was a talk in 2007. But now sometime when we talk to even plastic graduates, engineering graduates, I sometimes ask during interview whether you are doing a pursuing plastic engineering, you tell whether plastic is bad. And even common, like lot of school, colleges, no to plastic, those kind of campaign there. So whether plastic is bad. So even plastic engineering graduates also, they say, yes sir, there is some problem, kuch to problem hai isme. But for your information, if you, even if I am not a chemistry man, but when you say about any hydrocarbon, you have been listening since morning, when any kind of hydrocarbon is in a saturated state, so there is no reactivity. There is no question of any reaction. So when you talk about any plastics, thermoplastic, particularly polyethylene, polypropylene, they are all in a saturated state. When they are in a monomer state, when you are going polymerization, that time they may have a reactivity. But once they are converted, so whether it is a polyethylene, polypropylene, in saturated state, they don't have any reaction. And likewise, even for industry, when the industry is established, Pollution Control Board also, it has kept plastic processing industry in a green category. Why? Because there is no pollution. When you when you put a material in any, whether it is injection molding, blow molding, extrusion, we are only doing a physical change. Again, it is school knowledge, fundamental. स्कूल में हम पढ़ते हैं ना, फिजिकल चेंज क्या होता है, केमिकल चेंज क्या होता है. So plastic processing is nothing but a physical change, shape change. So there is no chemical reaction as such. तो harmful की तो बात ही नहीं है उसमें. If it is not reacting, only thing is that now morning some speakers were talking also, when you add something, some additive, leaching, so those are the things somewhere that for food contact and all, there are some regulation, legislation, even that is applicable for recycling also. So first thing is that this is, I am addressing to students only, those who are trainees, because this seminar should help them much. For us all professional over 35, 36 years, we are in the fag end of our career. But those who are starting their career, they should know if they are in the field of plastic or whatever. So these are the things, it should be known to everyone that plastic is not harmful, is waste. Then now why hue and cry started against plastic. Now next question is that either you are either biased towards plastic. Why these all questions are there? So that is why I am talking. You all should know about SDG goal. There are 17 SDG goal. I will now tell that there are 2 SDG goal which is very important to us. Because of that, all this, that's why this sustainable. So there is a SDG goal 12 which talks about responsible consumption and sustainable production. That is a SDG goal 12. Then there is a SDG goal 14 which talks about life below water. So marine pollution. So that you may be knowing. So that is why United Nations environmental program. So now I am going to, now with this background, my presentation will be on these lines. So first thing is that now this is also a kind of a general knowledge for many trainees. Have you heard about UNEP is working on some international legally binding treaty on plastic pollution? What is that? So that is also under discussion. By 2024 December end, you are going to have a draft which will be talking about. India is a signatory to that. That is being monitored from India side. MOEF, which is Ministry of Environment, that is a nodal ministry which is dealing with UNEP negotiation. INC, what I have written here, INC is nothing but, sorry, this pointer is not there here. Pointer is not there. So that is okay. First, what you are saying, INC activity is what? INC is basically Intergovernmental Negotiation Committee. That is it is called INC. So now there are 2 INCs held. Now third INC is going to be held in Nairobi. So they are talking about plastic pollution, which we should be aware that there should be a treaty, regulation, safety guidelines, how country should act. India is a signatory. So that is in line with meeting the goal of SDG 14, because all this thing started because of marine pollution. You would have heard in media in 2015-16 there was a lot of information that if plastic goes to this sea and ocean, so by 2050 there will be more plastic in the ocean than fish. ये बहुत बड़ा statement है मीडिया में प्लास्टिक के, तो ये उसी से ये शुरू हुआ है. So the thing is, that is why the some term has come, single-use plastic. Single-use plastic, there is no technical word, it is a political word. Either you can say political word or it is a related to waste management. All thermoplastics are recyclable. This is also a myth. Sometimes people say no, some plastic cannot be recycled. It is not correct. All thermoplastic whichever are there, they can be recycled. Only thing is that then UNEP deliberated, they found that some of the plastic which you cannot collect, or due to, because when you talk about polyethylene, polypropylene, they are all low density plastic. Their density is less than 1. So there will be some time when you are reducing the film thickness. And I know when I was in there in CIPET, I think my colleague Rajesh is from Kerala. Kerala always a highly literate state. I will just means I remember a story of 2000. Kerala High Court that time they wanted to ban plastics film carry bag less than 20 micron based on a NGO petition, public interest litigation. So you are not feeling bored, no? Because I am talking something, I am not talking research, chemistry and all those things. Yeah. So I am just telling because of based on my whatever plastic, because we are from plastic, so I am talking because they have invited, so I have to talk whatever I know. I don't know about many other nanoparticle, nanogel and whatever that chemistry and all those things, but I know only the applied. So the story is that sir, sorry chairperson, I am just trying to going down so that they should not sleep. So the story started in 2000, because why I am talking about Kerala, I have seen Rajesh was my earlier colleague, now he is heading a center in Kochi. That time there was no center in Kerala. So but judge has got a doubt before passing that order, because that petitioner has written that plastic is harmful, and you see that when people they start talking negative against plastic, they talk everything. कि harmful है, cancer हो जाएगा, ये हो जाएगा, all those things it comes in the media against plastic when they talk. Then there is some NGO, sometimes I say that they are all, we say one kind of terrorists, they are also environmental terrorists, because they sometimes they become like it is called environmental terrorism against a material without, it is like a innocent material. Biodegradability is not a curse for plastic. वो क्यों नहीं बायोडिग्रेड होता, वो रिएक्ट नहीं होता, अब जमीन में फेंक दो वो रहेगा सालों साल. तो ये ऐसे ही है. सपोज साहू साहब, माई बेस्ट फ्रेंड फ्रॉम CIPET भोपाल, वी हैव वर्क टुगेदर. समटाइम हम लड़कों को पनिशमेंट देते थे कि तुम यही खड़े रहो 1 घंटे. अब वो 2 घंटे वहीं खड़ा रहता है, हिलता नहीं है, कुछ नहीं. हमने बोल दिया 24 घंटे खड़े रहो, 24 आवर्स यू शुड बी देयर, टुमारो ऑल्सो यू शुड बी स्टैंडिंग देयर. सम पॉलिटिशियंस से दैट हम तो चले गए घर, बट स्टिल ही स्टैंडिंग देयर, चाहे वो बारिश आई, पानी आई, वो. So even for your information, 1999 one article from head office we got published, and our respected Shit Saab is also there. He also used to publish lot of article in news magazines. So that time I remember I had, because so much of talk against plastic was going on, so one article I sent to a plastic magazine, and that title was Project Plastics as Innocent Material. That is still, that copy I am having as in my memory. So that was the time I am talking about 1999. When I was in Chennai. So Kerala High Court judge also has got same doubt कि why this plastic is why when more than 20 micron, how it can be good, because he thought the whole petition, whole that case is against plastic because of harmfulness, or if it is not harmful, so then if it is harmful, then less than 20 micron should be banned, and more than 20 micron. आप भी कॉमन सेंस से सोचो ना, कोई यदि प्लास्टिक खराब है तो मोटी प्लास्टिक चलेगी और पतली नहीं चलेगी. तो then afterwards, that time they have because nowadays all information is there, mobile, everything, but that time so much of it was not there. Judge has written to ministry to ask for clarification. It has come to CIPET head office. I am talking about 2000. That time I have also newly gone there. So that time our Director General told we have to reply to that. So we have replied. So we have written that there is no scientific reason about plastic harmful. There is no study like that. Only thing is that this is a techno-commercial reason. Still I remember that we have mentioned techno-commercial reason, because film thin. When thin films are there, they are not been able to be collected by rag pickers. कबाड़ी वालों से इकट्ठा नहीं कर पाते, collect नहीं कर पाते. So that is the reason that these all film, it remains on the waste stream, and then people start talking. That's what the NGO is telling. There is a lot of littering and this plastic is creating problem. But as such there is no. So then judge understood. Then he told, when he was passing the order, he told, then I will not write that it is harmful. So the reason is, that is why that time also all the litigation whatever against plastic, I am talking about 99, 2000, whether it is Supreme Court, High Court, everywhere, they talked about waste management should be done in an environmentally sound manner. 2011 then government has also brought this plastic waste management guidelines. That's what, that is why there is a need. Still, after so many years, the plastic waste recycling is still in unorganized sector, not done properly. There are standard guidelines. That is the purpose for which I thought that I will little bit give inform you about whatever is happening across the globe and what are the standard and all. So this first, as I told, first slide was related to sorry. So I will go first. Now we'll talk about UNEP. So I told UNEP already, if you want public domain, the zero draft is available. So some of the thing what UNEP is doing, I will be talking about UNEP what they are doing. I will be talking about ISO what they are doing, and then in Indian BIS what are the inventory of standard. Then see, this is the model. This was given in a UNEP, the first negotiation, INC 1 draft. So when you talk about circular economies, I don't know whether you are able to see or not. So here you can see that they divided into same upstream and downstream, and how the plastic, here they talked about recycling, reusability, repair, refurbish, all those things they have talked in. This is one of the presentation which was given. Then now the current zero draft which is being under deliberation, and from India also government ministry delegation they go, even next meeting is in November 13-14 in Nairobi. So here I have highlighted, I am not able to point out, but you see what they are talking, that product design performance, reduce, reuse, refill and repair of plastic, use of recycled plastic content. This is very important. Now the whole globe is talking about use of recycled content in coming days. So when you talk about using a recycled content, and again if you want to use for food contact and all, so definitely one has to, recycler has to follow the guideline, proper cleaning process which is called super cleaning process or decontamination process. If they are not doing, then it is a problem. So because of the recycled content, now in India also there is a EPR law which I will be talking about that also. Then extended, that is already, next point is, this is, India has already gone in line with the global theme, whatever is happening. You know many of trainings, whether have you heard about EPR? What is EPR? EPR is extended producer responsibility. It is basically polluters pay principles. It is on that model. So now in India also that all this is being monitored by CPCB, Central Pollution Control Board, with the help of so there all packaging. Now currently India EPR talks about packaging products, the single use, whatever they have divided, some they decided some of the products are single use, some of the products which are not banned, they have to be either we have to do a recycling equivalent to that. Suppose take for example X company, they sell 100 tons of plastic packaging material, they bring that 100 ton into the market. यदि वो 100 टन मार्केट में ला रहे हैं तो ये उनकी जिम्मेदारी है कि उतना 100 टन का वो या तो वेस्ट की रिसाइकलिंग करें, क्योंकि वो 100 टन प्लास्टिक का वेस्ट क्रिएट कर रहे हैं. तो इसको कहते हैं पॉल्यूटर्स पे प्रिंसिपल. सो दैट इज कॉल्ड एक्सटेंडेड प्रोड्यूसर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी. देन इमिशन एंड रिलीज ऑफ प्लास्टिक थ्रू इट्स लाइफ साइकिल, वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट. Then fishing gear. ये अभी this is again, let me tell, these are only the zero draft. There is nothing is finalized. This is being deliberated and discussed. Then now these are national. They are telling this country, all country. India is also one of the countries. So they use the term party. Each party has to do these effective measures to ensure the plastic waste is managed in a safe and environmental sound manner throughout its handling. Now they are talking about from handling stage, collection stage, handling, transportation management. You will not believe. अभी हमारे लिए कबाड़ी कलेक्ट करना मतलब, now recently we have gone to ISO meeting and there is a deliberation that there should be a standard for plastic waste, how to collect and transportation management. अब यदि हम सोचेंगे यार ये क्या बात हो रही है, but they are trying to standardize this also, that when plastic waste after disposal, when it is collected, so how it has to be collected, how it has to be sorted, so whole. So that for that also one new standard being deliberated within ISO. These are some of the, now again, as you know, in any international negotiation, many of you know now, even in G20 when they say that draft declaration, even every word, every text, they will have a deliberation. So likewise in zero draft, when they are talking about they give 2-3 options whether we have to draft this sentence like this. So when they talk about product design performance, so they are given 2 options. Then another is target for reduction, reuse, refill and repair. Here only so far what I understand, they are talking the polymer or plastic material also has to be reduced by production company. There are many countries like India, we are against that. We are telling you no, that target should not be reached. They are telling that virgin plastic production has to be reduced or consumption has to be reduced. We are telling no. This is so far what I understand, that our Indian delegation is against that. Indian stand is that we will not, reduction is not accepted, but we will try to improve upon recycling, reusability and whatever plastic is banned. So that is that so far our government of India stand is that. Then that is the UNEP, because still UNEP target is by end of December 2024, and if somebody wants to read more, so you can go through the UNEP website. There is a site INC3, their full draft, lot of form of everything is available, and this will be again, they have got a time now. This is a 3-4 maybe another round of negotiation, 2-3, then they will finalize a draft. Then it will be a legal binding for each country to decide. There this standardization need, recycling, once that is enforced, so every country whichever is signing that treaty, they have to abide by those legal rules, whatever is there. Even waste movement, transboundary, each country, whether waste has to be, now suppose take PET bottle is coming waste, or any kind of waste is coming to India, so what are the regulation, and each country will have to follow that, the movement of waste, in which way, which fashion, labeling, coding, everything that they are discussing within UNEP. Now I will be coming about, I will be talking about ISO, next part. Now as you know that ISO is International Organization for Standardization. So ISO TC61, there is a committee, technical committee 61, which deals with plastics. So since till 2018 there was no any committee, subcommittee or committee which were talking about environmental aspect. 2018 only again Indian delegation, our BIS head is there. So I should inform that this is basically Indian delegation is decided by BIS only, that is under plastic committee is there, PCD 12. So every year, and because that for ISO TC61, BIS PCD 12 is the mirror committee. So we are the P member, permanent member of ISO. So we are having a right of voting, ballot, everything in the within ISO. So this SC14 is called Environmental Committee, which was not there earlier. And under this committee, the scope I have written, the scope says all standardization activity in the field of plastic relating to environmental sustainability aspect, focus is on not limited to bioplastic, biodegradability, is all these. Our theme is recycling. So because my presentation is based on recycling, so I will talk about what are there are 5 groups. So one group is working group 5, which talks about mechanical and chemical recycling, which is relevant to us. India, we do more mechanical recycling. Our already many studies says we are at least 40-50%. Our recycling rate is very high as compared to global rate is very less. So WG5 under ISO talks about that. Then many people sometimes, I know in one of the meeting they say for recycling there is no standard available, but there are so many standard available already there, inventory of standard. So that is why ISO has published one report also, technical report 23891. So here some of the inventory of standard is there, which is already available from ISO, European Union and other developed country. These are all inventory of standards. Now one of the important standard which was so far being followed in India also, that is called Guideline for Recycling and Recovery of Plastic, ISO 15270. So that is being revised now. That is going to be separated into 4 or 5 category. One will be talking about terminology, another will be talking about mechanical, chemical. So that's I have written here, that I have given a list of that. This is being worked out by ISO committee. So one project from India also, And new proposals. New proposal means those who are into plastic, you know that virgin plastic, there are data sheet, there are standard method. So now there is a, this time in ISO, there are some new proposals are there even for recycled plastic granules. They will be formulating some kind of designation system, standard, how to designate when somebody is doing recycling material. Then as I told, there are specific requirements related to collection and transport of post-consumer waste. Then various standard, there is a Circular Plastic Alliance in Europe. They have also proposed some of the standard to be formulated, and now maybe next 3-4 years, lot of new standard or guideline would be developed by ISO also, and European this European nation also, the group of European nation. This is we have been for last 1 year as a proud, BIS is also telling and we are also telling this. I was the project leader. We have taken from BIS this project new standard. This was a new standard which published by ISO 5677. This is what? This is same how to testing and characterization of mechanically recycled polyethylene and polypropylene. This standard was proposed by BIS 3 years back, 2020, I think 2020 or 2021, and I was the project leader. And see, it is not like a drafting a paper, like you, when you submit some research paper to some journal, there also they review. But here, okay, they may be reviewing technical editing and or your general editing. But in ISO, what happened? Companies, they vote. It is like a democracy, and sometimes there are different stages. And as a project leader, when they vote, they give a lot of comment, and you have to reply to that. So this is now this standard ISO 5677 is a published standard now in January 2023, and now in just 1 month before there was a BIS meeting, and BIS meeting also they decided that this standard will be adopted by BIS also. So this will be like a dual numbering. I think you may be knowing in BIS that sometimes they adopt ISO, it will be a dual numbering ISO. And in this ISO 5677, we have given a reference of German standard. German standard was very advanced. There they talk about data quality level and how to label recycled type, recycled material. So that reference has been given. Now, what are the standard in India currently? So Indian standard, that is again one standard is very known, popular. It is called IS 14534, which is plastic recovery and recycling of plastic general guideline. This standard was also old standard, that is also 2023 it has been revised. Then now another standard which will be very important, that is called designation system. As ISO is developing designation, so BIS is also developing a designation system. Then for PET bottle, you all know PET bottle now government, I don't know whether you know or not, now you would have seen in the media also that Coca-Cola and different companies, they started producing PET bottle by using recycled content, 20%, 30%. So that is again, this is related to food aspect. So in India, for food aspect, regulatory body is FSSAI, which is Food Safety Standard Authority of India. So whatever food related, so now FSSAI has currently you can say either approved or they made a regulation that PET, because PET recycling was being done in a systematic way, collection, cleaning and technology wise, because they give it technology approval. FSSAI gives technology approval of recycling. So now currently 2-3 European players are there. One is Starlinger, one is Erema. These are the machinery supplier. They have been given approval by FSSAI. Based on that, so BIS also in parallel, they are working on a standard. This is also under circulation, IS 1663. This is called post-consumer PET bottle recyclate. And last standard I already talked about, that is 5677. So I think this is enough for this session. And if anything somebody wants to ask, because standardization and this is little bit people should know. Only thing is that, as I was telling in the beginning, that all this hue and cry, now the time has come. Next decade will be the decade of recycling only. This is my personal feeling. It is not about bioplastic, biodegradable, it is the decade of recycling. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I request our respected chairperson, Dr. Bhojo Gaud E. sir, to come on the stage and give memento to Mr. Rajiv Dwivedi sir as a symbol of pride and honor. And Sumit Kumar sir as well. Thank. If you have any question, you can ask, sir. Thank you very much, sir. We believe that this international conference will not only broaden our knowledge, but also leave us inspired, motivated, and ready to contribute to a brighter future. With this, we will now begin with our contributory lectures. Okay.
Dodi have given an excellent presentation. Of course, I could not hear completely, but he was talking about EPR. EPR, yeah?
Yeah.
Now, this has to be implemented very religiously. Just I tell you the live example of in Japan, how it is being implemented in Japan. You have a washing machine and it stops working. What you will do in India? You throw away or give to the maid. They take this washing machine, use this as a tub or whatever you want to use it, and buy the new machine. If you are in Japan, what happens? Your washing machine is not working. You have a lot of wealth, but you can't buy a washing machine until unless you take this old washing machine, pay the money to the government of Japan, that's about 200 yens or 500 yens, whatever the amount is, get a certificate that yes, I have disposed of my machine, I paid this amount. With this certificate, you go to the dealer, that sir, I want to buy a machine, and you get the machine. So that kind of discipline has to be there. Then only we can have the proper waste management. Otherwise, the thing is like this. You have the entire junk, full of the all unusable materials, and nothing happens over there. So with this kind of approach only we can work for a better environment for our future generations. Until this discipline doesn't come in the mind of the people, nothing can be done. So it is our moral responsibility, not the manufacturer producer responsibility. It is our responsibility also that to see to it that if anybody is dumping some unusable materials on the ground or something like that, you should ask him not to do that, whether it's in your society, whether your streets or this one. If this kind of culture will come, when everybody is responsible for it, then I think all the 3R or 4R, you talk about recycling, reusable, and then what's it? Repairing. Now one more is the repairing also. Repairing. The fourth one is repairing. So this is not only 3R, repairing also, because repairing is very common in our country, because balti wala will come, plastic balti, if the balti is broken, he will say yes, I do the welding and your balti will be usable. So that repairing is also very, very common in our country. So this kind of approach has to be there, and then I think we can do the wonders, because we have a dearth of talents, but unfortunately not used in the right direction and the right perspectives. So only thing about EPR I want to say. Thank you.
और पूछना
Thank you very much, sir.
तो सर ने जो बोला है वो EPR is packaging के लिए. Now government is reinforcing. So let us see how it moves 2024 onwards.
Thank you, Rajiv Dwivedi, sir. With this, now we will begin with the contributory lectures on theme waste management and recycling. Before we proceed, I would like to make everyone familiar with the guidelines, which are as follows. Every invitee/lecturer would be allotted a time of 10 minutes, in which 8 minutes are allotted for explaining the topic and remaining 2 minutes for questionnaire. With this, I would like to invite Dr. S.C. Seth, Sir, Ex-Principal Director, CIPET, with his topic, the scientific approaches to mechanical recycling of plastic waste. Please give a round of applause for sir.
I am going to talk about the scientific recycling, mechanical recycling of plastics. I think from the morning we have been talking about so many topics, and just now David also finished on recycling and standardization of recycling plastic material. Now, why recycling is given so much importance at the present days, in the present scenario? The reason is that the depletion of the fossil fuel resources. Second thing is the regulation, and maybe the other requirement, maybe the standard government regulatory requirement. So because of this background, we have to recycle the plastics, because the consumption of plastics is going at very alarming rate, and at the same time creating the pollution and in a very much difficult way to live. Next. So with production varying of plastics, 1 kg per capita per day incomes low income country, and 2 kg per capita per day is in high income country. So this is the scenario of the how the plastics is generated in a per day in different countries. Another thing is that in the present in the world, nearly 12 to 15% plastics is only recycled, but in India 30% recycling in India is more. But the way we are recycling, that is not acceptable to be considered as a virgin type of or similar type of material to be used as a for different type of application in the crisis of the raw material, original raw material. Next. So when in the recycling material is having so many material like LDPE, HDPE and other things, and in order to get a virgin type of similar type of material, we have to make a system of recycling in such way that we get a monotype of monostream material, so that we can use as a virgin type of material. We are talking it very fast because of the time crisis. Next. So it's causing pollution and polluting in alarming way. You can see that how much we will be generating plastics by 2030, and the plastics is consumption is going very in a high manner. Next. 460 million tons we are going to consume, and because of this consumption the plastic pollution is also going to be very high. So next. Yes. So the environment is getting polluted because of the plastics. So reduce pollution, 50% plastic waste will be recycled. So that is the importance of recycling. In future, just now Divedios have also told that future will be the recycling of the industries. Plus industries will be recycling industries. So in order to do that really 50% if you want to recycle, in which way we will be handling? That means there is a the importance of really separation of the plastic, collection of plastics, reusing of the plastics in a better way. So those points has to be encouraged. Next. Value added plastics have to be recycled plastics. Really recycled plastic will not simply just not recycling. If you are not adding value to the plastic, then how the consumer will be purchasing? So the recycling plastics, if you really want to add value into recycling plastic, our approach should be little bit different. Next. Pressure on the plastic management is increasing because of the environmental pollution problems. So in order to reduce the problem, not only the users who is throwing the plastics, not only the supplier who is just supplying the plastic in a plastic, there are so many other stakeholders is there in the society. They should be also collaborated or integrated in the in this type of activities. Next. So how they should be, you can see that, I think it's not visible that clearly, because this sector will be involved trading, employment generation, growth and other requirement, so that everything what is involved in these sectors, everybody who is involved in this sector can be taken into consideration for the growth of the plastics industries, and for that a serious thought should be given on training and growth of the employee according to the training needs. Recycling should be efficient. Not only simply we are recycling, that okay, we will be doing chemical recycling, mechanical recycling or some monomer recycling, whatever it may be, but we have to consider which way it will be effective and efficient. So that has to be taken into first, otherwise you will not be really able to generate your profit requirement. So first priority should be given according to that. First, as we talked about, reuse, reutilization, etc., then in the recycling, mechanical, then monomer depolymerization, then pyrolysis like oil. So somebody was talking in the morning that we can generate oil like Professor Kant from the plastics, but simply we cannot go to the generation of the oil. Before that we have to try that what is the efficient and economical from the industry point of view, because industry cannot run without profit. So they have to think that which has to be taken first. So this hierarchy to be followed first. Then recycling priority, as I told, first mechanical recycling, reuse, mechanical recycling, and then monomers, and then cracking or generation to be taken into consideration. Now doing that recycling, first we have to concentrate on quality waste. That what do you mean the quality waste? This waste can be taken into recycling or not, that has to be decided. That can be decided in a better way if we segregate in the resource itself. Combination of collection, sorting, washing and recycling is a primary need. These are the very basic requirement. We are not going to in detail about that, but how out of that, out of the two things, all these things, out of the four factors, three or four factors, these all are important: collection, sorting, washing and recycling. Now collection to be done in a very, I think debates have also given emphasis through a standard that what would the method of collection. So that also to be taken into consideration, in which way all the people in the plastic sector to be involved, so that in a collected proper way the collection can be done. Similarly, sorting here is very important. If you want to really virgin quality material, then sorting is very important. Monostream material, if you want to do, not the multi-stream material, then you have the mixing of the in the recycle, lot of other plastics is involved. In order to avoid that, sorting has to taken into account very carefully, and before that washing to remove the dust, etc., is very important. These are very important before recycling. Now collection of plastics, this is a very critical, sir also just told that until unless the plastics is collected properly, there are basically three ways people to be encouraged to collect the plastics, the waste plastics. One is by through incentivizer scheme. Second thing is the deposit refund. Sir just told in Japan, has been told in somebody else also given the example, deposit refund scheme. And not only that, in the deposit refund scheme there is also a scheme which is called a reverse vending scheme also is there. So there also you can collect it. Then extended producer responsibility, which is sir just told. So this is possible through attention and awareness. Until unless you make the people aware through training, we are just not considering in a very seriously. That's why also the problem are happening, because awareness among the people in the society, as well as the who is handling the technology, they should be properly trained. Next. So extended producer responsibility, the people who are involved in this recycling process to be also taken into consideration during for collection. Effective EPR and DRS demands, these are the following point. EPR and demands correct resource usage, efficient waste collection, collection segregated trash, producer duty and consumer responsibility and government initiative. So without that probably we are not able to do These are the DPR and EPR. Cultivating power of habit is essential. Just now sir told that until unless we educate the people, we cannot cultivate. What is the cultivation? We have to see the power of habit to be inculcated in the society in such a way by this sort of action: cue, craving, response and reward. What do you mean by this? Cue, government must take action. Craving, public who is really interested to recycle the material. Response, what is their response? You evaluate it and then reward them. Until unless you reward and you continuous this cycle repeatedly, you cannot really put their habit of inculcating this practice in the society. So this is repeatedly has to be tried by the government, by the society, that these are the things has to be taken. We can do that to create a smart city. Until unless you this power of the habit of the people we are taking into consideration, it is very difficult to implement the recycling of the plastics in a proper way, because sorting is very important. Automatic sorting system, this is very important step in recycling. Now there could be manual sorting, there could be automatic, and because of you need the supply chain to be, because recycled material has to continuously flow as like virgin material. If that has to be done, then it should be automatic. But automation still is not that much popular and getting lot of trouble. But there is a facilities recently developed, that automation facilities where each plastics is being separated in a different stream. This we are discussing in this figure. See, this is the magnetic density separation technology, where you can there is a commingled plastics is there, but each plastics can be separated through this technology, magnetic density separated. This is the importance of sorting, and there we can sort out the monostream. Washing is very imperative. It's also very imperative requirement, and it has to be done. Effort for new technology development, we have to see that how through the new technology we can make the recycling better. Proper polymer down. These polymers we are not upcycling, we are downcycling. Now there is a limit, because in the first recycling there is a molecular degradation. So in the third and fourth there is a lot of. So we can go up to through mechanical recycling up to 1 or 2, but not 3 and 4. Ultimately it has to go. So initially your cycle priority will be changing. It may shift to the chemical recycling. Principle of mechanical recycling, we will not be discussing about that because this is known. Mechanical is limited to few cycles only, as I told, and there are not a lot of limitation we are not going to discuss. Second limitation, lot of limitation of mechanical recycling is there, but there is a solution also, and that's why, as I told, to overcome those limitations, we have to train the people, we have to do the scientific culture and do the things properly, and ultimately there are so many chemicals in this plastic material that can be through dissolution can be removed, precipitation, and then slowly you have to utilize the plastic recycling trend to a virgin material. And there are a lot of other technology inside which I have not discussed because this is scientific term. So conclusion is that from the above discussion is clear that once plastics has been collected and is sorted out properly, it is scientifically possible to recycle material and to get a virgin type of material, and where 50% material can be recycled and added to the in a virgin stream. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. If you have any question, you may ask.
Yes, sir.
I would like to add something.
Yes.
It is not to just, because, I travel a lot in Europe and other countries, developed countries. We are talking about collection system. What collection system we have in our country? Rag picker will go, pick up the bottles and this one like that. In most of the European countries and developed countries, what system they have, you buy a crate of the soft drink like Coca-Cola or something like that. You'll be having the 20 bottles or 12 bottles or like that, and suppose the price is say 50 euro, they charge you from 55 euro. Okay, cost of the cold drink is only 50 euro, they charge you 55 euro. So what happens? You have paid 5 euro extra. Next time when you go to buy the new bottles of this one, you take your old crate, bring it over there. This is the one system which works very efficiently, no hanky-panky, and you are very careful that, because what you are taking from there, 5 euro as a deposit over there as an advance. Okay, another system is, they have the dumping yards, because I used to go to to buy the plastic waste from European countries, from USA, Canada, Australia, and even UK sometimes. So what happens there? They have got dumping yards. The fellow who wants to get, you want to dispose of the waste material, whether it's wood, metal, glass, or plastic, they will bring them in their van or their SUV or MUV material with this one. The material is weighed over there, and now it is not that dumping yard fellow pays to him. He pays that as per the weight of the material to the dumping yard fellow, that I am dumping this much material to your dumping yard, and this is the amount I have to pay to you. He pays the amount, and your waste is collected automatically. So with that, they do the segregation, proper segregation. Everything is done automatically, and system is very simple. So this kind of a system, we have to think of a system, because here rag picker, he is collecting the PP also, PE also, PVC also, PET also, everything put together, and then he bottles, because it is easier to you segregate, he do the segregation very conveniently. The rest of the things he put there, this one, and after that put somewhere or put to a fire or something like that. So we have to have a system in the country, and for that, our young generation has to think about it, that how we can implement the system in our societies. If we start from one society, if you do this kind of thing, then I think we can bring this awareness in the entire country, educate the people, and try to bring the awareness how this collection system can be improved, and it has to be done very efficiently. I feel very proud to say that, I think somebody maybe from Kolkata, we have about 5,000 ladies working in our industry. There are 5 companies who are in the business of recycling. They are totally illiterate. I don't think they can put their signature also. But we have trained them to segregate the PP and PE, LDP, LLDP, HDP. Can you believe it? And the lady can do the wonderful job of segregation. It is a question of training, how you train them, this one like that. And after that, this material is being washed, cleaned, and then reprocessed. And sometimes even people can't differentiate whether it is a virgin material or it is a recycled plastic waste. So this kind of thing, we have to educate the people. This is the need of the hour. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much.
Next, I would like to invite Dr. P.C. Padi sir, CIPET IPT Bhubaneswar, with his topic, an experimental investigation of wool polymer composite WPC for manufacturing lowers using recycled polypropylene RPP as polymer matrix. Please put a round of applause for sir.
Good afternoon all. Hello. Good afternoon. Myself Dr. P.C. Padi. I am working as Chief Manager and Principal at CIPET IPT Bhubaneswar. Actually, one of the experimental investigation we have done on polymer composite for making this WPC, that is wood polymer composite. Nowadays, this polymer waste is a big threat, that how to optimally utilize the waste polymers into value added products. For that, an attempt has been made that to how to reuse the this used polypropylene bags that can be regrinded, and it is mixed with this wood composites to make a blend so that it can be used as lowers and used in the interior building applications. And as you know that the composite materials nowadays everybody in the world working on the utilization of this polymers, that is used plastics, that how to remove the pollution so that optimally it can be used for better value addition as a part of the circular economy. That's what we all, everybody think, tell that how to segregate and all. It's a big headache. Nowadays segregation of plastics is very easy because a lot of sensors are coming which can automatically segregate the polymers. Now in this you can know that this wood polymer composite, these lowers are used, this wood polymer composite material here. This basically it is not new. In the year 1970 this was started from North America, and now we are working on it in a better way. Main is that wood this WPC, that is a user friendly material, eco friendly material, and generally it doesn't contain any harmful chemicals, for which it can be used at any point of time. You know that wood is a hydrophilic material, and whereas plastics is hydrophobic. That's why the compatibility will be a problem. For that many attempts are made now. Different types of woods are used to make different types of these wood composites. These wood composites are slightly costly, and it carries from lower range to higher range depending on its density and composition of the wood composites. And these are the different woods are generally used, and it has been reduced to its size to around 2 to 3 mm size, and it is being pelletized and mixed and to make this. That's what. And since it is a recyclable material, and PP is a recyclable material, and it can be, we have to buy, as wood is also some polymer content it is there, because hemicellulose, cellulose and lignin and all this there, it is a biocompatible material. That's why a thought has been made to make it partially biodegradable, and the disposal can be better optimally utilized for this waste PP bags and all this. And in this a lot of literature survey has been made, but very less papers you will find that this RPP, reprocessed PP, has been taken into consideration with low cost. Main is the criteria of cost. You can add many nano composites and all this, but the cost of the this wood polymer composite products will be very high, which may not be affordable for a common man. That's what you may be seeing in the market. The WPC components are coming from in the building application. It comes from the very lower range to the higher range. And in this case, what we have managed the waste management, and we have enhanced the property of the polymer, and it is a non-toxic material and optimally utilized, and it is having flame retardant property, and water absorption also has been taken care. Generally this recycled polypropylene and sawdust we have taken as this Gambari material, and malic anhydride grafted PP has been taken as the coupling agent, and mica to improve the mechanical properties, and ammonium polyphosphate has been taken to improve the heat resistance properties of this. And you know that one, this is the very common about this PP, and this malic anhydride is used as a coupling agent, because both are not compatible, to as a compatibilizer to having a better adhesion property that has been added onto it. And ammonium polyphosphate, you know, this it is used, and it has got lot of positive things, and it will use as a resistant to heat, and so that it is used. And mica to improve the mechanical properties like tensile strength, flexural and properties can be enhanced. In this case the sawdust has been taken, and it has been alkali treated with sodium hydroxide, and as after the treatment it has been added, and the composite has been prepared in a twin screw extruder, counter rotating twin screw extruder, and it has been made into pellets, and then it is being tested. The test specimens are prepared in injection molding machine, and further it has been taken for study. And in this case, this RPP, reprocessed PP, 10, 20, 30, 40% assay we have taken that, and MAPP is taken constant percentage, mica and this aluminum that ammonium phosphate has been taken up to a constant range of 2%, because we have taken care of the cost part also taken care, and we wanted to know by adding this mica also, by adding that one, it will reduce the cost of the things also, and this way, and we have made, and you can see that this same it is made, it is only wood dust, and this and after adding, that is a you can see that the sawdust embodied PP matrix having a good interfacial adhesion between this sawdust and the wood dust and the polymer matrix, and uniform dispersion has been observed in this, and so that in this we have conducted the TG, that is thermogrametric analysis, the weight loss occurring between 70 to 110 degrees centigrade associated with evaporation of all absorbed moistures from the sample, and it is becoming thermally stable at 200 degrees centigrade is observed. From TGA curve you can see that the onset temperature progressively increased from 255 to 350 centigrade. It is seen that at 40% wood dust composition, it is showing the best thermal stability, and you can see the similar trend can be observed that the onset temperature of the composite, where the temperature increases from 452 to 470 degrees centigrade, the contents at 700 residues are formed, and the complete polymeric material has gone, and you can see the thermal stability at 40%, it is showing a better result compared to 20, 30 and even 50% it reduces, and the optimal has been taken 40%. And similarly you can see here the increase in onset temperature with increasing the SD composition implies that this wood composite composition plays a better role for stability, better stability of the composite, and it is evident from the hemicellulose started its degradation reaction, followed by more than that 250 degree centigrade, the complete degradation of the cellulose at 250 to 370, and the similar trend you can see that at increase 450 to 470, 700 residuals are in the form of ash. Now it is evident that the onset and end set temperature with increasing the SD that wood dust composition, so implies that SD enhances the thermal insulation behavior of the PP matrix. It does not mean that if you further increase that, it is increasing the moisture content, and that is what 40% is the ideal from the experimental study. Similarly, the DSC has been studied, and you can in the differential scanning calorimetry, it has been seen that at 117 to 120 degree centigrade, the weight of SD in the RPP increased from 10 to 40%, and 40% is the more ideal, and it increases the TC crystalline temperature and the melting point, and it is presence of the sawdust, it acts as a nucleating agent. And you can see from the graph also the percentage of crystallinity is highest at 40%, and this use of the crystallization enthalpy and melting enthalpy, the calculation for only for RPP reprocessed PP, that is 95.0 to 93.7 joules per gram, whereas by increasing the percentage of wood dust up to 40%, it has got a tremendous improvement in the crystallization property. And you can see from here that the density analysis has been done. The higher the density is maximum at 40%, and only for virgin or recycled PP it is 0.9, virgin it is 0.903, whereas with sawdust addition it become increased to 1.27, that is why the density of it will be higher. Similarly, the tensile strength also in increasing mode and in the 40% range, and after that it reduces, goes downward. and similarly the flexural strength also it indicates 40% is the best, and further it reduces, and the flexural strength you can see the it is from 19.5 at 40% is 23, and further increasing it reduces the flexural strength, and the impact resistance also behaves in the same fashion, and from the investigation we have understood 40% that reprocessed PP with 40% sawdust is the good combination and economical for production of this WPC lowers, and here the impact strength also you can see 40% as indicated, the better the crack resistance, the presence of wood floor can effectively inhibit crack initiation propagation, and it has been observed that this 40% is give with RPP with 40% gives the best impact resistance to the polymer to the WPCC composite, and the impact strength, and beyond the certain point, particularly after adding 50% wood content, the impact strength begins to decrease. That's what the decline mode has been observed, for which it is found that around 40% is the ideal one, and the water absorption it increases, and as the percentage of this wood dust content increases, the percentage of water absorption, that is what generally what happens in this WPC composite, the epoxy coating and the secondary process has been observed to arrest the water to make it to see that the application will be better here. All the properties are improving excepting one thing, the water absorption is increasing with the percentage of food content, because it is a hydrophilic material. That is what the secondary treatment always it is done, and for like epoxy coating and all this to give it, make it more ideal, and this is an economical study, and this is all about the thing about this WPC, and our objective is that how to optimally utilize the plastic waste and make into a value addition, so that it is generally used hugely, and in building application and many other automobiles and all this. That is why we have to address this issue properly, so that more and more plastic can be ideally utilized, and it will make some value addition, also the economics can be improved in a better way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. If you have any question, you may ask.
Hello sir, as you said that you add plastic waste in wood for value addition, but after utilization or lifetime, how do you dispose this, because there is a new kind of waste now?
Yeah, generally this after this WPC boards, its life is around 50 years. Generally, unlike your all plywood and other things that generally every 5 years it goes, since it is a high dense component and having the polymer matrix, generally it does not break. In interior and all this you might have seen that its value is its durability is around 50 years. That is what everything has got a life, but it can be prolonged its application for around 50 years. After that also I do not think it can be further used. It has to be going as a waste, but its durability is 50 years. It is up to 50 years you will be safe from this pollution hazard. Now the present condition is that how to better utilize, because without polymer we cannot live. So in every application, starting from implants up to our medical applications, even spectacles, automobiles, aerospace, the application of plastic is mandatory. That is why you might have seen in every place, even mechanical persons also they divert into polymers for their research and development studies. That is what everybody is putting their attempt for better utilization of plastics. It is an attempt that how optimally you can utilize, so that at least 50-60 years this can be value added and properly utilized as an interior part of it. Further also you can improve it externally also by UV ingredients and all this, many other additives can be added so that the cost will be more, and it is used externally, and this study is for internal lowers used for interior applications.
Thank you sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Any more questions?
You have increased the wood content
Yeah.
with the sawdust or this one like that, and you find the optimum value of 40%.
Yeah.
After that again it start decreasing, like
Right.
impact strength, flexile strength,
Yeah, yeah.
etc. All the strength values are coming down after that.
Yeah.
So this 40% is optimum level.
Yeah.
Very well. But how do you justify technically that, you know,
Yeah,
what happens at 40%?
What happened?
What happens at 40%? Why it is optimum
Yeah, actually,
at 40%?
generally, when we are making a trial and error, we do not know there is, if you go for literature survey and all this, anybody is doing experimentation, they go for some proportions, like we have made other things constant, like mica and other things we have kept 2 to 4% and all this. Yeah.
This is not the explanation actually.
Yeah, yeah,
I am asking the real why it is happening so. Have you done the scanning electron microscopy studies, the interface?
Yeah, it is done na, for 40% we have made the study.
Yeah,
It
so
is found
so
that
what is the difference at 40%?
yeah, generally
and
what
30%?
happens, if the wood content is increasing, the adhesion is reducing. The interfacial adhesion between the polymer matrix and the wood is increasing because the percentage of polymer is reduced. That's what the adhesion properties are reduced, because up to a certain extent only it can adjust the compatibility more than because the binding agent is polymer. Wood is not a binding agent. Because of polymeric effect only it makes a binding with the help of this MAPP. And after certain extent, once it reaches the saturation, it will not absorb and it will create the distortion, for which you will find the reduction of strength. That's why we observed that. We have studied, we have done the SCM and all this. We have seen after 50%, you will find the gaps. SAB wood is hydrophilic and lot of pores you might be observed. In wood around 60% pores are there, only 40% only hard. So that porous material, when we added into it, after a certain percentage, it doesn't further accept, for which this some properties started reducing, sir. That is the point of the study.
Suppression occurs.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would like to invite Mahendra Srivastava, sir, School of Energy and Environment Management, RGPV Bhopal, with topic recent development in biomass as a fuel. A review.
Good evening to all. Good evening to all of you. I am Mahendra Srivastava from RGV Bhopal. I am a PhD scholar. I am doing my research topic is on biomass. I review on a recent development in a biomass as a fuel. इस रिव्यू में हमने मेनली दो चीज़ों पर फोकस किया हमने, एक बायोमास और दूसरा बायोमास गैसिफिकेशन। द बायोमास जो भी ऑर्गेनिक रेसिड्यूज जो भी मिलते हैं हमें जो मिलते हैं एग्रीकल्चर से, प्लांट्स एनिमल इंडस्ट्रियल वेस्ट, फॉरेस्ट वेस्ट वगैरह। एंड बायोमास गैसिफिकेशन इज अ प्रोसेस जिसमें हम सॉलिड को डायरेक्ट सॉलिड बायोमास को डायरेक्ट हम गैस में, प्रोड्यूसर गैस में कन्वर्ट करते हैं। जो प्रोड्यूसर गैस है वो उसमें मेनली कंटेंट कार्बन मोनोऑक्साइड, हाइड्रोजन, मीथेन, कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड, सम परसेंटेज ऑफ नाइट्रोजन। दिस इज एबिलिटी सिनेरियो ऑफ बायोमास इन द वर्ल्ड। ये हम इसमें देख सकते हैं कि जो मैक्सिमम परसेंटेज जो बायोमास है प्रेजेंट है वो एशिया में सबसे ज़्यादा 30%। एंड जो अगर ओवरऑल देखा जाए रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी का सिनेरियो, तो बायोमास में जो बायो एनर्जी है उसका परसेंट है 9%। एंड इंडिया में जो बायोमास अभी करंटली अवेलेबल है वो 720 मिलियन मेट्रिक मिलियन टन्स अवेलेबल है।
And this is some literature review on a film from this. The wheat and wheat straw and peanut cell is the best for co-pilating the best fuel for a definite temperature and water percentage. And these are some gasification processes, gasification multi-stage processes, plasma gasification, combined pyrolysis and gasification, and supercritical gasification. Plasma gasification is the best because इसमें हम म्यूनिसिपल वेस्ट जो hazardous materials होते हैं उनको भी हम उसका यूज़ करके हम प्रोड्यूसर गैस जनरेट कर सकते हैं. हम अगर गैसीफायर की बात करें तो 3 तरह के गैसीफायर होते हैं, डाउन ड्राफ्ट, अप ड्राफ्ट एंड क्रूज ड्राफ्ट. देन इसमें जो हम डाउन ड्राफ्ट जो होता है वो सबसे बेस्ट होता है एज कम्पेयर टू अप ड्राफ्ट. इसमें बिकॉज क्योंकि इसमें लेस स्टार प्रोड्यूस होता है एंड पावर लोड के हिसाब से हम उसको एडजस्ट कर सकते हैं. दूसरा लेस सेंसिटिव तो चारकोल एंड टार्स. Process involved in gasification, first process is biomass preparation, then fuel feeding and pyrolysis process, oxidation, then उसके एक reduction process, then gas cooling and gas utilizations. Main sections of gasifier is reactor section जिसमें हम गैस प्रोड्यूसर गैस जनरेट करते हैं, गैस प्यूरिफिकेशन यूनिट जिसमें हम गैस को प्यूरिफाई करते हैं, हैज़ार्डस मटेरियल्स को बाहर निकालते हैं गैसेस को, एंड गैस बर्निंग यूनिट जो गैस को हम डीजल इंजन या पावर थर्मल पावर प्लांट में यूज़ करते हैं फॉर पावर जनरेशंस. दिस इज द डाउनलोड गैसिफायर रिएक्टर वर्किंग प्रोसेस. हम ऊपर से सॉलिड फ्यूल्स देते हैं, बायोमास फ्यूल्स देते हैं, देन उसमें से जो भी मॉइस्चर है वो रिमूव होता है ड्राइंग जोन में. देन पायलिसिस जोन में हम ऑक्सीजन की ना प्रेजेंस में हम उसमें से गैस जनरेट करते हैं. देन कंबशन प्रोसेस में गैसिफिकेशन, इसमें ऑक्सीडेशन प्रोसेस मेनली होती है. देन रिडक्शन प्रोसेस, इसमें से जो भी हार्मफुल गैसेस और वाटर वेपर्स होते हैं सब निकल जाते हैं. देन उसके बाद हमें हाइड्रोजन, CO2, नाइट्रोजन्स मिलती है. देन दिस इज द कंक्लूजन एंड रेफरेंसेस. थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you, sir. If you have any question, you may ask. That was such a wonderful lecture. Please put a round of applause for sir. Now our last lecturer for the session is Selvi K from CIPET Kochi with the topic conjugated polymer nanoparticles for pathogen detection for real-time monitoring of water quality. Please put a round of applause for ma'am.
Hello, a warm good evening to all, and this is Selvi K, who is from CIPET IPT Kochi, who is doing PhD under the guidance of Dr. KP Bona, and my topic is conjugated polymer nanoparticles for pathogen detection for real-time monitoring of water quality. Okay, so when we talk about water quality, so why we should think of water quality and what is the importance of water quality? The first thing, water quality is associated with certain factors. The first one, which is directly related to our health, and the second factor, which is related to food and agriculture. So is there any disadvantage in both our health and food and agriculture, which leads to the impact in socio-economic development, and also the water quality which is directly related to freshwater ecosystem. And the next one, so what are all the diseases which are related to water quality impact? The first, here I have shown some of schematic illustrations of some of the diseases and infections, started from diarrhea, vomiting, typhoid, diphtheria, hepatitis, and kidney damage, nerve disorders, and finally skin lesions. So So according to the latest report which is produced by Niti Aayog report stated that in India majorly 21 major cities including Delhi, Bangalore, Chennai and Hyderabad which are raised in the level of zero groundwater levels, and also we have 37.7 million Indians are affected by waterborne diseases and 1.5 million children die due to diarrhea every year. So okay, when we talk about the water quality pollution, I am here to talk specifically about the microbial pollution which is due to pathogens. So when we talk about pathogens, what is the direct source which are contaminating the water surrounded our environment? So which is due to our human waste and animal waste and direct filtration, and also is there any leakage in our water runoff and leaching into the ground? There might also for the cause of our pathogens in the drinking water and other water resources, and also it leads to the accumulation of viruses called hepatitis and bacteria called E. coli and some of other pathogens. And also we have a well system. Well is also contaminated leaching into the ground. So we have talk about the microbial pollution in the water, and we have a system. So for the detection of pathogens in water quality management. So we have certain systems which are already established. So first thing we start with culture based microbiology assays, and the second one is filtration and separation techniques, and the third one is optical techniques, and then which is PCR, nucleic acid based detection. So we have also upcoming with the on-site detection with the real-time monitoring quality. So among these techniques, they have their individual advantage and disadvantages of its own. So among all the things, I mainly focus on the optical detection. So we'll move on to the optical detection. So okay, so when we talk about the optical detection, so we have a variety of optical detection systems. So though we are in a polymer industry or polymer institute, so how can a polymer could be used for the detection of pathogens? That is the topic I came here to present. So mainly we are working on the conjugated polymers, which are pi conjugated polymers, and mainly they are widely used in OLED, that is organic light emitting diode and polymer light emitting diode applications, and they are well known for their emission and less photo bleaching effect and lesser toxicity effect in the environment. And there right side I have given you the some of the examples of conjugated polymers like polyacetylene, polyphenylene vinyl, polyaniline, and some of the examples, etc. Okay, so we already now we'll move on to conjugated polymer nanoparticles. So what is polymer nanoparticles? This is something like I am not incorporating any nanomaterial with a conjugated polymer. Inside I am just reducing the size of the conjugated polymer by using a simple reprecipitation method. So when talk about the applications of conjugated polymer nanoparticles, so there are several methods available to produce in the nano-sized end product. So for we have like mini emulsion, nano precipitation, microfluidic approach, and self-assembly. So those came up with the applications of biosensing, imaging, photothermal killing, photodynamic therapy, and drug discovery. So we'll move on to the polymer synthesis now. Our polymer is synthesized by glitch root synthesis method, and it is with a procedure of called preparation of monomer 1 and preparation of monomer 2 and preparation of in polymerization of conjugated polymer from monomer 2. Since I did not disclose my mother material, it is a derivative of PPE. That is what only I could say. But because we are in the process of patenting our work, so okay. And this is a thing how conjugated polymer could be effectively prepared with the help of reprecipitation method. The first thing, initially conjugated polymer should be synthesized in a manner like glitch root or whatever method in situ polymerization is applicable. We should prepare it first, and then we have to dissolve it in a organic solvent, which is water miscible organic solvent, and then we have to rapidly inject it into the water, and then we need to keep the reaction in the stirrer for some of the time. After some hours of stirring, we have to allow the reactions to settle down, and then you have to keep it for the solvent get evaporated from the solution. And now at the final product will contain or polymer will be transferred or distributed in the water, because polymers are highly hydrophobic in nature. So for that sake we have tried this method to get conjugated polymer nanoparticle in nanosite. So the majority of the nanoparticle are attained by this method contains a particle size of about 50 to 100 nanometer. And then, so the previous slide we have prepared our material as a solution, because we are targeting optical based detection. For that we need to have a solution based polymer, then only we will do the pathogen detection interaction study. So and then before we go on to the pathogen detection, we have to do certain analysis like toxicity. Toxicity was done with the Hep2 cell line with the prepared conjugated polymer nanoparticle. So and ratio is like the percentage of viability is much higher in all the ratios, like dilutions also in the undiluted solutions also. And here we have a Hep2 cell image represents before the incubation and after the 48 hours incubation. There is no much change in the cellular image. And so as I said, water quality monitoring, we are targeting water-borne pathogens which is present in the sewage and other kind of water systems. So for that sake we have taken sewage water from nearest disposable area, which is collected in a sterile manner, and then we did ultracentrifugation. After centrifugation we have diluted our solution to the certain ratio. After the diluted solution, we will take the sample and we have added our solution, prepared solution. Here I placed a control where there is no sewage sample, and test contains our material solution and the sewage material. And then after 5-10 minutes of contact time, so we will observe under the microscope. This is our overall preparation method, how we optically observe with the material. Okay, so this is our result. As I discussed earlier, we have put the dilutions of samples which contains which contains like mother dilution and other different concentrations, where you can see mother dilution contains a large number of aggregates. We could able to see something is there, we could not know what is there inside the particle. So this is without our conjugated polymer nanoparticle. This is only the raw sample which is observed under the microscope. So, and the next slide, which is interesting, this is the same sample dilutions are incorporated with our in-house prepared conjugated polymer nanoparticles. Now you can see that highlighted the bright cells. Those are all, some of them are Candida albicans, which are yeast-like fungi, and the tiny budding round structures which are called gram-positive cocci, Staphylococcus aureus. So we could directly say, so we could not, without the help of any dye or material, we could not see anything. Something is there, we could not know whether it is bacteria or some other harsh metal or materials. But after incorporating our material in contact with the diluted samples, we could easily make through. So there are a lot of pathogens present in the diluted specimens, which may not be seen without the help of our prepared conjugated nanoparticles. And this is our comparison with the conventional dye, which is routinely used for microbiology diagnosis. The left side is the gram stain, which is the gold standard staining method, which is always available in microbiology laboratory. So where you can see the larger shaped cells and rod shaped cells and the tiny dot-like shaped cells. So when compared to the conventional, which is gold standard method, our conjugated polymer nanoparticle, which is PPV derivative, shows better results, even good results when compared to the conventional method. So okay, overall, so this is my conclusion about the topic. So the first thing is conjugated polymer nanoparticles in water were prepared from synthesized polymers, and it has low toxicity and has best fluorescence, and it has offer multiplex pathogen detection, and we do qualitative and quantitative detection because we do dilutions also. It worked well even with a higher concentration to lower concentration of pathogens, and also it is cost effective if we prepare in-house. And then generally it is environmental friendly, though it is prepared from the water. Overall, the proposed study shows that polymers, conjugated polymer nanoparticles can be used as an effective dye for microbial pathogens for real-time monitoring. And also I would like to thank DST New Delhi for their financial support and funding. And here are my references. Thank you. Queries?
Thank you so much, ma'am. If you have any question, you may ask.
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
So what is this, have you done any stability analysis on the emulsion or nanoparticle solution you have prepared? And secondly, what is the size sensitivity because you have said that staphylococcus and other, it can detect, so viral load or anything other than that, small size microgens can also be detected by such method?
So actually, Staphylococcus aureus, which I said, is 1 micron meter in size, and Candida, I said, it is 2 micron meter in size, which could not be seen under a naked eye, which could be seen only under microscope. And then photo stability, you said that we are working on it, because so far we have completed 70 or 90 days of photo stability study by coating on the film. So we are still working on it, how long it should stay. So we are meanwhile we are comparing FTR and photophysical properties, everything. So once our study get completed, so we will come to know how long it will stay with the material and the dye. Yes, sir.
Did you confirm the formation of nanoparticles, because simply
Yes, sir. We have
what are the
confirmed.
techniques you have used? What are the techniques?
I have used SEM only, sir. SEM and PSA, particle size analyzer we did.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what is the average particle size of this conducting polymer nanoparticle?
Less than 50 nanometers, sir.
I suggest you to take a transmission electron microscope,
Sure.
and also usually just by adding into a non-solvent, it's not that easy to get a nanoparticle.
Yes.
Just check it. Okay.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Then after that dissolving solvents, right?
Yes, sir.
And then adding water to that.
Yes.
So that your all whatever contamination you have in water, that gets captured by your nanoparticles.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now you are doing the evaporation of water.
No, sir. Actually, before we are introducing our pathogen to the material, we do the evaporation. Actually, the prepared polymer should immerse in organic solvent first, and then immediately we will dissolve in distilled water by sonicating, ultrasonicating it. So and then we will keep the solution for 2 hours or 3 hours, and then we will keep the reaction for the evaporation of organic solvent, because water and organic solvent is there. So organic solvent, which has the capacity to evaporate, get evaporated. So we have to wait until the evaporation takes place. 2 days or 3 days we have to wait in a dark atmosphere, and then
water.
And then we'll take.
That was my question, because it was not clear from your presentation that because you are doing the evaporation, most of the solvents are
before the addition of bacteria, not after.
highly volatile. So they will come first, and then your water will come later.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
With this, we have reached the end of our session. Now I request Ambika Joshi ma'am to come on the stage and hand over memento to our respective chairpersons. Ambika ma'am, please come on the stage. Dr. Gaudi sir, please come on the stage. Please put a round of applause for our respective session chairperson. Thank you so much, sir. Ambika ma'am, please come on the stage. Sumit Kumar sir, please come on the stage. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. We have organized we have organized a special session on positive thinking by Dr. Jay Gopal Goyal, Director, Indian Institute of Thinking Technology, Panchkula, Haryana. He has a lecture that will be starting in 5 minutes. Dr. Jay Gopal Goyal is the Director in Indian Institute of Thinking Techniques. Dr. Jay Gopal Goyal sir has received honorary doctorate degree by Government of India in Positive Thinking Technique and BCom and has done MBA from Punjabi University. He has 22 years of experience in corporate management in group companies and 16 years of industrial experience and management consultant for MSME. He is passionate for making human life better through positive thinking techniques. Please put a round of applause for sir.
हेलो, नमस्कार जी, राधे राधे. I am honored with this advanced in sustainable materials for energy and environment के ऊपर हमें इनवाइट किया डॉक्टर लोक साहू जी ने for this special session on thinking techniques, about positive thinking techniques. तो आप लोगों ने सबने पॉजिटिव थिंकिंग टेक्निक के बारे में कुछ तो कुछ सुना होगा. कि मैं एक क्वेश्चन से पूछना चाहता हूँ, ये थिंकिंग टेक्निक वर्ड पहले कभी सुना आपने? एनीबॉडी? नहीं सुना. ओके, थैंक यू. नॉर्मली जितने ही मेरे सेमिनार होते हैं उसमें किसी का यस नहीं हुआ आज तक कि ये उन्होंने थिंकिंग टेक्निक, बिकॉज ये वर्ड मेरा ही जनरेट किया हुआ है. अब डिजाइन थिंकिंग, आर्ट ऑफ थिंकिंग, क्रिएटिव थिंकिंग बहुत आता है. तो थिंकिंग हम रोज, जैसे आज भी सेमिनार के अंदर बातें हुई हैं, सुबह से लेके शाम, अब शाम हो गई है, तब तक सब लोगों ने डिफरेंट टॉपिक्स के ऊपर, इस सेमिनार के ऊपर बहुत सारे सब्जेक्ट्स के ऊपर, पीपी, प्लास्टिक के ऊपर, सस्टेनेबल के ऊपर काफी दिए हैं. उनके अंदर थिंकिंग वर्ड कई जगह है. सब लोगों ने थिंकिंग को रिलेट किया है. ये थिंकिंग क्रिएट्स आवर माइंड, थिंकिंग से हम लोग बने हैं, थिंकिंग ही हमारे लिए काम करती है, या हमने सोचा नहीं है, या कुछ ऐसा नहीं होता है. तो थिंकिंग से क्या होता है? वाई वी से पॉजिटिव थिंकिंग, वाई वी से थिंकिंग टेक्निक्स क्या होती हैं, वाई वी हैव पॉजिटिव थिंकिंग टेक्निक्स. इसमें क्या है, हमारी लाइफ कैसे चलती है? हमारी लाइफ जो चलती है थिंकिंग टेक्निक से ही चलती है. हम सोचते क्या हैं? अब सुबह से लेकर शाम तक देखो, कुछ ना कुछ हम सोचते हैं, तो ही हम आगे बढ़ते हैं. इन शॉर्ट वे में अगर हम बात करते हैं तो हम कहते हैं कि वी आर ए प्रोडक्ट ऑफ थिंकिंग. हमारे पेरेंट्स के माइंड में आया कि हमें कंसीव करना है, बच्चा पैदा करना है, तो हम आगे. एंड वी आर ऑपरेटेड बाय द थॉट प्रोसेस ओनली. हम जो सोचते हैं उसके अकॉर्डिंगली हमारी लाइफ बनती है, चाहे हम उसके लिए अवेयर हैं चाहे नहीं हैं. हर चीज जो हमारे साथ होती है हम पहले कहते हैं ये सोचते हैं. कोई नई चीज हम देखते हैं तो उसके लिए पहले हम कहते हैं हमें सोचना है, मैं सोच के बताऊंगा, हम सोच के करेंगे. पेरेंट्स भी कहते हैं भाई तुम ये काम करने जा रहे हो, सोच लो पहले ये ठीक है या नहीं है. तो बेसिकली हम सारा कुछ हमारी सोच से करते हैं, और जो हम क्रिएट करते हैं, जो सोच हमने ले ली है, उसी सोच के अकॉर्डिंगली वो हम लोग सामने हमारे आता है. हमारी हर हेल्थ, वेल्थ, हैप्पीनेस जो है सब कुछ हमें सोच से ही क्रिएट करना पड़ता है. बेसिकली वी आर लिविंग इन 2 वर्ल्ड्स. वन इज एनर्जी वर्ल्ड, कॉस्मिक वर्ल्ड जिसको कहते हैं, थॉट वर्ल्ड, एंड द अदर इज फिजिकल वर्ल्ड. ये जो फिजिकल वर्ल्ड हम आपस में बैठे हैं, आमने सामने हैं, तो इसके अंदर हम क्या कर रहे हैं कि इट इज क्रिएटेड बाय द थॉट वर्ल्ड, क्रिएटेड बाय द एनर्जी वर्ल्ड. जो हमने सोच दी है उसके बेस पे ही ये क्रिएट हो रहा है. चाहे हमें कोई टेंशन है, स्ट्रेस है, प्रॉब्लम है, हेल्थ इश्यूज हैं, वो सारी हमने ही क्रिएट की हुई है. कहीं ऊपर से नहीं आई, कहीं पीछे से नहीं आई, जी कोई लास्ट कर्मा नहीं है हमारा, कोई पास्ट लाइफ के कोई एक्सपीरियंस हमारे यहाँ नहीं आ रहे हैं. इट इज ऑल क्रिएटेड बाय अस. अगर हम दुखी हैं तो हमें दुख मिल जाता है, अगर हम सुखी हैं तो हमें सुख मिलता है. लाइक कई बार हम जैसे स्टूडेंट बैठे हैं यहाँ पे, ये क्वेश्चन पेपर करने जाते हैं तो पढ़ते हैं, काफी पढ़ते हैं, बाद में जाके पढ़ते पढ़ते ये कहते हैं जी कहीं ये क्वेश्चन ना वहां आ जाए, बाकी मेरे को सब आता है, ये क्वेश्चन आ जाए, बट वहां जाएंगे वही क्वेश्चन आएगा. या कभी इंटरव्यू देने जाते हैं, इंटरव्यू देते हुए बंदा जो तैयारी करता है उसमें यही कहता है कि मेरे से ये चैप्टर ना पूछा जाए, बाकी चाहे जो मर्जी पूछ लो. वहां जाके बंदा वही पूछता है. क्यों होता है ऐसे? बिकॉज जो थॉट है हमारी वो ट्रेवल करती है, और जब थॉट हम किसी फील के साथ देते हैं, मतलब फील क्या है, इमेजिनेशन क्या है, कि जब इंटरव्यू देने कोई जाता है, बंदा कहीं पर भी जा रहा है, तो एक इमेजिनेशन करता है कि सामने इंटरव्यू हो रही है, बंदा बैठा है, मेरे से भी ये क्वेश्चन ना पूछ ले, तो उसकी थॉट पहले ट्रेवल करती है. दिस इज साइंस है ये सारी. तो जब वो वहां जाएगा तो उसको फील होगा कि यार मैंने सोचा तो था कि ना पूछे वही पूछ लिया, पता नहीं क्यों होगा जी। ये सारा थॉट प्रोसेस है हमारा। ये क्यों होता है, हमने इसके ऊपर कभी ध्यान नहीं दिया। इसके ऊपर अगर हम ध्यान देते हैं तो वी अवेयर अबाउट कि भी हमें सोचना कैसे है। इसलिए इस वर्ड की जो इन्वेंशन हमने की, थिंकिंग टेक्निक की भी, क्यों क्या सोचा जाए ऐसा, सो दैट वी कैन गेट द थिंग्स एज पर अवर विश। ऐसा नहीं है कि हमारे हिसाब से चीजें नहीं होती, जो हम सोचते हैं होता वही है। फिर क्यों ना हम ऐसा सोचा जाए कि वो हमारे हिसाब से हो। हमें इंटरव्यू पे जाना है, हमें सोचने का तरीका ऐसा रखना चाहिए कि भी जिससे हमारी सिलेक्शन हो जाए। हमने एग्जाम पास करना है, एग्जाम पास करने के लिए हमें यह सोचना है कि भी हमारे नंबर अच्छे आए, हम इस रिजल्ट में पास आ जाएं। जितना हमारा लेवल है उस हिसाब से हम लोग उसको सोच को अपनी कर देंगे, क्योंकि सोच अगर अच्छी रखेंगे हम लोग तो ही हम पढ़ेंगे, तो ही हम अच्छा इंटरव्यू देंगे, तो ही हमारे आगे रिजल्ट अच्छे आएंगे। ऐसा नहीं कि हम कर रहे हैं, हम कुछ नहीं करते। एवरीथिंग इज डन एंड क्रिएटेड बाय आवर थॉट। व्हेन वी चेंज आवर थॉट, व्हेन वी चेंज आवर थिंकिंग पैटर्न, देन थिंग्स कम इन योर फेवर। चाहे वो आप कहीं जॉब कर रहे हैं, कहीं आप वर्किंग में जा रहे हैं, कहीं पर पढ़ रहे हैं, लिख रहे हैं, बाहर जाना है, कनाडा जाना है, कहीं भी जाना है, जब तक आपके माइंड में नहीं आएगा वो चीज इन पॉजिटिव वे में नहीं आएगा, तब तक आपका वो नहीं होगा। कई बार हम कहते रहते हैं यार मैंने जाना है, वहां पे जाना है, मैंने जाना है, मैंने ये करना है, मैंने वो करना, बट नहीं होता। वो सालों ही निकल जाते हैं। या कोई बंदा कहता है कि ये मैंने घर बनाना है, कि मेरे पास घर नहीं है, किराए पे रह रहा हूं, मैंने घर बनाना, मैं घर बनाऊंगा, घर बनाऊंगा, घर बनाऊंगा, यही सोचते रहते हैं मियां बीवी परिवार में मिलके, बट उनका घर नहीं बनता। सालों ही निकल जाते हैं, 2, 4, 10 साल निकल जाते हैं। क्यों नहीं बनता? क्योंकि उनका थिंकिंग पैटर्न में ये है कि मैं घर बनाऊंगा, मैंने घर बनाना है। दैट इज ए फ्यूचर कंसेप्ट। थॉट जो काम करती है वो सिर्फ ओनली फॉर द प्रेजेंट कंसेप्ट, नाइदर इट गोज फॉर द पास्ट, नाइदर इट गोज फॉर द फ्यूचर, ओनली फॉर द प्रेजेंट। अगर हम प्रेजेंट में बैठ के सोचेंगे देन ओनली इट विल बी फुलफिल्ड। जो भी डिजायर्स हमारी होती हैं वो प्रेजेंट में रह के फुलफिल होगी व्हेन यू गिव ए फील। आप लोगों ने बुक पढ़ी होगी द सीक्रेट, बहुत इनिशिएटिव बुक है, बहुत से लोगों ने पढ़ी होगी। उसमें वही है, थिंक, बिलीव एंड रिसीव, यही है ना उसके अंदर। तो उसमें है कि उन्होंने समझाया है लेखक, उसके ऑथर ने, कि आप थिंक करो, बिलीव करो एंड रिसीव करो, बट उसने आगे तरीका नहीं बताया उसको, हाउ टू थिंक, हाउ टू रिसीव, हाउ टू बिलीव। तो जब हम इसको प्रेजेंट में रह के सोचते हैं देन थिंग्स कंप्लीट, फिर हमारी डिजायर फुलफिल होती है विद इमेजिनेशन के भी। हाँ, हमने फील ले लिया कि यस, लाइक आप एक नक्शा बनाओ, घर में भी ऐसा घर बनाऊंगा। आप 2-3 साल बाद जब भी आपका जितना थॉट प्रोसेस आपका होगा, वो 2-3 साल के बाद वैसा ही घर बनेगा, वैसी ही खिड़कियां होंगी, वैसे ही दरवाजा होगा। आप देख लेना किसी के भी घर में, किसी जिसका भी घर बना है या कुछ भी हुआ है वैसा ही बनेगा। जो आपने थॉट में दे दिया वो चेंज नहीं हो सकता। क्यों? आपने उसकी थॉट ऐसी दे दी, अपनी इमेजिनेशन ऐसी कर ली, फील ऐसा कर ले, या कहीं कहीं जगह जाते हो आप, कोई घर आपको पसंद आ गया, ऐसा ही घर मैंने बनाना है, तो वैसा ही घर आपका बनेगा, क्योंकि आपकी इमेजिनेशन, फील और आपकी थॉट, ये तीनों कंबाइन होकर इकट्ठी हो गई। और कोई भी थॉट हमारी जो फुलफिल होती है वो फुलफिल होती है ओनली विद व्हेन यू हैव ए थॉट एंड यू हैव ए फीलिंग एंड यू हैव ए इमेजिनेशन ऑफ दैट। जैसे पिक्चर्स होती है ना, पिक्चर्स के अंदर क्या होता है कि घर बन रहा है, मैं जा रहा हूं, मैं कहीं और जा रहा हूं, जो भी काम आप सोच रहे हैं वो सारा थॉट से ही कंप्लीट होता है। हमारी हेल्थ है, जैसे अदरवाइज क्या करते हैं हम लोग, जो भी कोई भी इंसान है, हम लोग सब कोई ना कोई मुसीबतों का शिकार हो जाते हैं। क्यों होते हैं? टेंशन होती है। हर चीज की जड़ जो है, रूट कॉज जो है, वो सिर्फ हमारी टेंशन है, स्ट्रेस, टेंशन। जितनी हम लेते हैं उतना ही बढ़ता जाता है। वो क्या करता है उसके अंदर, जो भी हमारी बॉडी है, सारे सेल्स हैं जो हमारे। एक क्वेश्चन करूं आपसे, आपको पता है हमारा शरीर जो है, ये बॉडी जो हमारी साल में चेंज होती है, 2 साल में, 10 साल में, 20 साल में, कब चेंज होती है ये हमारी? एनीबॉडी गैस? एनीबॉडी? कब चेंज होती है? जो होती नहीं, कोई जवाब दे दो एक ही।
तो रिसर्च में ये पता चला कि रात में जब सोते हैं अपना फिजिकल चेंज होता है।
हाँ जी, 7 years। ओके, एनीबॉडी एल्स? 6 years। चलो कोई नहीं, इट्स गुड, वेरी नियर टू दैट। हमारी बॉडी हर साल चेंज होती है, मतलब हर मोमेंट, हर सेकंड हमारे सेल्स चेंज होते हैं। कभी कोई 1 सेकंड में, कोई 2 में, कोई 15 दिन में, कोई महीने में, पूरे साल में हमारी बॉडी चेंज होती है। पता कैसे चलता है हमें कि हमारी, अब जैसे हार्ट है, किडनी है, सब कुछ, पूरा एवरीथिंग सारा चेंज हो जाता है हमारा, बट हमें पता कब चलता है? बता सकता है कोई? 7 साल वाला जो बोला था, कौन बच्चा बोला था? कैसे पता चलता है कि 7 साल बाद होता है?
मतलब कोई माइंड मत करना, मैं क्वेश्चन कर रहा हूं, बिकॉज ये जो सेशन है ना, ये है ही क्वेश्चन आंसर्स का। आप क्वेश्चन करोगे आपको आंसर मिलेगा, हर क्वेश्चन का आंसर मिलेगा। आप आस्क एनीथिंग, एनी क्वेश्चन, नहीं पता कोई बात नहीं। तो आपने देखा होगा साल में एक बार हमारी बॉडी के ऊपर हम यहां कहते हैं ड्राइनेस हो रही है, सबके होती है, दैट इज द आउटर लेयर ऑफ दिस। कि जब हम धीरे धीरे होते रहते हैं सारे, बट जब हाथों में आता है तब हम देखते हैं, अदरवाइज कुछ नहीं देखते। तो क्या होता है इससे? अब इसके बाद कोई क्वेश्चन राइज होना चाहिए आपकी तरफ से कि अगर हमारी बॉडी चेंज हो जाती है हर साल में, देन जो लोग कहते हैं कि ये हमें ये प्रॉब्लम है, 10 साल से है, 20 साल से है, 15 साल से है, वट एवर इट में भी, शुगर है, बीपी है, ये तो है ही है, नॉर्मली है सबको। तो फिर हाउ इट इज कंटिन्यूइंग? आप साइंस के, मैं साइंस का नहीं हूं, मैं कॉमर्स ग्रेजुएट, एमबीए मेरी मार्केटिंग फाइनेंस की है, तो आई एम नॉट ए साइंस पर्सन। तो फिर ऐसा क्यों है? व्हाई इट कंटिन्यूज? एनीबॉडी? थोड़ा सा वो मजा भी आएगा ना इस बात में, क्वेश्चन आंसर होंगे कुछ तो अच्छा, जो भी मन में आता हो बोलो। कुछ नहीं, बेसिकली क्या है, हमारी बॉडी के जो सेल बनते हैं, जो सेल ऑलरेडी एग्जिस्टिंग है उसके अंदर से ही वो सेल नया जनरेट होता है। ये तो हमें पता, साइंस है, ये तो सिंपल। बॉडी के सारे सेल ऑलरेडी जो एग्जिस्टिंग सेल है उसके अंदर से ही जनरेट होता है। तो हर सेल के अंदर माइंड होता है, ये पता है सबको? नहीं, एक एग्जांपल देता हूं आपको। जब किसी को कैंसर की प्रॉब्लम होती है, कैंसर का ऑपरेट कर दिया, सब कुछ कर दिया, उसके बाद एक ट्रीटमेंट होता है, कौन सा? कीमो। तो वो क्यों करते हैं? हाँ जी, हाँ, क्यों डिस्ट्रॉय करते हैं इसको? मल्टीप्लाई ना हो। मल्टीप्लाई कैसे आता है? वो आपको आंसर मिलेगा इसी क्वेश्चन का जो मैं कह रहा हूं। मल्टीप्लाई उसी सेलों से होता है ना, मतलब जो सेल है। क्यों होता है? कि हर सेल के अंदर माइंड होता है। मल्टीप्लाई क्यों होगा? बिकॉज दे नो के हर सेल के अंदर माइंड है। जो आप सोच रहे हो उसका एक पैटर्न बनता है। अब ये देखो, उसकी 6 या 7 कीमोथेरेपी होती है, 7 वीक्स की होती है, हर हफ्ते होती है, दिल्ली में होती है, नॉर्मली हर हफ्ते होती है, नॉर्मल केस के अंदर हर हफ्ते होती है और 6-7 वीक्स तक चलती है। अराउंड 40 डेज का कोर्स है उनका। ये कहीं भी जाओगे हॉस्पिटल वही होता है।
फर्स्ट रिलैप्स होता है जब फर्स्ट डिटेक्ट होता है कैंसर,
हाँ,
तब 8 वीक्स का होता है,
7-8 वीक्स, वही कह रहा हूं मैं आपको।
उसके बाद कम होता है।
नहीं, 8 वीक्स का नॉर्मल होता है। ये 8 वीक्स का, 7-8 वीक्स का ही होता है नॉर्मल केस के अंदर। नॉट ईच एंड एवरी केस की बात नहीं कर रहा मैं, नॉर्मल केसेस के अंदर 7 हफ्ते कंटिन्यू होते। हर हफ्ते क्यों होती है वो? हर हफ्ते इसलिए होती है कि हमारे जो थिंकिंग पैटर्न है ना, वो हमारे सेल के अंदर गया हुआ, जो हम रूटीन में सोचते हैं, जो हमारे माइंड में बैठा हुआ है। अब जिस बंदे को प्रॉब्लम है वो क्या कहता है? मेरे को ये प्रॉब्लम है, मेरे को ये है यार, मैं पता नहीं क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ। वो माइंड के अंदर बैठा हुआ, उसके उसी से वो जनरेट हुआ। प्रॉब्लम जो आई है उसी से आई है। उसको टेंशन से प्रॉब्लम हुई, उसको ये वाली कैंसर वाली, वो जनरेट होकर उसके सेलों में चली गई। जहां है उसके आसपास के सेलों को वो डिस्ट्रॉय कर देते हैं, खत्म कर देते हैं जब कीमोथेरेपी करते हैं। क्यों? क्योंकि जो नया सेल बनेगा वो फ्रेश सेल बनेगा, उसके अंदर नया पैटर्न नहीं बनेगा। बट कभी डॉक्टर आपको कभी सोचने का तरीका देता है उस पेशेंट को? नहीं। वो आता है, बुलाता है, उसका पेशेंट का वो ट्रीटमेंट करता है, कीमोथेरेपी की, उसको घर भेज दिया। उसको ये नहीं बताता है कि भाई आपका जो सोचने का ये तरीका था और इस करके ये आपको प्रॉब्लम हुई है, आप तरीका भी चेंज करो। और ये भी कर रहे हैं हम, तरीका उसका वही है, इसीलिए उनको बार बार बाद में 2-4 साल के बाद फिर हो जाती है, क्योंकि सोचने का तरीका तो वही है, माइंड में बैठा है उसके कि मेरे को ये प्रॉब्लम थी, मेरे को ये ऐसा था, मेरा ये ठीक हो गया। और फिर आप देखो कई लोगों में 2-4 साल के बाद फिर दोबारा प्रॉब्लम जो है दोबारा आ जाती है। क्यों? क्योंकि उनका थिंकिंग पैटर्न जो है वो चेंज नहीं किया गया। ना डॉक्टर ने बताया, ना आम बंदे को पता है किसी को कि मेरी थिंकिंग टेक्निक, तरीका क्या है मेरा, और थिंकिंग कैसे सोच सकता हूं मैं, कैसे मैं इसको चेंज कर सकता हूं। तो कमिंग बैक टू द पॉइंट कि हमारी बॉडी के हर सेल के अंदर माइंड होता है। अब माइंड के अंदर हम लोगों ने जो सोच लिया वो ही हमारे माइंड में चल रहा है कि मेरे यहाँ ये प्रॉब्लम है, मेरे यहाँ ये प्रॉब्लम है, मेरे यहाँ ये प्रॉब्लम है, उसके माइंड में यही चल रहा है। फिर वो क्या करते हैं कि उसको उन सेलों को खत्म कर दिया, एक हफ्ते बाद दूसरे हफ्ते फिर बुलाया, फिर खत्म कर दिया, फिर कराया। ये 40 डेज का मिनिमम कोर्स होता है। जैसे आप कभी कोई ज्ञानी लोग हमारे होंगे जिन्होंने कभी नामदान लिया होगा किसी संत बाबा ऋषि महाऋषि से, तो संतों से लेते हैं हम, वो नामदान क्या कहते हैं, शब्द दान देते हैं। आपको शब्द बोलते हैं कि ये शब्द आप रिपीट किया करो, और ये 40 डेज का कोर्स होता है। 40 डेज कंटिन्यू आप सुबह शाम जपोगे तो आपकी बॉडी में चला जाएगा, तो आपके अंदर परिवर्तन आएगा, चेंज आएगा बॉडी के अंदर, पॉजिटिविटी होगी। आप मेडिटेशन करोगे, कुछ करोगे, दैट इट विल be more better for you. You will be more patient person. You will be having more self confidence. You are having more willpower with yourself. तो ये जो शब्द है, जो हम मतलब थॉट है, शब्द कहते हैं इसको, ये जब हम अपने कॉन्टिन्यू बॉडी के अंदर रिपीट करते हैं, उन रिपीट से एक पैटर्न फॉर्मेट होता है हर सेल के अंदर. जब नया सेल बनता है तो वो उसको मैसेज देके जाता है कि मैं यहां पर ऐसा हूं, बीमार हूं तो बीमार हूं, अच्छा हूं तो अच्छा हूं. समझे कि वो सेल से जैसे ही वो जनरेट होता है तो वैसा ही मैसेज उसको देके जाएगा, वहां जैसा भी है. इसलिए प्रॉब्लम ये आती है. अब हम बात कर रहे हैं उसकी कि बंदे को 10 साल से या 15 साल से प्रॉब्लम क्यों आ रही है, किसी को बोला, किसी कोई भी प्रॉब्लम है क्यों आ रही है, क्योंकि उसकी थॉट में तो वही है जो कि भी मेरे को शुगर है, मेरे को बीपी है, मेरे को ये है, मेरे को यहाँ स्किन की फील. आप देखो कई एक जगह होता है कि उसी पॉइंट पे काउंटिंग होती रहती है. ऐसा नहीं है कभी यहाँ होगी, यहाँ होगी, यहाँ होगी, ऐसा नहीं होता, उसी पॉइंट पे होगी. कई बार क्या होता है, कई बार चोट लगती है, घर में काम करते हुए औरतों में ज्यादातर उंगली पे चोट लगी, उसके बार बार वहां ठीक पहले होगी, हो ही नहीं, दोबारा फिर लग जाएगी वहां पे. वो कहते यार यही चोट लगती है. क्यों? माइंड सेट है. माइंड सेट में ये आ गया कि मेरे यहाँ चोट लगती है, तो वो खुद फील भी देते हैं, दर्द हो रहा जी, ये हो रहा जी, वो हो रहा जी, दोबारा फिर वहां लग जाएगी. चेंज कब होगी? जब उसका माइंड सेट पैटर्न चेंज होएगा, ओनली देन. अदरवाइज नहीं चेंज हो सकती, रिपीट होगी उसके बाद, लगता रहेगा जब तक नहीं किया. तो हम ये कहते हैं कि जब भी हमें कोई प्रॉब्लम है, अगर हम प्रेजेंट में सोचते हैं, विद गुड फील लेके सोचते हैं हम, तो हमारे साथ अच्छा होगा, हमारी बॉडी के अंदर चेंजेस आएंगे. जब हम कहते हैं कि मेरे को तो ये प्रॉब्लम है और अच्छी फील लेके कहते हैं, देखो मैं चाय भी ये पीता हूँ, बिना चीनी वाली पीता हूँ, है, फिर भी मेरे को कम नहीं हो रही, ऐसा नहीं हो रहा, वैसे हम मैसेज क्या दे रहे हैं हमारी बॉडी को कि हमारे यहाँ है प्रॉब्लम है. ठीक है, बट इसका तरीका है इसको सुधारने के लिए. तरीका क्या है? यू हैव टू से आई एम हेल्दी, फिट एंड फाइन, सो दैट आपकी बॉडी के अंदर मैसेज आएगा, ये आ जाएगा. आज कंटिन्यू आप करते रहो, आप रूटीन में काम कर रहे हो, मेक ए प्रैक्टिस. आप इसको ये जो अफर्मेशन हैं इनको आप माइंड में रीड ऑन करते रहो, ये मैसेज अंदर जाएगा. यू विल सी कि यू आर हेल्दी, फिट एंड फाइन. आप 2, 4, 6 महीने के अंदर यू विल बी फिट, आपको जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी किसी चीज. तो इस तरह से हमारी जो प्रॉब्लम जितनी भी है हेल्थ की, वो सारी ऐसे ही खत्म हो जाती हैं. मतलब भगवान ने हमें बनाया है, इंसान को बनाया है, बीमार करने के लिए नहीं बनाया है. वो भी हमसे बदले नहीं लेता. ये सिर्फ एक कहानियां हैं कि ये पिछले कर्मों का फल है, आपके ग्रह खराब है, आपके वो खराब है, आपका एवरीथिंग इज थॉट. क्योंकि हमें ये समझना जरूरी है कि जब हम थॉट के प्रोडक्ट हैं एंड वी आर गवर्न्ड बाय द थॉट्स, वी आर ऑपरेटेड बाय द थॉट्स, देन ग्रहों का कोई इसमें सिस्टम नहीं है. वो आपका बिलीफ है कि आपने ग्रहों के ऊपर बिलीव कर लिया, यार मेरा ये ग्रह खराब है, इस करके मेरा नुकसान हो रहा है, इस करके मेरे को ये दिक्कतें आ रही है, तो वो रहेगा. हाथों की लकीरें हमारी हमेशा चेंज होती हैं. जब मर्जी चेंज कर लो, जो लकीरें बनानी है आपने बनवा लो, मैं बनवा देता हूं आपको कैसी लाइन चाहिए. हाथों की लकीरों से कुछ नहीं होता है, बट दे मेक्स अवर बिलीफ स्ट्रॉन्ग. कि मेरे को यार मैंने हाथ दिखाया किसी को, वो पंडित कहता है यार तेरी ये रेखा खराब है, इसलिए तेरा ये नुकसान होता है, आपके घर में बैठ जाएगी. ऐसे ऐसे बंदे हमें मिलते हैं जो कहते हैं हम अद्धे पंडित तो खुद ही बन गए, मेरे ये ग्रह खराब है, ये ग्रह खराब है, ये ग्रह खराब है. उनके माइंड में बैठ गया, वो सुधर ही नहीं सकते जितना मर्जी. बड़ा टाइम लगता है, इट टेक्स अराउंड 5-6 मंथ्स. मैं सेशन लेता हूँ, कॉन्टिन्यू सेशन लेता हूँ ट्वाइस ए वीक, और 4-5 महीने रखते होते हैं ये, सो दैट उसमें इंप्रूवमेंट आए, फिर जाके इंप्रूवमेंट आती है. इट्स नॉट ए वन टाइम शो कि भी आज आया तो और आज ही चेंज हो गया सारा कुछ, ऐसा नहीं होता. यू कैन गेट ईच एंड एवरीथिंग इन योर लाइफ जो आप चाहते हो, बट ऑलवेज थिंक व्हाट यू वांट. हम क्या करते हैं, 99% हम वो चाहते हैं जो हमें जरूरत नहीं है, सोचते वो है जो हम चाहते नहीं. हम सोचते हैं फ्यूचर में, हम सोचते हैं पास्ट में. वी रिलेट एवरीथिंग विद द पास्ट. वी हैव टू इंट्रोस्पेक्ट अवरसेल्फ कि हम चाहते क्या हैं. मेरी ये हमेशा एक ही लाइन होती है, ऑलवेज थिंक व्हाट यू वांट. आप क्या चाहते हो उसके ऊपर ध्यान दो, रादर देन फ्यूचर के ऊपर ध्यान दो, रादर देन पास्ट के ऊपर. कई बार क्या होता है, किसी टीचर ने किसी बच्चे के थप्पड़ मार दिया या उसको उल्टा सीधा बोल दिया, वो अगले 20, 40, 50 साल तक उसको याद रखेगा. इस टीचर जब भी सामने आ गया टीचर वो कि इसने मेरे को ऐसे बोला था, इसने मेरे को ऐसे बोला था, मैं इसका ये करूंगा, मैं इसका वो करूंगा. भाई वो टीचर के दिमाग में नहीं है, तुम क्यों उसको कैरी करके चल रहे. ये जितना एंगर है, हेट है, फियर है, कंपैरिजन है. अब कई बच्चे, पेरेंट्स जो है बच्चों के ऊपर कंपैरिजन करते हैं कि उसके बच्चे के 99 आते हैं, तुम्हारे 85 आते हैं, तुम एक ही स्कूल में पढ़ते हो, वो बेचारे की वो हो जाती है. वाई टू हैव ए कंपैरिजन. हमें खुद नहीं पता कुछ, हमारे पेरेंट्स को खुद नहीं पता, उनको उतना ही पता जितना उनके पेरेंट्स ने बताया, बिकॉज वहां एक लाइन आती है, वी आर विक्टिम ऑफ विक्टिम्स। बट जब आपको खुद अब आज पता लग रहा है कि ऐसे वी कैन चेंज अवर लाइफ, वी कैन मेक अवर लाइफ अकॉर्डिंग टू अवर अस। लक कुछ नहीं है, लक खुद बनाना पड़ता है, मुकद्दर खुद बनाना पड़ता है। खुद बनाओ आपको क्या चाहिए, तो फिर आपकी लाइफ अच्छी बनेगी, अदरवाइज नहीं। ऐसे हर चीज का इलाज है। थॉट हैज एवरी सोल्यूशन। आपका पैटर्न आपको पता होना चाहिए, इन विच वे यू वांट टू गो। एनी क्वेश्चन अब तक का कुछ, किसी की कोई क्वेरीज लाइफ के बारे में है, कोई क्वेश्चन कर लो। ऐसा क्यों होता है हमारे घर में? आप देखो, घरों में झगड़े होते हैं, फैमिली में झगड़े होते हैं, बच्चे के साथ झगड़ा होता है, बेटा कहीं बाहर चला गया, बेटी कहीं बाहर चली गई है, कोई ना कोई क्लेश घर में हो जाता है। सब थॉट के कारण है। क्यों? विद फीलिंग करके करते। इन सब के सोल्यूशन है, एवरीथिंग हैज अ सोल्यूशन। आपको घर लेना है, गाड़ी लेनी है, कुछ भी लेना है, हर चीज का तरीका है, मिलेगी आपको, पक्की मिलेगी, गारंटी है इस चीज की। बट आपका सोचने का तरीका ठीक होना चाहिए। जब आप फ्यूचर में सोचते हैं तो कभी नहीं कुछ भी मिलेगा। पास्ट को लेके सोचोगे नहीं, यू हैव टू गेट अवे फ्रॉम द पास्ट कार्ड कि मेरे साथ ये हुआ नहीं। जैसे हम घरों में दिवाली, दशहरे, फेस्टिवल पे अपने घर की सफाई करते हैं, ऐसे ही हमें अपने दिमाग की भी, ब्रेन की सफाई करनी चाहिए कि जो पुराना अब तक पास्ट था, जो गिल्ट है, एंगर है, फियर है, वो निकाल दो। उसको कुछ नहीं है उसके अंदर, उसको कैरी कर रहे हो फालतू में। आप घरों में हम सफाई करते हैं, इसीलिए करते हैं कि फालतू की चीजें हटाओ यहां से, क्या करना है इसका। ऐसे ही इनको हम वी हैव टू क्लीन अवर ब्रेन सो दैट वी कैन ऐड ऑन समथिंग न्यू इनटू दिस। तो इसलिए हेल्थ, वेल्थ, हैप्पीनेस, जॉय के लिए, हर चीज के लिए हमारी थिंकिंग पैटर्न काम करता है। आई विश कि आप सब लोग वो सोचो जो आप चाहते हो, एंड ऑलवेज थिंक इन द प्रेजेंट कॉन्टिन्यूस। मैं ये कर रहा हूं, मैं एग्जाम पास कर रहा हूं, आई एम गेटिंग दिस, मेरे को ये जॉब मिल रही है, मेरी प्रमोशन हो रही है। बहुत सारे लोग होते हैं जेलस फील करते हैं, उसके तो 10,000 भी ना बढ़ गया, मेरा तो बढ़ा नहीं बढ़ सकता उसका। क्यों? सोच ये दे रहा कि मतलब उसको जेलस है। यू हैव टू प्योरीफाई योर सेल्फ। इन चीजों से निकलना पड़ेगा आपको, हेट, गिल्ट, एंगर, फियर, कंपैरिजन, इन सब से हटना पड़ेगा। यू हैव टू मेक योर सेल्फ बिकॉज योर गॉड इज विद यू। भगवान हमारे अंदर है। कोई ये कहता है कोई भी नहीं, गॉड इज विद इन अस। है किसी के मन में ऐसा ख्याल कोई भी नहीं भगवान कुछ नहीं होता या कहीं नहीं है भगवान? भगवान हमारे अंदर है। किस शेप में है? कहां है भगवान? यहां। आत्मा का वास यहां है ना, हमारे यहां पे। किस शेप में? थॉट शेप में। वर्ड इज गॉड, गॉड इज वर्ड। शब्द ही भगवान है, भगवान ही शब्द है। ये बहुत सारे ग्रंथों में लिखा हुआ, सर आपको पता हो, सारे ग्रंथों में लिखा हुआ है। जितने भी ग्रंथ पढ़ोगे, पढ़ के पता चलेगा। बेसिकली हम लोग अपने ग्रंथ ही पढ़ते, सारा कुछ उसी में से निकला। मैंने कुछ अलग नहीं निकाला। मैंने ग्रंथ पढ़े हैं, किताबें पढ़ी हैं, बहुत सारी पढ़ी हैं, उनको फिर एक माला में फिर होकर आपके सामने बोल रहा हूं मैं। ऐसा नहीं सारा कुछ एक किताब में लिखा, 150-200 किताबें पढ़ी मैंने, तब उसमें से जाके निकल गया है कि दिस इज थिंग। भगवान हमारे अंदर है, भगवान शब्द रूप में हमारे अंदर है। शब्द क्या है? थॉट। भगवान जो मेरा भगवान है, मेरे लिए काम कर रहा है, सबके लिए काम नहीं कर रहा। वो 700 करोड़ की आबादी है, 7 बिलियन पूरी दुनिया की, हर के अंदर भगवान है। तभी उसका वो भगवान ही उसका अंदर बैठ के ध्यान कर रहा है। अच्छा है, भगवान कहता, भगवान ने हमें पैदा किया दुनिया में, इसलिए नहीं किया कि हमें वो दुख दे या हमें तंग करे, हमें कष्ट दे, नहीं। वो कहता है कि मैं तो आपके अंदर हूं, तुम जो चाहोगे वो तथास्तु है। सोचने का तरीका आपका ठीक होना चाहिए, यू विल गेट ईच एंड एवरीथिंग। हम क्या करते हैं? 99% हम सोचते हैं उल्टा। भगवान कहता है ठीक है तथास्तु। जब आपका सोचने का नजरिया चेंज हो गया, आपको पता लग गया कि ये ऐसे सोचने से ये होता है, तो भगवान को होगा तथास्तु। थॉट का क्या काम है? थॉट पूरे यूनिवर्स में, जो आपने थॉट दे दी वो थॉट पूरे यूनिवर्स में जाती है, वहां से वही चीज लेके आती है। अब देखो, कई बार आप दुखी हो जाते हो, कोई दुख आ गया आपके साथ, तो आप बार बार उसी को सोचते रहते हैं, तो आपके साथ और भी दुख भरी खबरें आती हैं। बिकॉज लाइक अट्रैक्ट्स लाइक, लॉ ऑफ अट्रैक्शन है ये सिंपल। जो आप सोच रहे हो भगवान वही दे रहा है आपको। वो कहता है ये दुखी है, चलो यार इसकी दुख की खबरें सुनाओ इसको, तो आप दुखी हो जाता है बंदा। अगर आप खुश रहे, आप देखो कई बंदे बहुत खुश रहते हैं, जो भी हो गया ठीक है, जेब में 10 रुपए है या नहीं है, ही इज हैप्पी, तो ठीक है यार मेरा तो भगवान ध्यान करता है, आई एम हैप्पी। तो आप देखो हमेशा खुश, उसको कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगी, कोई मेडिकल इंश्योरेंस लेने की जरूरत नहीं है उसको, कोई उसको दवाइयां लेने की जरूरत नहीं। फॉर योर इन्फॉर्मेशन, मेरी कोई इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी नहीं है, मैंने पिछले 30-40 साल से कोई इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी नहीं ली। ना लाइफ इंश्योरेंस, ना मेडिकल, ना हेल्थ, ना एक्सीडेंटल। आई नो पॉलिसी। अब मेरा मेडिकल बिल पिछले 30 सालों में मुझे नहीं लगता कि 2000 से ज्यादा कभी वो होता कि कोई गोली ले लो यार घर में ले आओ, ना मेरा ना मेरी फैमिली का। बिकॉज वी हैव स्ट्रॉन्ग कंटेंशन ऑफ दिस कि यस वी आर हेल्दी, फिट एंड फाइन। सवेरे उठो, आधा घंटा नहीं 15 मिनट 20 मिनट मेडिटेशन दो, ग्रेटिट्यूड करो भगवान का जो आपके अंदर है, जो आप सोचोगे वही पाओगे। तो इसलिए दिन की शुरुआत अच्छी करो। आप जब सुबह उठते हो, कई बार कई लोग कहते हैं यार मेरा तो मूड खराब है, आज मैंने कुछ नहीं करना है। अब 10 बार कह के देखो, पूरा दिन आपका खराब जाएगा। बिकॉज यू हैव सेंड इन द मॉर्निंग आवर्स, जब हमारा बॉडी जो है सबकॉन्शियस से कॉन्शियस में कन्वर्ट होती है, वो एक मेन टाइम होता है। रात को सोते टाइम क्यों हम भगवान को याद करते हैं? सब लोग कहते हैं कि रात को सोने से सोते टाइम आप भगवान को याद करो, अच्छी बातें याद करो, अच्छा अच्छा देखो अपने लिए, अच्छा अच्छा सोचो। सुबह उठते सार आप एकदम से अच्छा सोचो, सो दैट आपके सबकॉन्शियस माइंड में चला जाए और वो यूनिवर्स में जाता है, फास्ट रिकवरी होती है उसकी। थिंग्स हैपन इन लाइफ। ऐसा कोई दुनिया का बंदा नहीं कह सकता कि मैंने ये सोचा था और मेरे साथ ऐसा हो गया, बुरा क्यों हुआ मेरे साथ। सोच ठीक नहीं है, हमारी सोचने का तरीका हमें पता नहीं है। तो इसलिए मेरी आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप लोग हमेशा सोचो प्रेजेंट कॉन्टिन्यूस के अंदर। अगर आप फ्यूचर में सोच रहे हो, पास्ट में सोच रहे हो, इट विल नेवर हैपन। हमें दुख तभी आएगा। और कभी भी किसी से जेलस, कंपैरिजन, एंगर, फियर, हेट, एनीथिंग रिलेटेड टू नेगेटिविटी, ये सारे नेगेटिविटी हैं। हम कहते हैं पॉजिटिव है, मैं तो ऑलवेज पॉजिटिव थिंकिंग। हजारों लाखों करोड़ों मैसेज व्हाट्सएप पे ढूंढते हैं कि ऐसे किया करो, ऐसे किया करो, उससे थोड़ी पॉजिटिविटी आती है। किसी को आती है पॉजिटिव? नहीं, कोई बंदा पॉजिटिव नहीं। जब तक आपके अंदर हेट, एंगर, फियर, सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर है फियर, जो हर चीजों को क्रिएट करता है। स्ट्रेस क्रिएट करेगा, टेंशन क्रिएट करेगा, टेंशन से आपको प्रॉब्लम होगी। जो बॉडी का सेल आपका वीक है वहां पे प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी आपको। ऑलवेज से आई एम फिट, हेल्दी, फिट एंड फाइन। मेरा शरीर तंदुरुस्त है, ऑल माई बॉडी सेल्स आर हेल्दी, फिट एंड फाइन। सारे बॉडी के सेल जो है तंदुरुस्त हो रहे हैं। आप ये मैसेज बॉडी को दोगे, अब कभी बीमार नहीं हो सकते। मैं लिख के दे देता हूं आपको, गारंटी है मेरी ये। जब आप ये कहते हो कि ऑल माई बॉडी सेल्स आर हेल्दी, फिट एंड फाइन, और सवेरे उठ के सार आप कंटिन्यू करते रहो इसको। दवाइयां खाने से तो अच्छा है ना, ये 10 मिनट इसके ऊपर लगा लें हम लोग, नहीं? एनीबॉडी? यार कुछ बोलो सब लोग, आप लोग तो ऐसे साइलेंट हो गए, कोई वो नहीं। इसका मुझे सेशन लेने का मजा तब आता है जब इंटरेक्टिव होता है। आप क्वेश्चन करो कोई भी। लाइफ के अंदर इतने क्वेश्चन होते हैं, मेरा पेपर नहीं पास हो रहा, मेरा रिजल्ट नहीं आ रहा, मेरे को ये नहीं मिल रहा। अब टेल यू कि ये आपको आप सोचने का तरीका ये चेंज करो। लोग मेरे से रात को फोन करते हैं कि ये ऐसा हो गया, ऐसा हो गया, बताओ जी मैं क्या करूं, मैं क्या करूं? बताते हैं हमें। अपने आप को हेल्दी रखने के लिए हम लोग, आप छोड़ो पैसा आपके पास बहुत होगा, गाड़ियां होगी, घर होगी, हेल्थ तो आपको अपनी अच्छी रखनी है ना। तो उसके लिए सोचो इन प्रेजेंट कॉन्टिन्यूस। अब बॉडी को मैसेज दो, सेल्स को मैसेज दो कि मैं हेल्दी रह रहा हूं, फिट, ऑल माई बॉडी सेल्स आर हेल्दी, फिट एंड फाइन। उससे हमारा शरीर तंदुरुस्त है, कभी बीमार नहीं हो सकते आप। शुगर, ये बीपी की जो प्रॉब्लम ज्यादातर आ रही है, ये एक माफिया है। जो आप देखो ना, आपने क्या कर रहे हैं, शुगर के लिए पहले कितने लेवल पे होती थी, फिर उससे कम करके और कम करके और कम करके नीचे आ गई, क्योंकि आपको दवाइयां खिला रहे हैं। आपको पता दवाइयों में क्या है? मैं बद्दी में हूं, वहां कम से कम 3000 कंपनियां हैं बद्दी में दवाइयां बनाती हैं, पूरे वर्ल्ड को सप्लाई जाती है। वही लो कैसी मेडिसिन वहां बनती है, वहां पे 3000 में नामी कंपनियां जो हैं, स्टैंडर्ड कंपनियां हैं 150 से 200 है, बाकी सब डिफरेंट कंपनी, छोटी छोटी कंपनियां क्या बनाएंगी, क्या देंगी वो? एमआरपी 3500 रुपए और सेल हो रही है 10 रुपए में। फैक्ट्री से निकली 10 रुपए की, विद एमआरपी 3500 रुपए। क्या करोगे आप? आप सोचोगे 35 हो गया, मेरे को 80% डिस्काउंट दे दिया जी बंदे ने, बड़ा अच्छा कर दिया। नहीं, अपने आप को फिट रखो। क्यों उनके ऊपर पैसे खर्च कर रहे हो? जो आप पैसे कमा रहे हो सिर्फ डॉक्टर्स के लिए कमा रहे हो और किसी के लिए नहीं। और ये सोच लेके आप जाते हैं कहीं पर भी, अपने परिवार में जाते हैं, बच्चों के साथ बैठ के बात करते हैं, तो आपका पूरा एक खानदान सुधरता है। आगे से आज आप बात करोगे 15 दिन, वाइफ कहेगी नहीं यार चेंज आया आपके अंदर, लेट मी चेंज। फिर बच्चा भी चेंज करेगा। आपका 20-22 साल का बच्चा नहीं चेंज होते, बट जब when they see things, when they see the results, then they will say कि yes पापा ठीक कर रहे हैं, मम्मी ठीक कर रही है, we have to change। और सबसे बड़ी बात, हमारे बच्चे, आपके बच्चे हैं, सबके जिनके बच्चे हैं, अगर आप बच्चों के लिए अच्छा सोच रहे हो तो वो अच्छा होगा ही होगा। मतलब बजाय इसके कि वो सोचे, अगर वो सोचेगा अच्छा अपना वो तो होना ही होना है, बट यू कैन ऑल्सो थिंक अबाउट दैट सो दैट बच्चा आपके लिए ठीक रहे। मतलब पावर ऑफ थिंकिंग इतनी है कि अगर मैं चाहूं तो आप सब में से किसी को भी अगर मैं चाहूं माइंड से कंट्रोल कर सकता हूं, आपसे जो मर्जी काम करा लूंगा। पावर ऑफ थिंकिंग इतनी पावरफुल है, किसी से कोई भी काम करा सकते हो, अपनी वाइफ से, बच्चे से, आप वाइफ बच्चे से रिलेटेड हो, तो ये तब होगा जब आपकी मेडिटेशन है। मेडिटेशन से आप कॉस्मिक एनर्जी के साथ इन्वॉल्व होगे, देन यू विल गेट, आपका ऑरा स्ट्रांग होगा। ये सारी साइंटिफिक चीजें, मैं कोई ऐसा नहीं बता रहा कि मेरी बनाई हुई है, ये साइंस प्रूव करती है। ऑरा हमारा स्ट्रांग होगा तो हमारी वे ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन, वे ऑफ थॉट जो है ज्यादा फैलता है, और आप टोटली टेंशन फ्री रहोगे, जीवन जियोगे अपना टेंशन फ्री। अब देखो चेहरों पे हर बंदे के किसी ना किसी के चेहरे पे टेंशन का, स्ट्रेस का होता है। हमारी बॉडी जो है हमारे ही थॉट्स का रिजल्ट है, चाहे हम जैसे भी हैं। अब कई बंदे कहते हैं कि मैं मोटा हो रहा हूँ, ये मोटा हो रहा हूँ, ये मोटा हो रहा हूँ। मोटा ही होना उसमें पतला कैसे हो सकता है? कई औरतें कहती हैं कि मैं मोटी हो रही, मैंने ये छोड़ दिया, मैं मोटी हो रही। कभी पतली हो ही नहीं सकती, वो होएगी महीने 2 महीने के लिए हो जाएगी, वो भी जिम जाके या कुछ और करके नहीं हो सकती। जब तक आप ये नहीं कहते कि यस मैंने चाहती क्या हूं, मैं चाहती हूं फिट हूं, तो मैं फिट हो रही हूं, मैं फिट हो रहा हूं, ये कहोगे तो यू सी। अब इसमें ऐसा कहने से कई बंदे मेरे क्वेश्चन करते हैं, ऐसा कहने से थोड़ी कुछ होता है, ये कहने से ही होता है। क्यों? जो आपने ये थॉट दे रहे हो कॉन्टिन्यूसली, देन आपकी थॉट आपको चला रही हो, आपकी थॉट आपको डाइटिशियन के पास ले जाएगी, या आपको जिम कराएगी, या आपको सैर कराएगी, या आपका खाना अच्छा खिलाएगी, वो अपने आप ही करेगी, सिर्फ सोचना है। यू हैव टू थिंक ओनली विद फील, विद इमेजिनेशन। भाव क्या है आपका? हम लोग मंदिर जाते हैं, सब लोग अपने अपने धर्म स्थान में कहीं भी जाते हैं, क्या करते हैं वहां जाके? कोई बताओ, जाते हैं मंदिर, क्या करते हैं हम मंदिर जाके? कोई बंदा ये खड़े होकर बता दो प्लीज, मैं सुनना चाहता हूं क्या क्या विचार होता है। हाँ प्लीज, थैंक यू वेरी मच। कैसे मानते? बस थोड़ा सा बताओ, मैंने इसीलिए कहा ताकि सबको पता लग जाएगा। आपने बोलना नहीं, बस माइंड में कहो मैं ऐसे करता हूँ प्रैक्टिस, बोले चाहे कुछ मर्जी।
जाते हैं तो
हाँ वैसे जैसे मंदिर में जाते वैसे करना प्लीज, ताकि सब लोग देखें, फिर मैं बताऊंगा आपको ना।
सर जनरली जो नॉर्मल पर्सन होते हैं तो हम जैसे मंदिर वगैरह जाते हैं तो प्रणाम करते हैं, कोई अगर मंत्र हमको पता है तो
नहीं, वो देखो इसमें आपने एक चीज छुपा ली।
हाँ।
आप आंखें खोल के प्रणाम नहीं करते, आंखें बंद करके
करते हैं।
वही करो ना, फिर आप आंखें बंद करो पूरा।
अच्छा
हाँ आंखें बंद, मतलब वही का वही प्रैक्टिस करो थोड़ी सी, तो सबको पता चले क्या करते हैं।
तो जैसे हम मंदिर जाते हैं उनको प्रणाम करते हैं, और जो भी हमारे जो इष्ट देव हैं उनको हम बोलते हैं कि भगवान मेरा ये प्रॉब्लम चल रहा है तो मुझे ये हेल्प कर दीजिए, या मुझे ये चीज़ की ज़रूरत है वो चीज़ दिला दीजिए, उसमें मुझे हेल्प कर दीजिए। तो बेसिकली हमारे जो डिजायर्स हैं उसको हम एक्सप्रेस करते हैं।
हम क्या करते हैं, अब भगवान सामने पत्थर की मूर्ति है, वो तो सुन नहीं रहा, हम अपने आप को सुनाते हैं। हमारे अंदर जो भगवान यहाँ बैठा है ना, उसको हम सुनाते हैं। यहाँ क्यों कहते हैं? यहाँ पे आपकी मैग्नेटिक पावर किसी की आती है, यहाँ पे फील होता है ऐसा कुछ चुंबक की तरह? कभी किसी के हुआ है? होता है? कैसे फील होता है? हाँ बेसिकली क्या होता है, जब बैठ जाओ आपको बात प्लीज, वो समझाना ही था।
सर मेरा एक और क्वेश्चन था,
पहले मैं इसके ऊपर देखूँ, उसके बाद क्वेश्चन करना, फिर ये रह जाएगा बीच में, क्वेश्चन चाहे 50 करना, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। तो हम जब मंदिर जाते हैं, मंदिर जाके हम आंखों में ध्यान लगाते हैं, आंखों के पीछे यहाँ पे जहां पर भगवान का वास है, आत्मा का वास है, आंखें क्लोज करते हैं तो ये ध्यान रखो। मैं आपको बहुत अच्छी इंपॉर्टेंट बातें बताते जा रहा हूँ। अभी तक आपको किसी ने थिंकिंग टेक्निक वर्ड नहीं सुनाया, तो आगे की बातें जो मैं बता रहा हूँ वो कोई नहीं अभी तक सुनी होगी आपने। आगे कोई सुनाएगा अलग बात है, पर जो भी बता रहा हूँ बहुत ऐसी चीज बता रहा हूँ आप समझोगे कि किसी ने बताई है। ये आगे और 10 साल तक कोई नहीं बता सकता आपको वो चीज, वो पॉइंट एकदम इसी के रिलेटेड। तो प्लीज केयरफुली, तो जब हम वहां जाते हैं मंदिर में तो ध्यान यहाँ लगाते हैं, आंखों के बीच में ध्यान लगता है यहाँ पे, यहाँ हम प्रे करते हैं भगवान को, हम विश करते हैं, जैसे इन्होंने बताया कि विश कर रहे हैं हम जो भी हमारे माइंड में है, जैसे उन्होंने कहा पास्ट में, प्रेजेंट में, फ्यूचर में जो कह दिया हमने कह दिया, भगवान सुनता है, भगवान हमारे अंदर भी है, वही सुन रहा है, उसी ने जाके हमें जो कुछ जो हमने मांगा वो देना है उसने। हमारा मांगने का तरीका ठीक होना चाहिए। ये जो हम सोचते हैं, ये सोच को और डीपर करने के लिए यहां पे मैग्नेटिक पावर है हमारी। जब आपका ध्यान लगता है, अगर आप मेडिटेशन करोगे तो आपको मैग्नेटिक पावर ऐसे फील होगी कि चुंबक की तरह यहां कुछ आ रहा है। ये लाइट है बेसिकली, भगवान क्या लाइट शेप में, इट्स ए लाइट। अब धीरे धीरे मेडिटेशन करते जाओगे आपको लाइट का ध्यान आता जाएगा। तो इसको और फास्ट करने का अलग तरीका है। बट जब आप सोच मंदिर में जाके सोच दे रहे हो, सोच क्या दे रहे हैं आप, मेरे को ये आ जाए, मेरे को ये आ जाए, मेरे को ये आ जाए, नहीं। जैसे सीक्रेट में बताया कि थिंक रिसीव एंड बिलीव, थिंक बिलीव एंड रिसीव। तो आप थोड़ा सा पैटर्न चेंज करो उसको। आप भगवान के सामने जाके हाथ जोड़ के बेनती करते हो, प्रणाम करते हो, तो यहां ध्यान लगाते हो, उसको बोलो एक फील हो कि मेरे को ये मिल रहा है, नौकरी मिल रही है मेरे को, मेरे पास गाड़ी आ रही है, मैं घर ले रहा हूं, ये नहीं मेरे को घर दिला दो। वो कहते हैं मैंने क्या कराना। भगवान को इन चीजों में कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं है, मेरे को दिला दो, मेरे को लिया दो। यू हैव टू से कि मैं घर ले रहा हूं। फिर थॉट हमारी यूनिवर्स में जाती है, वो फिर आपके लिए पूरा ऑर्गेनाइज करती है। आप नहीं तो ओम शांति ओम का डायलॉग अभी सुना देगा आप बच्चों में से, शाहरुख खान का, किसी चीज को शिद्दत से चाहो तो पूरी कायनात। हाँ देखा, वेरी गुड। तो ये क्यों बना हुआ डायलॉग, किसी ने बनाया हुआ इसका, और ये बिल्कुल सही है। हम क्या करते हैं, हम रोज जाके चेंज करते रहते हैं, आज ये कल ये कल ये कल करो, जो मर्जी करो, बट यू हैव टू थिंक इन ए वे इन द प्रेजेंट कॉन्टिन्यूअस टेंस कि मेरे को ये फील करो कि मेरे को ये मिल रहा है, मेरे को नौकरी मिल रही है, मेरे को ये मिल रहा है। आप लोग सब यहाँ बैठे हैं, चाहे कोई इंजीनियरिंग कर रहे हैं, चाहे कोई डिप्लोमा कर रहे हैं, आप लोगों ने ये सोचा तभी यहाँ आए हो, तभी सीपेट में आए हो। आप बिना सोचे कुछ नहीं होता। तो सोचने का तरीका बदलो, प्रेजेंट कॉन्टिन्यूस में आ जाओ। दूसरा, मेडिटेशन करता है कोई एनीवन मेडिटेशन, प्लीज, वेरी गुड वेरी गुड। अब जब आप मेडिटेशन करते हैं, जब भी मेडिटेशन करते हैं आप सब लोग, मेरी कोशिश, मेरी रिक्वेस्ट सबसे ये है कि सब लोग मेडिटेशन किया करो। मेडिटेशन से आपकी कनेक्टिविटी फास्ट होती है। मेडिटेशन से किसी और को फायदा नहीं होना, हमें ही फायदा होना, आपको ही फायदा होना। कितना फायदा होना, मतलब अबंडेंस है। सोच भी नहीं सकते कि मेडिटेशन करने से आपका ध्यान लगना है और ध्यान लग के आपको क्या क्या बेनिफिट मिलने हैं। जब भी आप मेडिटेशन करते हैं, डू वन थिंग, जो भी आप ब्रीदिंग के लिए करते हैं, ब्रीद इन ब्रीद आउट करते हैं, ओम करते हैं, मैं उसमें नहीं जाता, जो सकते हैं करो। एक चीज करो, अपनी जीभ को ऊपर मुंह की छत पे लगाओ, जैसे ये जीव है तो ऐसे लगाओ, हाँ तालवे से उल्टी करके, ऐसे सीधी नहीं, ये बस ऊपर उल्टी करके लगाओ। क्यों, कारण तो बता सकता है एनीवन, फीमेल्स? यस, बहुत बढ़िया, प्रॉपर अर्थिंग के लिए सही बात है, बहुत अच्छी है। इससे क्या होता है, अब देखो जब बच्चा मदर के पेट में होता है, सब लोग कहते हैं कि बच्चा भगवान का जप करता है। जब सर जब बच्चा मदर के पेट में होता है, सारे ग्रंथों में लिखा है कि बच्चा भगवान का तप करता है, मेरे को बाहर निकाल लो, है ना। तो जब वो तप करता है तो उसका जो जीव होती है ऊपर लगी होती है, और जब बच्चा पैदा होता है, नर्स या डॉक्टर मुंह में हाथ डाल के बाहर करता है उसको, ऐसे क्यों, उसको लगा होता है। बाद में भी उसका ध्यान उसी पे रहता है, उसको एक्सपीरियंस हो रहा है पिछले 2-3 महीने से, वो ऐसे करता है। उससे कनेक्टिविटी आपकी फास्ट होती है। आप करके देखना, यू विल सी कि आपकी कनेक्टिविटी फास्ट कितनी होती है, उसमें 1000 टाइम फास्ट आपकी कनेक्टिविटी विद गॉड होगी। दिस इज द कनेक्शन विद द गॉड। और शॉर्ट अपने, ओके ठीक है, चलो एनी, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
जब मेडिटेट करते हैं,
हाँ
हम लोग जो है, आप ये अर्थिंग वाली बात बताएं।
हाँ जी, हाँ,
हम लोग या तो चौकी पर बैठते हैं या चटाई पर बैठते हैं,
हाँ,
उसमें कनेक्टिविटी नहीं होना चाहिए अर्थ से।
नहीं नहीं सर, आप कहीं भी बैठो, नहीं कहीं भी बैठो, बेड पे बैठ जाओ। आप जैसे सुबह उठो, जैसे ही सुबह उठे हो ना,
करते हैं उसकी बात नहीं बता रहा।
हाँ मेडिटेट, मैं वही कर रहा हूँ।
वो कनेक्टिविटी नहीं करना।
आप कहीं बैठो सर, वो देखो आप कहीं पे भी बैठो आप सर, कहीं पे भी बैठो आप,
और ठीक हो जाता है, वो अर्थिंग हो जाती है।
सर आप कहीं पे भी बैठो, आप करो, इससे कनेक्टिविटी आपकी फास्ट रहेगी। यू सी के यू आर हैविंग ए मैग्नेटिक टच, यहाँ पे आपको फील हो रहा है। और आप वैसे ब्रीद इन ब्रीद आउट करके करोगे, साइलेंट होके करोगे, दैट इज मोर बेटर रादर देन आप ये मंत्र जपते हो, ओम जपते हो या कुछ और जपते हो। उससे बेटर ये है कि यू रिमेन साइलेंट, जस्ट वॉच योर ब्रेथ इन एंड आउट। तो आपको यहाँ फील होगा कि सिर्फ सांस आप जो ले रहे हो यहाँ से लेके यहीं तक आ रही है, नीचे के पोर्शन से आपको पता ही नहीं चलेगा बॉडी आपकी बैठे हैं या नहीं बैठे हैं।
There are other things why we pronounce. The reason is that once we pronounce something, तो that creates vibration. मतलब आपका जैसे nasal portion है, eyes portion है, ये सब portion है, उसमें जो है जैसे अल्ट्रासोनिफिकेशन करते हैं,
वाइब्रेशन आती है उसके अंदर, वाइब्रेशन आएंगी,
उसी तरीके से वाइब्रेट करके we get it clean.
नहीं आप
मेडिकली भी क्लीन करना है,
वो क्लीन हो रहा है आपका, जैसे आप उसको आप कर रहे हो ना जी, जैसे ही आप ब्रीद इन ब्रीद आउट कर रहे हो या मंत्र जाप करके कर रहे हो, क्लीन वैसे ही हो रहा है आपका। बट यहां पे आपका मैग्नेटिक फोर्स बढ़ जाएगी आपकी, आपके अंदर पेशेंस, कॉन्फिडेंस, विल पावर हो, उसके बाद बढ़ेगी आपकी, ज्यादा हो जाए। आप करके देखना, मेरे पे क्वेरी करना, कोई बात नहीं।
ये आप ही के पास रहते हैं, पटियाला में चले जाना
सर पटियाला, चंडीगढ़, पंचकुला कहीं भी आ जाओ, आम देर, कहीं भी आ जाना, मैं लेने आऊंगा। थापर में, मैं पटियाला मेरा घर है सर, पटियाला मेरा घर है। पटियाला ये जो आपने देखा होगा सानी स्वीट्स के साइड वाली गली नहीं देखी आपने, सानी स्वीट के सामने वहां, अभी मैं आजकल पंचकुला रहता हूँ। कभी भी आप उस एरिया में आओ, आप बताना, कभी भी आओ।
Everybody does it, तो बच्चों के लिए बहुत जरूरी है। साहब एक मासूम सा सवाल है।
हाँ जी।
जैसे आपने कहा कि आप कुछ भी बोलिए, नहीं है कोई जरूरत है,
आपने बोला कि कुछ भी बोलिए, कुछ भी मतलब आप मंत्र बोलिए, लेकिन
अब जो आपके धर्म से लेना मंत्र है, जो भी है,
धर्म की बात, मैं धर्म की बात कर नहीं रहा, मैं कुछ और बोल रहा हूँ आपसे। मैंने कहीं पढ़ा है और कई बार पढ़ा है, जो लोग ओम में विश्वास रखते हैं वो बोलते हैं से ओम वंस, दैट मीन्स यू आर रिमेम्बरिंग गॉड 1000 टाइम्स। सो अभी हमें जो आप बेस्ट वे क्या है, मतलब क्या बोलना चाहिए? ओम बोलना चाहिए,
आप ओम छोड़ के आप
राम बोलो,
ब्रीद इन ब्रीद आउट करो। जो देखो जिस इष्ट देवता को आप मानते हो उसी को मानोगे आप। मेरे कहने से राम से कृष्ण में नहीं जाओगे, मेरे कहने से आप शिव बोले दे जाओगे।
ओम ओम कहने से तो आप ना राम पे गए ना कृष्ण पे गए, आप
मैं
भगवान को सबको याद कर रहे हैं।
किसी पे नहीं जा रहा, मैं यहाँ किसी के लिए कोई वो नहीं करने जा रहा। आप कोई भी नाम जपो, मुझे कोई उससे कोई लेना देना नहीं। मैं सिंपल ये कहता हूँ अगर आप नाम नहीं भी जपते हैं, कोई नाम नहीं भी जपते हैं, खाली ब्रीद इन ब्रीद आउट आप अपनी सांस को देखते हो, उससे आपको प्रैक्टिस होगी। आप जो मर्जी नाम जपो, ओम जपो, श्री शिवाय नमोस्तुभ्यम मंत्र जपो, अपना श्री कृष्ण जपो, राधे राधे जपो, कुछ भी जपो, ये आपके ऊपर है।
इसमें
आपका अपना बिलीफ सिस्टम है ये।
इसमें
Why we do pronounce these जो मंत्रोच्चारण है, देखिए हमारे जो शास्त्र में कहेंगे बहुत बढ़िया कहा गया। आप मेरे को माइक दीजिए, मैं बता देता हूँ, इधर लाइए।
ऐसा है जो शास्त्रों में आप देखिए हिंदी का वर्णमाला है, क ख ग, आप वहां देखिए किस तरीके से आप मतलब जो है अलग चीजों को आप देखिए 5 का है क ख ग, आप कहां से बोल रहे हैं वहां से देखिए सेम थिंग, क ख ग घ अन्ना च में जीव ऊपर करते हैं, तो ये
अलग अलग निकलती है, कोई मुंह से निकलती है, कोई होंठों से निकलती है।
तो एक्चुअली क्या है ये सारा जो मंत्रोच्चारण का जो है कि दैट इज अ टिपिकल टाइप ऑफ थिंग्स दैट क्रिएट्स वेव अराउंड अस एंड दीज वेव्स आर पॉजिटिव इन नेचर। मतलब ये जो बोलने का मंत्रोच्चारण का जो कारण यह है कि मंत्रोच्चारण से हम एक पॉजिटिविटी लाते हैं अपने सिस्टम में, बिल्कुल, और कनेक्टिविटी लाते हैं। हम अपने घर में पूजा घर बनाते हैं, जैसे मान लीजिए सर, तो ये जो गोल साहब जो बता रहे हैं साइलेंट वाला, उसमें ये कहते हैं सांस को
वॉच करो,
वॉच मतलब एहसास करो, वॉच नहीं करो, एहसास करो
भी आपको
मतलब आपकी सांस चल रही है कि नहीं चल रही, जा रही कि नहीं जा रही। और वो जो मंत्रोच्चारण है दैट ये जो आपका ये पूरा चर्निंग करके ये इसकी एक्सरसाइज करती है। दैट्स ओनली थिंग जो मैं अभी तक जो जानकारी लिया हूँ उसके हिसाब से है। एंड इफ यू प्रैक्टिस इट एवरी डे,
यस यू हैव टू प्रैक्टिस।
बिल्कुल आप तो करते हैं, सब करते हैं, ये लोग करते हैं। अभी मेरा सवाल ये था, अब जैसे अब थोड़ा
कोई बात नहीं, बैठ के
सबको दिखाई देना चाहिए ना भैया, थोड़ा मैं कुछ उसके बारे में बता रहा हूँ। उसमें क्या है, आप जैसे आप लोग काफ़ी योगासन वगैरह करते होंगे। एक्चुअली मैं रामदेव जी को फॉलो करता हूँ और बहुत सालों से करता हूँ। तो उसमें उनका एक भ्रामरी है, उद्गीर है। उद्गीर में वो क्या बोलते हैं कि आप सांस लीजिए, ओम का उच्चारण करिए। तो उसमें वो कोई और नहीं बोलते कि करिए, ऐसा करिए। उसमें इसे भ्रामरी है, उद्गीर है, दोनों आसन में उसमें उसको एक में आपके कान और आंख बंद करके करते हैं भ्रामरी, और उद्गीर में आप ओम का उच्चारण करते हैं। तो उससे आप करके देखिए, आप बिना कुछ बोलिए करके करिए उद्गीर को, और ओम करके देखिए, आप डिफरेंस आपको नजर आएगा मतलब आपको। तो उसके और जो मैं बता रहा था, पढ़ा है मैंने, पढ़ा हुआ है, ऐसे कहीं नहीं, मैं खुद अपनी कल्पना नहीं की।
बिल्कुल सही बात है
कि फिर इफ यू से ओम वंस दैट मीन्स यू आर रिमेम्बरिंग गॉड 1000 टाइम्स, बिकॉज ओम शब्द में इतनी शक्ति है कि हाँ। अब ये जैसे आप ये गायत्री मंत्र है, वो भी देखिए ओम से शुरू होता है।
ओम तो शब्द ही है, ओम नमः शिवाय, ओम दुर्गाय नमः,
ओम नमः शिवाय, ओम स्वाहा। आप जो ये आप यज्ञ करते हैं,
बिल्कुल
यज्ञ करते हैं, उसको क्या
ओम तो है ही है।
वैसे भी कर सकते हैं।
ओम तो सब है।
आपको सामग्री डालनी है, घी डालना है,
ऐसे ही करना है,
लेकिन आप बोलते हैं ओम स्वाहा,
बिल्कुल
ओम स्वाहा। तो पूरा इसमें ओम शब्द की जो।
थैंक यू सो मच सर, मैं सॉरी टू इंटरप्ट यू। एक बहुत अच्छा सेशन संगीत संध्या का ऑलरेडी 7 o'clock से प्लान है, तो मैं आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि हम उसको भी इंजॉय करें। और मैं गोयल सर प्लीज आप स्टेज पर आइए। मैं रायपुर परिवार की ओर से डॉक्टर,
कोई किसी की क्वेरीज हो, कुछ हो, ही कैन कॉन्टैक्ट मी, कोई दिक्कत नहीं ऐसी, कभी मन में कोई विचार है।
सीपेट रायपुर की परिवार की ओर से डॉक्टर सुशांत सामा सर को इन्वाइट करेंगे कि आके हमारे जो पॉजिटिव स्पीकर हैं उनको फैसिलिटेट करें।
Please round of applause for sir.
आपको कोई बात तो नहीं चल रहा, इधर आइए। थैंक यू।
सॉरी सर। थैंक यू सो मच सर।
थैंक यू, थैंक्स आपका। थैंक यू।
अभी 15 मिनट के अंदर एक संगीत संध्या का प्रोग्राम यहाँ शुरू होने वाला है और फॉलोड बाय डिनर है। तो सभी से रिक्वेस्ट है कि अभी यहीं रहें। और संगीत भी अपने आप में एक मेडिटेशन है, ऐसा मैं सोचती हूँ। तो हम उसी मेडिटेशन को करें तो बहुत अच्छा होगा सभी के लिए।
आए हुए सभी हम CIPET परिवार का स्वागत करते हैं। इस खूबसूरत संगीत हॉलिडे म्यूजिकल ग्रुप के माध्यम से आप सभी का स्वागत है। जब विपक्षी बड़ों माध्यम संगीत प्रदान करते हैं।
खूबसूरत गीतों का दौर हम शुरू कर चुके हैं हमारे ग्रुप से, और जब अच्छे और मीठे गीतों की बारी आती है उनका जिक्र होता है तो पुराने गीतों के सिंगल्स हमारे जहन में आते हैं। हमारे जितने यंगस्टर्स हैं उनके लिए भी बहुत सारे ऐसे गाने हैं कि आज एंजॉय करना है, आज का दिन आपका है। तो फास्ट कॉम्बोज भी हैं और सॉफ्ट नंबर भी है, अरिजीत से लेकर अभिजीत तक। तो चलिए शुरू करते हैं मोहम्मद रफी साहब के खूबसूरत गीत के साथ, एक बहुत ही मीठा गीत हमारे सारे सिंगर्स के लिए। दिल मेरा खो गया, एक हंसी अच्छा, बहुत सारे लोग अभी मोबाइल में जुटे हैं। इतना खूबसूरत प्रोग्राम है तो मोबाइल को साइड कर लो और कान से सुनो, दिल से महसूस करो और फिर से एंजॉय करो। तो एक बार जोरदार तालियां आपके लिए सब बजाने एक बार क्या बात है। चलिए अगले गीत की बारी है और अगले गीत के लिए मैं चाहूँगा हमारी प्यारी सी गायिका इनके लिए इनका स्वागत हो जाए। एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए हमारी प्यारी सी गायिका के और बहुत ही खूबसूरत गीत उनका। जी हाँ, ऐसे ही होते हैं खूबसूरत गीत, पुराने गीत बहुत ही मीठे होते हैं जो आज भी हमारे यंगस्टर सुनते हैं। तो उसी पेरिस में हम एक किशोरदा के गीत को लेकर आए, हमारे ग्रुप से मिस्टर सुंदर राव उस गीत के साथ हैं। और इसके बाद हम आपकी ख्वाहिशें भी पूरी करेंगे, जो आप सुनना चाहते हैं हम तक पहुंचा सकते हैं, क्योंकि एक परिवार है हमारा और आज हम जितने भी गीत गाएं आपको अच्छे लगे हम ये कोशिश करेंगे। चलिए तो अगले गीत के साथ सुंदर राजा। थैंक यू। चलिए श्योर, ऐसे तो बिल्कुल उन्हीं के लिए गाना निकाल के रखा है मैंने। सारे यंगस्टर्स, आपने इस जो मूवी का गाना है इसका पहला पार्ट भी आपने पसंद किया जिसमें सलमान खान है, तो बताइए कौन सा गीत होगा? सेकंड 2 बार बन चुकी है मूवी, उसका एक स्टाइल है बेल्ट वाला सलमान खान के साथ। क्या बात है, आवाज आ गई यहाँ तक ना। तो चलिए इस गीत के साथ बढ़ते हैं और पूरे ये गीत ओनली हमारे यंगस्टर्स के लिए। चलिए यंगस्टर्स हमारे सब आपके लिए गीत। Thank you very much. कैसे नए गाने भी बहुत सारे हैं और चलिए अपने गीत की तरफ बढ़ते हैं और एक दुर्ग लेते हैं किशोर दा लता जी के साथ। एक और खूबसूरत इसे रिकॉर्ड पर स्वर्गीय किशोर जी ने और लता जी
कोई न कोई चाहिए प्यार करने वाला, कोई न कोई चाहिए हम पे मरने वाला, हम पे मरने वाला। उस चांद के टुकड़े को सीने से लगा लूंगा, उस रेशम के टुकड़े को आंखों में छुपा लूंगा। उस चांद के टुकड़े को सीने में लगा लूंगा, उस रेशम के टुकड़े को आंखों में छुपा लूंगा। कोई न कोई चाहिए प्यार करने वाला, कोई न कोई चाहिए हम पे मरने वाला। दिनों डर लाएंगे हम सिवा साथ में बिताएंगे शाम शहर मेरे यारा। थैंक यू। तो बॉयज पंजाबी नंबर्स कौन सुनना चाहता है? पंजाबी नंबर्स कौन सुनना चाहता है? पूरे बॉलीवुड में जिनको डांस करना है, परफॉर्म करना है, यहाँ भी आ सकते हो। वहीं पर करना है। चलिए तो कुछ हमें आदेश हुआ है कि कुछ डांसिंग नंबर्स आप लोगों को हो। सेलिब्रेट करना बहुत जरूरी है। आज का एक खूबसूरत मौका आप आइए, आप लोग सभी लोग डांस के लिए हैं, डांस मस्ती के लिए सभी लोग
सेटअप कर रहा ये सेटअप का खड़े रहा अब डांस सही ना तो ये हो गया ना
अच्छा सब लोग पीछे जो खड़े हैं और डांस मस्ती के लिए आप लोग, क्योंकि आज का यह इवेंट ये शो आप सभी लोग के लिए है। मस्ती भरा शाम, एक यादगार शाम के लिए हम आप सभी के बीच हैं।
जीने का है चाबी, बाकी है बेकारी। जीने का है चाबी, बाकी है बेकारी। जाए 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 जाए, एक बार जो जाए जवानी फिर आए, जवानी फिर आए। जीने का है चाबी, जीने के जान, बाकी हम बेकार।
चलिए गरबा करते हैं। आप लोग भी फरमाइश हमारे कुछ बॉलीवुड भी है इसमें और कुछ गुजराती भी है। भाई से थोड़ा बड़ा माइक है, लेकिन दोनों माइक ही बड़ा हुआ है ये नहीं आ रहा।
बीड़ा के सब रस ले ये कौन कह रहा है तू आज प्यार कर ले, जो कभी भी कल्पना हो वो एतबार कर ले। ये कौन कह रहा है तू आज प्यार कर ले, जो कभी भी कल्पना हो वो एतबार कर ले। माने न मेरी जान, मेरी जान
चलिए कुछ नीचे गीत गाते हैं, फिर आप लोगों को डांस करने का माहौल बनेगा, फिर आ जाओ। अगर रेगुलर नाचेंगे तो फिर जाओगे। तो कुछ प्यारे प्यारे गीत हमारे पास आप लोगों के लिए। सर ये खूबसूरत गीत है। और इस साल एक और बात है कि इस साल एक मूवी आई जो बहुत ही चर्चा में रही। उस मूवी का नाम अगर अपने जितने लोग बैठे हैं वो बताते तो मजा आ जाता। राइट राइट, इसका एक बहुत ही खूबसूरत सा गीत आप लोगों को। अच्छा छत्तीसगढ़िया भी हो जाएगा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं इस गीत के बाद। किसका गवाह खुदा है? अरे वाह क्या बात है, बिल्कुल। वंस मोर अभी तक हुआ नहीं गाना, वंस मोर यार खुदा गवाह। चलिए ये गीत पहले लेते हैं फिर आप लोगों के सारे गीत। चल ये खूबसूरत गीत हमने लिया गदर से। झमझम करता मौसम प्यार के गीतों का, रसत पे अखियां रसता बैठे बिछड़ने तो सारी सारी रात सताए मुझको तेरी यादें, सामने से पहले हो जाती है बरसातें। क्या बात है, जल्दी आते भाई को पाकिस्तान में हो। उड़ जा काले कावा तेरे मुंह बिच खंड पावा, ले जा तू संदेशा मेरा मैं सदके जावा। बात में भी झुकने पड़े पक गया मिठिया से, ये छोटी सी जिंदगी पे रात लंबिया लंबिया उतरे आजा परदेसी, तेरी मेरी जिंदगी उतरे आजा परदेसी, तेरी मेरी जिंदगी। उड़ जाता है कावा तेरे मुंह बिच खंड पावा, ले जा तू संदेशा मेरा मैं सदके जावा।
भरी है तेरी मेरी प्रेम कहानी, कितनी जगत भरी है तेरी मेरी प्रेम कहानी, सात समंदर जितना अपनी आँखों में है पानी, तेरी मेरी एक जिंदगी।
चलिए जैसे आपका डिमांड है भाई, जैसा बोले मैं वैसा करेंगे, जब तक का मेरा हमारे पास समय है। तो गरबा करने का फिर मन कर रहा है, फिर गरबा कर सकते हो, डांसिंग का नंबर है तो डांसिंग कर सकते हो। बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, आप लोग आइए, तब तक हम लोग गा लेते हैं एक छत्तीसगढ़ी गीत आप लोगों के लिए।
कौन से
चलिए तो ये फैसला हुआ है कि जब तक और लोग ना आ जाए तब थोड़े मीठे मीठे गीत ही हों, उनके आ जाने के बाद फिर डांस करना पड़ेगा आप लोगों को। थोड़ा सा डिले हो गया, थोड़ा तेज कर दिया। हेलो हेलो शार शार छे 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 छे।
मेरी जिंदगी है तू, मेरी हर खुशी है तू, मेरी जिंदगी है तू, मेरी हर खुशी है तू, मेरी पहली ख्वाहिश तू ही आशिकी है तू, मेरी जिंदगी है तू, मेरी हर खुशी है। वो प्यास है तू ही मेरी पहली ख्वाहिश, तू ही आखिरी है, तू मेरी जिंदगी है, तू मेरी हर खुशी है। हर जख्म दिल का तुझे दिल से दुआ दे, हर जख्म दिल का तुझे दिल से दुआ दे, खुशियाँ तुझे गुल सारे मुझको खुदा दे, तुझको बुला ना पाया मेरी बेबसी है, तू मेरी जिंदगी है, तू मेरी हर खुशी है, तू ही मेरी पहली ख्वाहिश, तू ही आखिरी है, तू मेरी जिंदगी है, तू मेरी हर खुशी है, तू मेरी जिंदगी है।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। ऐसे ही खूबसूरत गीत है और मैं इंतजार है लोगों का, और जितने लोग हैं वहाँ से यहाँ से चले जाइए। चलिए अगले गीत की तरफ बढ़ते हैं और एक खूबसूरत सा गीत हमारे डायरेक्टर सुंदर राव जी के हो जाएगा वो भी हो जाएगा। पहले लोगों तो आने दो यार उनको भी, नहीं तो बोलेंगे फिर एक एडवांस फिर हो जाएगा गाना। ये छत्तीसगढ़ सब आ जाए फिर आपको जरूर लेंगे।
एक और खूबसूरत गीत जिस फिल्म दीवाना से लिया गया है, ये अंदाज और आवाज अब तक पहुंचती है।
सोचेंगे तुम प्यार करके नहीं, सोचेंगे तुम प्यार करके नहीं, ये दिल बेकरार करके नहीं, बाहों में छुपाया तुमको, यादों में बसाया तुमको, बाहों में छुपाया तुमको, यादों में बसाया तुमको,
शुभ रात्रि।